Chapter 246. At the Li residence, both host and guest enjoyed themselves to their heart's content. Haha, the Li residence truly lives up to its reputation for good food and wine. Lord Li, you've given birth to a good son. You can enjoy the rest of your life in comfort. Li Xiaogong's face glowed as he ate. It was clear that he had drunk a lot of wine, but his speech was still rather clear, so he probably wasn't drunk. Your Highness is too kind. My son is naughty and likes to cause trouble. I hope that your Highness can take care of him in the future. Li Xiaogong and Qin Xiong, the two big shots of the imperial court, had come to the Li residence as guests. Naturally, Li Jingma had to accompany them to drink. He was now more and more convinced of his son's abilities. First, Li Xiaogong got to know several state dukes, then the crown prince and King Wei, and now Li Xiaogong, a prince with real power and prestige in the military, had come. Sometimes, Father Li couldn't help but wonder if he should find some time to gather all the servants in the house and train them. Haha! Well said, well said. Other than being a little lazy, this boy is outstanding in all other aspects. Li Xiaogong smacked his lips as he reminisced about the wine he had just drunk. Qin Xiong was somewhat depressed. He was half a patient, so he naturally didn't get a share of the wine at noon. Little Xian, you have to pay more attention to that tool for navigating. In addition, think about the things you need to pay attention to in the next 2 days. Do you have anything else to add? Only when we're well prepared will we have fewer casualties. This old man doesn't wish for these fine sons of my great Tang to die in the vast ocean instead of on the battlefield. In the end, they'll end up in the belly of a fish, unable to even retrieve their bones. Qin Xiong couldn't help but exhort as he looked at Li Zishuan, who was still picking his teeth. Shu Bao's words are reasonable. Brat, you have to be 120% focused on this matter. Don't slack off in the slightest. Hearing this, Li Xiaogong patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and said, Hiss! Li Zishuan really wanted to say, what the F***CK? This slap almost drove his toothpicking arm into his gums. Yes, in ancient times it wasn't called a toothpick, it was called a toothpicking stick. Oh, Uncle Qin and His Highness are distracted. I know what's important. Li Zishuan sucked in a breath of cold air and replied incoherently. Hey! All right, old Master Li, since that's the case, this prince will not impose on you any longer. This prince will make a trip to the imperial palace in a while and explain the pros and cons to His Majesty. There should be an imperial edict in the afternoon to lift your son's confinement order. After Li Xiaogong finished speaking, he shook his head and stood up to take his leave. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Many thanks, Your Highness. Old Man Li and Li Zishuan hurriedly got up and cupped their hands in thanks. Haha! Li Xiaogong laughed heartily and waved his hand. He looked at Qin Xiong and said, Shu Bao, do you want to come along? Qin Xiong nodded and bid farewell to Li Zishuan. This old man will take his leave first. Little Xian, if you need any help, feel free to look for this old man. Take care, Your Highness and Uncle Qin. As expected, less than an hour after Li Xiaogong left, an eunuch came to the Li residence to announce that Li Zishuan's confinement order had been lifted ahead of schedule. He also strictly ordered Li Zishuan to make use of the time to make tools to identify the direction and was not allowed to slack off in any way. Phew! Since Li Zishuan's wording in the imperial edict was rather strict, it made people feel that if Li Zishuan did not complete the task in the next few days, he would be beheaded. Therefore, after the eunuch left, Li Du's parents chased him out of the house. All right, San Bao, let's go to the workshop. He had thought that he was a complete shut-in. Even if he was grounded, it would not affect his comfortable life. He did not expect that shut-in to have such a restless heart. The main thing was that, in this era, there were no computers and no internet. Even if he stayed at home, he could not stay at home. Not to mention the internet, as long as he had a computer and could play single-player games at home, Li Zishuan could stay at home. Fortunately, the confinement order had been lifted and he could go out. Otherwise, he would have gone crazy if he had to stay at home for 5 days. Although there were conditions for lifting the confinement order in advance, a small compass was a piece of cake for a graduate student in precision instruments like him. Yes, young master. San Bao answered excitedly. Other than Li Zixuan, San Bao was the happiest person to have his confinement order lifted. This meant that he could go out in a luxury car again. This was the hidden benefit of being an experienced driver. The horse carriage moved slowly on the streets of Chang'an City, getting further and further away. Meng Wenhao, I'm very happy today. What do you want to eat? Just order. He. In a roadside noodle shop in the East City, Liu touched the 300 copper coins that she had just earned in her purse. She was full of confidence and had the attitude of a nouveau riche. You order. Also, you have no relatives or friends in Chang'an. I advise you to save the 300 copper coins. Meng Wenhao said worriedly. On the way, through chatting with each other, he had a rough understanding of Liu's current situation. The little girl's adoptive parents, who were also her uncle and aunt, used to live in Bingzhou, which was also Taiyuan. In the 13th year of Sui Day, 618 AD, Liu, who was still in swaddling clothes, was entrusted to Fu Lingyan and Lu Yixue, Liu's adoptive parents, by a mysterious couple. They said that they would come back to take her away in 2 to 3 months or a year. The Fu family was a large family in Taiyuan, and Fu Lingyan was somewhat knowledgeable. He saw that the couple was in a sorry state, and their expressions were rather panicked. He could even faintly see traces of blood on their clothes. He guessed that the couple might have encountered a very thorny problem. He instinctively wanted to keep the couple at the door. After all, the world was in chaos at the time, and no one was willing to fall into inexplicable trouble for no reason. Fu Lingyan was about to refuse when Lu Yixue tugged at his arm and looked lovingly at the little girl in swaddling clothes. They had been together for more than 10 years. How could Fu Lingyan not understand his wife's thoughts? He could not help but feel a pain in his heart. After being married for so many years, although they were very loving, they did not have a child. They had seen many famous doctors, but it was to no avail. The child had become a knot in their hearts that they could never get rid of. Looking at it now, his wife probably wanted to adopt the baby girl. In the end, Fu Lingyan gave in and adopted Liu. He had asked about the couple's identity, but they refused to tell him. Instead, they wanted to give him a large sum of money to raise their daughter. Of course, Fu Lingyan didn't lack the money, so he refused. Just like that, Liu was settled in the Fu family. The only thing her parents left behind was the jade bracelet. Lu Yixue was a mother for the first time. Naturally, she was very excited. Although her identity as a mother could be taken away at any time, she still treated Liu as her own. What she did for Liu was even more than what a real mother would do. Just like that, the Fu family had a little cutie. A little cutie that could be taken away at any time. Liu was in such a happy environment, waiting for her birth parents to come, who knew that in the 6th month of that year, peasant uprisings would spread throughout the country. Li Yuan, who was guarding Taiyuan at the time, and his second son, Li Shimin, took advantage of the situation to rebel. He called back his eldest son, Li Jiansheng, and his fourth son, Li Yuanji, from Hedong, west of today's Yongji, Shaanxi. He sent Lu Wenjing to the Tujue to ask Shibi Khan to send troops to help. He also recruited troops to attack Guangzhou. The Central Plains fell into the flames of war. Taiyuan, as the place where the dragon rose, was naturally the first to bear the brunt. Various mountain bandits took advantage of the chaos to commit crimes, burning, killing, and robbing. The Fu family was also affected. To escape the chaos of war, Fu Lingyan decided to move his family to the south. Chapter 247. In order to let Liu's biological father and mother find Liu in the future, Fu Lingyan left a letter in the main hall of the house before he left. He explained that the Fu family had moved south to avoid the chaos of war and asked them to search the Jiangnan area after they found the letter. In this chaotic world, human lives were worthless. Fu Lingyan didn't know if a mere letter could reach Liu's parents, but he had tried his best and had a clear conscience. Along the way, they naturally met many bandits. Their lives were on the line many times, and Fu Lingyan also suffered many internal injuries. In the end, the Fu family settled down in Jiangnan's Yuezhou. At this time, Fu Lingyan had used up all the gold, silver, and valuables he had brought with him when he left Bingzhou. Most of them were given to the bandits. Although they could no longer live a luxurious life, because of Li Yu's participation, the husband and wife were able to live happily. The man was in charge of the external affairs, while the woman was in charge of the domestic affairs. Their lives were still quite good. Chiyun village was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. It was like a paradise. There were wars everywhere, but Chiyun village wasn't affected at all. The Fu couple sat in the village and watched the change of dynasties, the fall of the Sui, and the rise of the Tang. They also watched Li Er kill his brother and father and usurp the throne. In the blink of an eye, it was the first year of Jingguan. Fu Lingyan had been tortured by pain for more than 10 years. He finally couldn't take it anymore and passed away. Lu Yixue was too sad and depressed. Her body was deteriorating day by day. Before she died, she told her daughter about what happened back then. She guessed that Li Yu's parents were probably from a rich family because the jade bracelet was extraordinary. She also suggested that she go to Chang and to find out where her parents were. Li Yu was smart and alert since she was young. She stumbled alone and miraculously reached Chang and city with the meager wealth left behind by Fu Lingyan and his parents. After entering the city, she was confused by the crisscrossing streets in Chang'an City. That was why she encountered bandits near Shuani Lane. "Humph, I invited you to a meal out of goodwill, but you don't know what's good for you. You're lecturing me. If you don't order, I'll order." At Chen's noodle shop at the entrance of the East Market, the two of them sat under the awning outside and started bickering. "Boss, give me 2 bowls of egg noodles." No, 1 bowl of egg noodles and the other bowl without eggs." "Humph." Li Yu gave Meng Wenhao a provocative look. Meng Wenhao was speechless. "Okay, dear guests, the total is 18 copper coins." The fat boss shouted and bent over with a smile. He was worried that the 2 children would not pay after eating because from their clothes, they did not look like rich people. Li Yu only furrowed her brows and didn't get angry. She had probably encountered many similar situations along the way. "Here you go. Go and do it." Li Yu counted 18 copper coins and slammed them on the table as if she was demonstrating her power. The fat boss didn't mind. He smiled and reached out to grab the copper coin. Suddenly, a hand appeared out of thin air. "Wait!" Meng Wenhao stood up and grabbed the fat boss's hand. "What happened?" The fat boss looked at Meng Wenhao blankly and asked, "Boss Chen, it's not nice of you to do this. Your egg noodles have always been 10 copper coins a bowl. Why did you only give us 2 copper coins when we asked for 1 less egg?" As a local of Chang, and Meng Wenhao was quite familiar with the prices. Boss Chen straightened his neck and said, We have clearly marked the price. How is that not nice? If you think it's not worth it, you can eat the egg noodles. Isn't it just 2 copper coins?" If Li Zishuan was here, he would definitely scold the boss for being an unscrupulous businessman. He actually started a bundling sale and forced people to buy and sell. However, Meng Wenhao didn't know the marketing techniques used by these businessmen. "You!" Meng Wenhao pointed at the boss angrily. He then stood up and pulled Li Yu and said, "Little Yuer, let's go. We're not eating here." "Wait, Meng Wenhao, come closer." Li Yu waved her hand and pulled Meng Wenhao to the side, whispering, "Little Yuer, what's the matter?" "Meng Wenhao, let me ask you, how much is an egg in Chang?" Li Yu asked mysteriously. She had just arrived in Chang'an today. Of course, she didn't know how much an egg cost here. However, she was smart. After seeing Meng Wenhao's reaction, she roughly guessed that the price of an egg in Chang'an was definitely more than 2 copper coins. An egg in Chang'an is 5 copper coins. Moreover, the imperial court recently issued a decree to reduce taxes for raising chickens. In the future, the price of an egg will definitely rise. So, little Yuer, let's not eat here. This boss is deliberately cheating us. "Ah!" Li Yu opened her mouth wide in shock. She couldn't believe it and said, "Why are eggs in Chang'an so expensive? Our eggs in Yuyang are only 2 copper coins. If I had known earlier, I would have brought more eggs to sell. Wouldn't I have made a fortune?" Meng Wenhao was speechless. His companion's brain structure was probably really different from his. She always thought of strange things. I'm just joking. Why are you looking at me like that? Li Yu was annoyed by Meng Wenhao's look of looking at her as if she was crazy. Ahem, it's nothing. Let's go to another place to eat. Hey, 2 customers. Are you still eating or not? Don't hinder our business. Boss Chun, who was at the side, couldn't help but say impatiently when he saw the 2 children chattering non-stop. Not eating. Eat. Just eat. Meng Wenhao and Li Yu each had their own opinions. The 2 of them were like natural enemies. They had only known each other for less than half a day and had already bickered countless times. Are you still eating or not? Eat. I'm the one paying. Of course, I'm the one who has the final say. Little Yu Meng Wenhao wanted to persuade her, but he saw Li Yu's eyes flash with a hint of slyness. She even winked at him. Meng Wenhao had just seen this scene. Wasn't it when she cheated the robbers in the morning? Thinking of this, Meng Wenhao quickly shut his mouth. He began to mourn for the fat boss in front of him. He just didn't know how little Yu was going to deal with it this time. Meng Wenhao was a little excited. Alright, then give me 18 copper coins first. The fat boss sighed and said with a smile. No. Boss, we don't want what we ordered just now. Change the order. Li Yu shook her head and smiled mischievously. Then what do you want to eat? Boss, you just said that egg yang-chun noodles cost 10 copper coins and normal yang-chun noodles cost 8 copper coins. Is that right? Yes. That's right. Ha! Li Yu smiled proudly and finally revealed her foxtail. She said slyly, Boss, give us 10 bowls of egg yang-chun noodles. We don't want noodles, we only want eggs. Here, 20 copper coins for you. What? The fat boss was dumbfounded. It was as if he was struck by lightning. He was stunned on the spot. Chapter 248. Miss, how can you eat yang-chun egg noodles without noodles? The fat boss was stunned for a moment before he reacted and smiled bitterly. Why not? If others can eat yang-chun noodles without eggs, why can't I just eat eggs without noodles? Li Yu frowned and pretended to be unhappy. But this is against the rules. We don't want to do business with you. You should go elsewhere. The fat boss could not argue with her and could only chase her away. Humph, you just think that you will lose money by selling like this, right? You just charged 8 coins for a bowl of yang-chun noodles without eggs. Why didn't you think that you will lose money by setting the price like this? A black-hearted boss like you should be sent to the authorities. Li Yu said angrily with her hands on her hips. What's wrong? I don't know. I just came. It seems that the boss purposely set the price to cheat outsiders. Is that so? Chen's noodle house was located at the entrance of the East Market. It was an outdoor noodle house where the diners ate under the awning outside. It was hard not to notice such an open noodle house located in such a crowded area. After a while, 4 or 5 onlookers came to watch the show and pointed at the fat boss. All businessmen paid attention to their reputation, and the fat boss was no exception. When he saw the onlookers pointing at him, his expression changed. He pulled Li Yu over and whispered with a slightly stern look, Brother Li Yu, don't be so rude. Little girl, don't look for trouble. I can see that you're from another city, so don't go overboard. Be careful of what you say. How about this, we'll do what you just ordered. I'll only charge you 15 copper coins. You 2 eat quickly. Let go, Boss Chun, what do you want? Meng Wenhao, who was at the side, didn't have time to react. When he did, he quickly pulled Li Yu behind him and angrily said to the fat boss. Li Yu stood behind Meng Wenhao with an inexplicable look in her eyes. How dare you threaten me? Everyone, please be the judge. This restaurant's yang-chun egg noodle soup costs 10 copper coins per bowl, but the boss charged 8 copper coins per bowl for the ordinary yang-chun egg noodle soup without eggs. Now the eggs in chong and cost 5 copper coins per bowl. Don't you think this boss is evil? Li Yu pointed at the fat boss and said to the crowd, Wow! The owner of this shop is really evil. Yes, I really didn't expect this. Humph! I've been to this shop before. The boss here is indeed quite evil. The onlookers understood what had happened and criticized the fat boss one after another. Seeing that he had been pointed at by thousands of people, the fat boss's expression flashed with a trace of viciousness. He shouted, "Little girl, you forced me to do this. To bow, air bow. Come out quickly and chase these two bastards away. Father, they're here." In the house, two huge young men immediately came out. They were about 7 feet tall, 2 meters, and were obviously much taller than the average person. Moreover, they were bigger than the fat boss. What was even more amazing was that the two of them looked exactly the same. They should be twins. As soon as the two 7-foot giants appeared, everyone was shocked. Meng Wenhao and Li Yu were dumbfounded. They looked up at the two giants, and the onlookers who were watching the show became nervous. They didn't dare to point at the fat boss anymore. The fat boss was very satisfied with the crowd's reaction. He nodded his head and pointed at Meng Wenhao and Li Yu. He said to his two sons, "To bow, air bow, these two kids are causing trouble. Quickly throw them away. Father will make good food for you later." "Okay, Father." Not sure if it was to bow or air bow, but they answered excitedly. The two giants then walked towards Meng Wenhao. "Stop, under the emperor's feet. Boss Chen, you purposely hurt people like this. Aren't you afraid that the people from Wu Ho government will arrest you?" Meng Wenhao stood in front of Li Yu to protect her, and said with a strong front, "He, which eye of yours saw me hurting people? I'm just chasing away evil customers. Which law did I break?" The fat boss sneered. "You? Then you don't have to chase us away. We'll leave on our own." Meng Wenhao was furious, but considering Li Yu's safety, he could only give in temporarily. "Fat boss, then it's best not to." "Humph, why should we leave? I don't believe that in front of so many people. What can you do to us?" Before the fat boss could finish, Li Yu used the numbers advantage and interrupted him. "Hey, little girl, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'll see who will help you today. To bow, air bow, go." "Yes, Father." The two giants did not hesitate and walked towards them. Pung pung. Those who were close to them could even hear the tremors of the earth. It was easy to imagine how huge these two giants were. The crowd that Li Yu relied on did not follow her expectations and came out to fight for justice. Instead, after feeling the terrifying aura of the two giants, they scattered like birds and beasts. They did not dare to stay and watch the show. Hey, why did you all leave? You're not loyal?" Li Yu was also a little flustered at this moment. She was a little annoyed as she shouted at the fleeing crowd. "Little Yu, don't shout. Run." Meng Wenhao angrily pulled Li Yu and turned to run. "Wanna run? You ruined my business. How can I let you go so easily? To bow, air bow, chase after them and teach them a lesson." The fat boss sneered from behind. "Yes, Father." The two giants had long legs. They caught up with Meng Wenhao and Li Yu in a few steps. Two big hands appeared behind Meng Wenhao and Li Yu's neck. Then the two giants lifted Meng Wenhao and Li Yu up from behind. Hey, damn fatty, what are you doing? I don't like people like you." Li Yu's legs were kicking wildly, but he did not forget to talk nonsense. Meng Wenhao really wanted to go over and cover her mouth. This was a classic example of cheating teammates. "Humph, you're the damn fatty." A flash of anger flashed across the giant's face as he threw Li Yu out. The other giant also threw Meng Wenhao out. "Ah!" Li Yu was so scared that she screamed with her eyes closed in the sky. "All right, stop screaming. You didn't fall to your death." Li Zishuan looked at the little girl who was still screaming in his hand and couldn't help but be speechless. He also wanted to let go, but this girl not only kept screaming, her hands and feet also kept swinging randomly. If he let go, this girl would fall to the ground. Fortunately, Li Zishuan's strength was great, so he was able to carry one person with each hand. Meng Wenhao was still fine. Although he was scared and pale, he was still quiet. "Sir, why are you here?" Chapter 249. East Market, not far from Chen's noodle shop. Meng Wenhao, who was still in shock, stood on the ground and looked at Li Zishuan. "Ah, I'm fine?" Li Yu, who was lifted in the air, screamed for a while. She realized that she hadn't landed on the ground, so she opened her eyes in surprise. Li Zixuan saw that the girl had returned to normal, so he put her down and said to Meng Wenhao, "Heh, if I came a little later, you two would have been buttocks, right?" Coincidentally, Li Zixuan had just been released from his house ban. On his way to the workshop, Li Zixuan happened to see Meng Wenhao arguing with the fat boss. Li Zixuan sat in the carriage and listened carefully to their argument. After he figured out the cause of the matter, he wanted to come over and take a look. Then he saw Meng Wenhao and Li Yu being thrown into the air by the giant baby. In a moment of desperation, he didn't care about anything else. He used cloud-piercing steps and saved the two children, preventing their buttocks from being buttocks. "Ah!" Meng Wenhao scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Sorry for the trouble, sir." "Heh, it's no big deal." Li Zixuan waved his hand and didn't care. "Wow, you're Meng Wenhao, sir? How can you be so young? Shouldn't sir be an old man with a white beard? Also, why do you know martial arts?" Li Yu's heart was quite big. Just now, he was almost scared half to death. Now that he heard the conversation between Meng Wenhao and Li Zixuan, it was as if he had discovered a new continent. He circled around Li Zixuan and sized him up while sighing. "Li Zixuan, little you don't be rude. This is my sir. He saved us just now." Meng Wenhao wouldn't argue with Li Yu about other things, but when it came to his sir, Meng Wenhao wouldn't allow Li Yu to be rude. "Hee, I'm fine." Li Zixuan waved his hand and looked at the two children. He joked, "Wenhao, take your little girlfriend and stay by the side. Let me have a good talk with this shop owner." He had been watching for a while and naturally saw Meng Wenhao shielding Li Yu behind him. He could not help but tease him. However, he was naturally wasting his feelings. How could the ancients have the concept of boyfriend and girlfriend? In ancient times, free love was not advocated. If two people wanted to confirm their relationship, they had to be engaged before they got married. Before that, the relationship was just a normal relationship. It could not be called a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. "Ah, sir, what little girlfriend?" As expected, Meng Wenhao was dumbfounded. Where did this madman come from? How dare he meddle in other people's business? Don't think that just because you know a few tricks, you can learn to fight for justice. The fat boss originally thought that with his two sons involved, there would definitely be no suspense, so he didn't pay much attention to this side. However, when he inadvertently glanced over and saw that Meng Wenhao and Li Yu were still acting as if nothing had happened, he immediately walked over and scolded Li Zixuan. "How dare you? Are you blind? Why don't you look at this?" As a lackey, Sanbao was very conscious. When he saw the fat shop owner's arrogant attitude towards his young master, he quickly jumped out and scolded him. However, before he could finish, Li Zixuan stopped him. "Sanbao, you go to the side too." This shop owner bullied his student. How could he let him off so easily? If he allowed Sanbao to announce his name and identity, wouldn't it be too boring? Yes, young master." Sanbao scratched his head and replied before quickly retreating to the side. "Hee, bullying children with brute force. What kind of ability is that? Are you two going to come at me together or three at once?" Li Zixuan did not waste time with the fat shop owner. He was dressed in a white shirt and stood with his hands behind his back as he spoke calmly. Invisible pretentiousness was the most fatal. His image of an otherworldly expert had really stunned Meng Wenhao and Li Yu. The two children looked at Li Zixuan with hearts in their eyes, looking like modern, brainless fans. Three at once. The fat shop owner was stunned. After a while, he reacted and said angrily, "Arrogant! Dabao, bao. Teach this brat a lesson." "Yes, Dad." The two giant babies, one with Raging Bull Charge and the other with Mount Tai Crush, pounced on Li Zixuan with great momentum. Li Yu, who was standing at the side, saw the momentum and swallowed her saliva with difficulty. At this moment, she finally understood that she was courting death just now. Li Zixuan was not frightened by the momentum. These two were just boorish people who only knew how to use brute force to suppress others. Although there was a saying that one can defeat 10, their strength was far from that level. In terms of strength, these two giant babies would not be able to defeat Li Zixuan even if they worked together. Li Zishuan stood at the same spot without moving. He still had a calm expression on his face. Seeing the two giant babies getting closer and closer, Liu whispered to Meng Wenhao, "Wenhao, is your master scared out of his wits? Oh no, your master looked quite handsome just now, but he's going to be crushed into a meat patty soon." Meng Wenhao frowned and said unhappily, "Don't talk about my master." Li Zishuan, who was standing at a distance, could not help but twitch his mouth. Although the little girl's voice was soft, it could not escape his abnormal hearing. However, it was not the time to care about this, because one of the giant babies was about to hit his stomach, and the other one had already soared into the sky and pressed down with the momentum of Mount Tai. Meng Wenhao, Liu, and Sanbao held their breaths nervously and widened their eyes. On the other side, the fat boss's mouth flashed a trace of a sinister smile. Li Zishuan stretched out his hands very slowly, but it happened to block the two giant babies. The raging bull could not move forward anymore, and the Mount Tai was directly held above Li Zishuan's head with one hand. Silence! 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 What kind of scene was this? A weak scholar with his left hand holding a rude giant, and with his right hand holding a fat man as big as Mount Tai. This scene deeply shocked the hearts of the onlookers. Was he still human? Regardless of whether it was the fat boss, Meng Wenhao, Liu or Sanbao, they all opened their mouths wide and looked as if they had seen a ghost. "Ha ha! Sanbao, take it. These are your two brothers, Dabao and Air Bao. The three of you can make up the auspicious three treasures." Li Zishuan laughed and used some true qi in his palms to shake the two giant babies to Sanbao's feet and throw the other one directly. He also just remembered that the names of these two giant babies were somewhat related to Sanbao, so he said with some mischievous interest, "Ah? Young master, Sanbao doesn't have a brother. Sanbao has been an orphan since young." Sanbao did not know what the auspicious three treasures were, so she said with a confused face. Chapter 250. Wenhao, why don't you introduce them to me? In the carriage, Li Zishuan looked at the two children and asked with a smile. After he showed his strength, the fat boss was so scared that he wet himself. He quickly came up to apologize. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even need to reveal his identity. This was what Li Zishuan always believed in. He used strength to convince people and not to use power to suppress people. With his current status, he didn't need to be so calculative with these people. They were all trying to make a living and it wasn't easy for them. There was no need to kill them because of this. After punishing the father and son, Li Zishuan brought Meng Wenhao and Liu into the carriage. After all, the environment in his carriage was much better than the small noodle shop. Meng Wenhao felt that Li Zishuan was looking at him and Liu strangely. He scratched his head and pointed at Liu. "Sir, she is... I am Liu. Sir, you can call me Little Yu. I came to Chong and to look for my family. This carriage is really big. Sir, your family must be very rich." Without waiting for Meng Wenhao's introduction, Liu introduced herself. After this girl got on, her eyes wandered around the carriage. The luxurious interior shocked her. "Little Yu Li Zishuan was thunderstruck. He muttered to himself and then looked at Liu. With a strange expression, he asked, "Little Yu have you heard of someone called Huawukei?" "Huawukei? Never heard of him. What a weird name." Liu sat on the sofa and thought for a while. Then she rolled her eyes. Li Zishuan really wanted to tell her that the two of them were good brothers in a certain dimension. However, this would cause a lot of questions. He suddenly remembered that Liu said that she came to Chong and to look for her family. He asked, "Little Yu what is the name of your family? Tell me and I might be able to help you." Liu, who was enjoying herself on the sofa, froze when she heard that. However, she didn't cry this time. She said bitterly, "I came to Chong'an to find my parents, but I don't know what their names are." Taiji Palace, Sweet Dew Hall. Li Er looked at Li Shaogong, who was staggering out of the door, and shook his head. He smiled helplessly at Zhang Sun beside him and said, "Sigh. No one can resist the temptation of the drunken immortal. Even Shaogong is addicted to it." Zhang Sun smiled and said, Your Majesty, Li Zixuan seems to have a new idea. I don't know how his brain works, but he keeps coming up with new and strange ideas. As for Chengxian and Qingke, Li Zixuan sent someone to deliver a type of carriage yesterday. I went to take a look. Sitting in that carriage was incomparably comfortable. I didn't feel any bumps at all. It was truly too miraculous. Oh, with such a good thing, this stinking brat actually didn't give me one. How preposterous. When Li Er heard this, he was first slightly surprised. Then he said somewhat angrily, "Poochie." Zhang Sun covered her mouth and laughed. Your Majesty, as the ruler of a country, how can you be angry with a child? After laughing, she poured a cup of tea for Li Er and continued, Actually, speaking of which, I have seen Sinan. It is indeed cumbersome. I don't know what Li Zixuan will come up with this time. Humph, if he can really solve the problem of identifying the direction of the navy. There was no concept of a navy in the Tang dynasty. As long as it was an army on the water, it was called the navy. This time, I might as well raise his title by one. Let's see if this brat can seize this opportunity. Li Er took a sip of tea and said with narrowed eyes, Your Majesty, you actually value this thing so much? After all, they had been in each other's shoes for so many years. Zhang Sun quickly understood the meaning behind Li Er's words. Li Er nodded. He took Zhang Sun in his arms, looked to the south and said meaningfully, This time the 20,000 navy is going south to explore the way. If the small country of Nanyang is really as rich as Li Zixuan said, then when the Tang dynasty is really at peace, it is not impossible. It had to be said that Li Er was a very pioneering monarch. Unlike other monarchs of later generations who blindly pursued the idea of governing the country with benevolence and righteousness, who thought that they were the best country in the world and disdained to compete with the surrounding small countries for benefits, Li Er had always pursued the way of being a saint inside and a king outside. In terms of internal governance, he selected capable people and paid attention to the people's livelihood. In terms of ethnic relations, Li Er not only used force to conquer the tribes that caused border troubles, but also paid attention to comforting the tribes that came to submit to him with benevolence. This was a saint inside and a king outside. All of his actions were carried out with the starting point of the internal stability and prosperity of the Tang dynasty as the starting point. To a certain extent, Li Er was a very aggressive monarch. To have such a valiant emperor in the Central Plains, it was a misfortune for the Turks, Tibetans, Tuyuhun, Goryeo, and other neighboring countries. Although Li Er did not directly say what he wanted to do, Zhang Sun knew what her husband was thinking. She could not help but open her mouth in shock. She wanted to say something, but nothing came out. Oh, I see. Little Yuer, don't be sad. I will help you ask around and find out which family lost a child named Liu 11 years ago. East Market entrance, inside the carriage. After Li Zixuan heard about Liu's background, he felt sympathy for her and quickly comforted her. Thank you, Mr. Li. Every time she told someone about her background, Liu's heart would ache. However, after hearing Li Zixuan's words, she felt a little better. Hee, it's okay. I just heard from Wenhao that you met a bandit in Chang'an City. I didn't expect you to learn so well. In order to ease the atmosphere, Li Zixuan talked about the interesting story of Liu and the bandit. Mathematics? What is mathematics? I have never been to school. It's just that the bandit was too stupid. That's why I was able to get away with it. Li Zixuan could not help but mourn for the bandit. He failed to rob and was cheated of his money. After that, he was scolded as a fool. No one could be as unlucky as him. However, this little girl had never been to school. Her reaction was so fast and her logical ability was so strong. It was really rare. Little you have no relatives or friends in Chang'an City. How do you plan to settle down? Li Zixuan thought about it and asked. Liu's face turned bitter. She touched the 300 coins in her purse and said, How about I stay in an inn? Li Zixuan laughed and said, With your 300 coins, I'm afraid you can only stay in an inn for 10 days at most. Don't you need to eat? Also, you have used up all your money and you haven't found your parents. Where are you going? Liu was speechless for a moment. Meng Wenhao looked at Li Zixuan and begged, Sir, How about you help me? Li Yu's eyes lit up. She giggled and said, that's right, that's right. Sir, your family is so rich. I can work for your family. You can pay me. However, it's just working, not being a maid. I'm so pretty. I don't want to be a maid. Li Zishuan looked at Li Yu's dirty face and messy hair. He really did not know how this girl had the nerve to say such words. Chapter 251. Oh, little Yu can you read? Li Zishuan thought for a while and asked. Although he didn't have much of a relationship with Li Yu, on one hand, Li Zishuan was moved by Li Yu's experience and her intelligence. On the other hand, looking at the situation, his most proud students seemed to be interested in the little girl. Should he help them? Or should he? Yes. When I was young, my aunt taught me how to read. Although Lu Yixue did not know mathematics, she knew a little about poetry. In addition, she treated Li Yu as her own daughter. Of course, she would take the time to teach Li Yu how to read. Well, since little Yu is not willing to be a servant, how about this? Our workshop is lacking reporters. You can earn money by writing news. Li Zishuan thought for a while and suddenly slapped his thigh and said excitedly. This little girl's mind was jumpy and she had a weird personality. Her words were also humorous. He wanted her to try being a reporter and see how it would turn out. What is a reporter? What is news? Li Yu felt that the people in the city were not friendly. They kept saying words that the people in the countryside had never heard of. Meng Wenhao also looked at Li Zishuan curiously. After reading the newspaper for so long, he knew what news was, but he did not know what a reporter was. Li Zishuan took a few newspapers from the table and handed them to Li Yu. Little Yu, take a look at what the news is about. Then, the reporter is the person who writes the news. I call him a reporter. If you can write a similar article, then come work in the editorial department. For every article you write, I will give you 100 coins. How about it? Okay. Li Yu was extremely excited and quickly agreed. Meng Wenhao's eyes flashed with envy. Even if she only wrote one article a day, she could earn 3,000 coins a month. This salary was not low. Li Zishuan smiled and looked at Meng Wenhao. Wenhao, why are you out today? Aren't you studying at home? Oh, right. Sir, the newspaper said that the imperial court sent the navy to escort the fleet to the south. Do you know about it? Meng Wenhao just remembered the reason why he came out today. He looked at Li Zishuan with a glimmer of hope in his eyes and asked, Yes, I know. What's wrong? Sir, because of the imperial court's decree, countless merchants flocked to buy ships. Correspondingly, the merchants also crazily recruited sailors. My father joined them because of the rich reward from a ship owner. I heard people say that there are countless dangers in the sea, so I tried to persuade my father not to go out to sea. However, he was not persuaded. I was very depressed, so I came out to relax. I beseech you to help me persuade my father. This student is willing to pay any price to repay your kindness. Meng Wenhao cupped his hands and bowed. Li Zishuan was speechless. When he was in the Imperial College, he had some understanding of Meng Wenhao's family situation. He did not expect that helping Li Zishuan publish 2 decrees would cause Meng Wenhao's father to risk his life to go out to sea to earn money. This made Li Zishuan think of his father in his previous life. In his previous life, his family was not well off. His father was from the countryside. In order to support his education, his father went home to farm during the busy season and worked at the construction site during the free time. He remembered one time when his father was working on the 9th floor of a building. The wooden plank under his feet suddenly broke and he fell from the 9th floor. If his father hadn't relied on his strong survival instincts to step on a suspended steel pipe during the fall, changing the direction of his fall and finally landing in a pile of sand, he would have died from this fall. Even so, after that accident, his father's vitality was greatly damaged. After that, his body was not as good as before. No matter what era it was, every father did not have it easy. There were always many fathers who risked their lives to earn money for their children so that their children could have a good future. This was also one of the reasons why he valued Meng Wenhao, because he saw a lot of shadows of his previous life in Meng Wenhao. Wenhao, I can't help you with this matter. Your father risked his life to go out to sea. This was a choice he made for you. This is a father's persistence. No one can change it. Although I can give your father a sum of money to not go out to sea, I don't think that a father who is willing to sacrifice his life for his child will accept this charity. A father's love is like a mountain. I admire your father's actions, but I don't want to give him charity because this is an insult to an iron father. If you really care about your father, then study hard and strive to pass the imperial examination in the future to bring honor to your family. Li Zixuan stared at Meng Wenhao's eyes and said very seriously. Meng Wenhao's eyes reddened. After listening to Li Zixuan, he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your advice." Wenhao was too impulsive. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "Haha, it's okay, but your father will be much safer this time. I will go back and tell Prince Hejian that he will be the Navy commander this time. I will ask him to take care of your father's fleet. It shouldn't be a big problem. Besides, I am going to make a small tool for their fleet to identify the direction. With it, the fleet's safety will be another layer of protection. Wenhao, if you have nothing to do in the afternoon, why don't you come with me to the workshop and see this magical tool?" Yes, I can't ask for more." When Meng Wenhao heard that the small tool for identifying the direction could give the fleet an extra layer of protection, he wanted to go and see it himself. It would be best if he could help. After all, it was related to his father's safety. Now that he heard Li Zixuan's invitation, he had no reason to refuse. I'll go too. Mr. Li, your newspaper is so interesting. I also want to go to the workshop to see it." Li Yu, who had been reading the newspaper for a long time, said excitedly. He had to say that this girl was really lucky. When she first arrived in Chang'an, although she encountered robbers, she was scared but not in danger. She even got her first sum of money and met Meng Wenhao. Then, she met Li Zixuan, the big tycoon, and was directly assigned a job. Her luck was really out of this world. "Okay, I'll take you to see the editorial department of Datong Daily. San Bao. Continue to the workshop." Li Zixuan also had the same idea. He nodded and shouted outside, "Yes, young master." San Bao answered and the carriage continued to move slowly. "Wow, this carriage runs so smoothly. Ah, there's a toilet and a place to wash your hands in the carriage. Mr. Li, your carriage is so useful. How long have I been a reporter for to be able to buy such a carriage?" Once the carriage started moving, Li Yu was like a curious baby. Her exclamations could be heard everywhere. It was Meng Wenhao's first time in such a carriage. Although his eyes flashed with surprise, he did not make a fuss like Li Yu. Li Zixuan looked at Li Yu and thought about it seriously before replying. "If you write a news article a day, you'll be able to buy a car like this after working for about 22 years. Little Yu, work hard. I have high hopes for you." Li Yu was speechless. "High hopes my ass." Chapter 252. Faubert, arrange a quiet room for me and get someone to show this lady around the editorial department. She will be a reporter for Datong Daily in the future. Let her familiarize herself with Ma Zhou with her future job. Li Zixuan instructed Faubert when they arrived at the workshop. "Yes, young master. Song Xiaoxi. Bring this lady to the back hall to look for Steward Ma." Uncle Fu nodded and called Song Xiaoxi over, instructing him. "Yes, lady, this way please." Then Mr. Wenhao, I'll take my leave first." Li Yu wasn't afraid of strangers at all, but she knew that if Li Zixuan wanted to harm her, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. Since that was the case, now that she was in Li Zixuan's territory, what was there to be afraid of? Where couldn't she go? "You go first." Li Zixuan nodded and Li Yu followed Song Xiaoxi. Faubert smiled and said, "Young master, please come with me. Young master, please come with me. There is an office specially prepared for you here." Faubert wasn't talking nonsense, but it was true. The original layout of the workshop originally had a courtyard reserved for the owner. Yen Lide used to come here often, but when it was Li Zixuan's turn to take over the workshop, he didn't stay for long. Every time, he left after assigning tasks to everyone. Li Zixuan replied with an "oh" and led Meng Wenhao, San Bao, and the others to follow behind Uncle Fu. After making many turns, they arrived at a small courtyard. Li Zixuan looked at this unfamiliar courtyard and raised his eyebrows in surprise. At the same time, he was a little embarrassed. He was not qualified to be a big boss. He was not even familiar with his own territory. Young master, this is the place. When Minister Yen came over, he handled his business at Drunken Wind Pavilion. This courtyard has always been cleaned. Young master, you can go in directly. Fu Bo stopped and pointed at the independent courtyard with the words Drunken Wind Pavilion hanging in front of him. Yes, thank you, Faubert. I'm here today to make a small tool. I'll get Sanbao to get some materials from you later. Faubert, you can give me whatever you want. If you have something to do now, you can go ahead. Li Zixuan nodded his head in satisfaction. This office was not bad. Compared to the laboratory he had been in his previous life, although this place did not have the professional modern laboratory equipment, the environment was good. Such a quaint independent courtyard, if placed in the modern era, would be worth more than all the equipment in his laboratory combined. As for the professional equipment, it's fine if I don't have it now. I have so much stock in my mind. Why would I be afraid that I can't upgrade the industrial foundation of the Tang dynasty? And, young master, this old man will take his leave first. Faubert cupped his hands and walked away with a smile. Although he didn't know what Li Zixuan was up to, he would know when the time came. There was no need to rush. Iron Egg. Where's your master? Today, Li Tai had come to look for Li Zixuan to continue listening to his novel. As usual, this fellow didn't let anyone announce his arrival and directly swaggered in. However, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled when he found nothing. Seeing Iron Egg passing by, Li Tai quickly stopped him and asked. Iron Egg was speechless. It was rare to see someone like Li Tai walk into someone's house and look for the owner. Your Highness Prince Wei, my master went to the workshop. He went to the workshop? How is that possible? Isn't he still under house arrest? The news that Li Zixuan's house arrest was lifted in advance hadn't reached Li Tai's ears yet. Therefore, the little fatty was surprised. His Majesty lifted my master's house arrest and asked him to make some small tools to guide the way for the fleet in 7 days to prevent them from getting lost on the sea. Iron Egg explained patiently. Since there's something so interesting, I'll go take a look too. When Li Tai heard this, his interest was immediately piqued. Aside from the novel, what he admired the most was Li Zixuan's ability to stir up trouble. Scooters, curved plows, immortal drunkenness, and luxury caravans were all new items that were popular in Chang'e. Now that there was obviously something fun to do, Li Tai naturally wanted to personally take a look. Hey, Your Highness, wait. I'll go too. Aren't you going to review your lessons? I'm done. Sir, do you think it's okay this time? In Drunken Wind Pavilion, Meng Wenhao was assigned by Li Zixuan to magnetize the embroidery needle. He bitterly ground the needle on a magnet for nearly half an hour before showing it to Li Zixuan again. Li Zixuan took it and sucked on the small iron nail next to it. After finding that the magnetism was good, he nodded and said, Well, it's okay. Then he fixed the magnetic needle on a very thin piece of wood and put it in a bowl of water with the piece of wood. The tip of the magnetic needle turned for a while and pointed to the south. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Wenhao, look, with this, you can tell north from south, right? Meng Wenhao came forward and looked at it. He was surprised and said, It's true. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Haha, this is called a compass. Later, paint the two ends of the needle with different colors. Paint the end that points to the north red and the end that points to the south white. In the future, no matter when and where, as long as people have this compass, they will be able to tell north from south. Master, this is a good idea, but I really don't understand. This needle is just ground on a magnet. Why can it tell the direction? Meng Wenhao exclaimed in admiration. Then, he frowned deeply and asked doubtfully, What good thing? Let me see. At this time, Li Tai directly pushed the door open and ran over excitedly. Master, Iron Egg was not as arrogant as Li Tai. He respectfully greeted Li Zixuan, but he felt a little guilty. After all, at this time he should be reviewing his homework at home. Qing Ke, Iron Egg, you're here? Li Zixuan nodded and did not say much. Next, he needed to spread some knowledge of physics. Iron Egg came at the right time, so he did not need to explain alone in the future. Master, this is the tool you made to tell the direction. Isn't it too simple? Li Tai looked at the simple compass in the bowl and complained. Haha, it's so simple. Why didn't anyone come up with it in the past few hundred years? Qin Ke, don't be so arrogant. Many new things are very simple when they first come out, but what they represent is the progress of civilization. This is a qualitative leap. Moreover, this compass is only a prototype now. I will ask Faubert to make some modifications on this foundation. When the time comes, it will look a lot better. Li Zixuan smiled faintly. Li Tai listened and thought seriously, then nodded and said, Master, you're right. I'm arrogant. So this thing is called a compass. Can you tell me how this compass can tell the direction? Chapter 253. Inside the room. Meng Wenhao, Li Tai, and Iron Egg all looked at Li Zixuan with curiosity. Li Zixuan carefully sorted out the relevant knowledge in his mind and then slowly said, Wenhao, Qin Ke, Iron Egg, if I want to explain to you why this compass can point to the direction, then I have to start from the ground we are standing on. I don't know if you have heard of the square sky and round earth in Zhengzi. In terms of knowledge, Li Tai was the most knowledgeable. Couldn't be helped, who asked the Li family to have so many books. Tai has seen this before. Sir, are you trying to say that the earth is square? Li Tai frowned and asked. No. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, in fact, the people of later generations thought that the square sky and round earth meant that the sky was round and the earth was square. That was a big mistake. The origin of the square sky and round earth came from the evolution of the Xiantian 8 trigrams. It was the diagram of the square sky and round earth. The hexagrams surrounding it represented the laws of the sky, and the square hexagrams in the middle represented the laws of the earth. The sky was the master, the earth was the second. The sky was yang, and the earth was yin. The two of them resonated with each other, giving birth to all things in the world. Man happened to be made of the essence of the world, so he was regarded as the spirit of all things in the world. He could sense all things in the world, and was the most spiritual. Taoism believed that the square sky meant that one's mind must be harmonious in order to be clear. The square sky meant that one must be strict and orderly in life. The square sky and round earth was misunderstood by many people from the beginning. In fact, the concept of a square sky and a square earth was essentially an interpretation of the creation and operation of heaven and earth in the yin and yang system of the Book of Changes. The Book of Changes was the head of all scriptures and the origin of Chinese learning. Its ideological system believed that everything evolved according to yin, yang, and the 5 elements. Therefore, there was an ideological system of yin, yang, and the 5 elements in every ancient subject. For example, Lu Banjing for architecture, inner canon of the Yellow Emperor for life, spring and autumn flourishing dew for governing the country, the art of war for military deployment, green capsule sutra for geomancy, heavenly marrow drop for personal fate, the great unity of human relations for observing people's faces, and so on. Almost every aspect that could be thought of had the thought system of yin and yang in the Book of Changes. This was also the reason why the Book of Changes was regarded as the best of all scriptures. In fact, Li Zixuan had seen these things on a certain forum when he was bored in his previous life. As the last disciple of spiritual master Ling Su, he had transmigrated for so long and finally had the opportunity to preach Taoist culture and talk nonsense while he was at it. It was really not easy. After listening to Li Zixuan's philosophical words, the other 3 people in the room couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Then, sir, what is the shape of the land we are on? At this moment, a crisp voice came from the door. It was Little Fishy. Ah, Little Fishy, have you finished looking at the editorial department? How was it? How did it feel? Li Zixuan asked with a smile. Oh, the atmosphere there is very good. But there are all knowledgeable people. Sir, Little Fishy feels that I am not qualified for this job. When Liu went to the editing department, she was stunned by the scene inside. However, compared to those knowledgeable editors, Little Yu, who had never gone to school and could barely read, was instantly hit by a blow. Hee. I didn't expect that our extraordinarily astute and eloquent little fishy would have a timid moment. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "But little fishy, it is wrong for you to think this way. Although you are not knowledgeable, you have your advantages. The news on our Datong Daily doesn't need to be very literary. You just need to write a novel and interesting story. I think you are qualified for this position." "Really? Really?" Li Yu asked excitedly. "Yes, of course. Later, try to write an article and show it to me. Maybe I can give you some pointers. Of course, before you write the news, you have to go to the people and find some interesting things. As a reporter, you can't make something out of nothing." Yes, I will go out tomorrow to find the news." This girl had a big heart. Her bad mood came and went quickly. At this moment, she was no longer as dispirited as before. Instead, she was full of enthusiasm. Then she said, "Sir, can you continue to talk about the shape of the earth?" Li Tai and Iron Egg nodded quickly. At this time, they didn't have extra time to care about who Li Yu was and where she came from. Their minds were hooked by Li Zishuan's theory just now. In fact, the earth we are standing on is a sphere. The reason why we can't feel that it is a sphere is because its size is too big. I call this piece of land the earth. Every person in every corner of the earth has the sky above their head. The direction they are standing in is pointing to the center of the earth. Li Zishuan said as he held an iron ball and gestured. "Then why don't the people below the earth fall?" Li Tai asked with a frown. Li Zishuan glanced at him and said, "In fact, for the earth, there is no such thing as above and below. The earth itself rotates by itself. Look, this is the sun and this is the earth. When the earth rotates here, this area is daytime. On the other hand, the opposite side is night. When the other side rotates, the area on that side becomes daytime. This is the sunrise and sunset that we see every day. As for Qingshua's question about why people won't fall, I'll leave it to you guys to figure it out for yourselves. But there's one thing I can tell you for sure. The earth is definitely round, and people definitely won't fall. Sir's theory is really novel, but it also makes some sense." Li Tai nodded thoughtfully. He couldn't completely accept it in a short time. After all, the shock it brought to him was too great. Qing Ke still doesn't seem to believe me. Then I'll give you 2 more examples. When a ship comes from afar, we always see the mast first and then the hull. If you haven't seen the sea, it's the same in a big river. On the other hand, no matter where we are or how high we stand, the range of our vision is always limited. These all prove that the earth is spherical. That's true. I've seen many ships like this on the river before. Hearing this, Li Yu hurriedly shouted happily. "Well, after explaining that the earth is spherical, I'll tell you why the compass can point the way. This will be a new subject. This subject will bring you into a new world." Chapter 254. Take a look at this bar magnet. I tied a string to its center and suspended it in the air. When it is still, I call the end that points to the south pole of the magnet. The end that points to the north is called the north pole of the magnet. Then, I'll label it with the north pole and south pole labels. Qing Ke, follow my steps and label the other magnet with the north pole and south pole labels. In the Drunken Wind Pavilion, Li Zishuan was holding a bar magnet and conducting the most basic physics experiment for the 4 of them. Good. Tai, come and try. Li Tai had read a lot of the 4 books and 5 classics, but he had never done a real experiment before. He had been watching Li Zishuan play happily from the side and had long been itching for a fight. When he heard this, he immediately rushed over. Li Zishuan smiled and let the little fatty play by himself. He went to get 2 small pieces of paper and was about to stick the N and S poles on the magnet in his hand when he suddenly froze. This was the Tang dynasty. How could the ancients know about north and south? If you put N and S on it, who would know what it meant? Helplessly, he shook his head and wrote N and B on the north and south poles. Hill just used the pinyin initials of the north and south poles. Sigh, how vexing. Many scientific terms and terms in the future had various English abbreviations. What should he do in the future? Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. It seemed that there was still a long way to go to raise the level of science and technology in the Great Tang. Sir, Tai has also found the North and South Poles. Sir, what do you mean by these words? Li Tai's hands-on skills were not bad. It didn't take long for him to find the North and South Poles of the other magnet. But when he saw the two letters Li Zishuan had marked, he was immediately confused. Qing K. Do you still remember the pinyin? N and B are the pinyin initials of the North and South Poles. For the sake of convenience, we'll use these two letters to replace the North and South Poles in the future. Li Zishuan couldn't help but rejoice at his quick-wittedness. Otherwise, how would he explain the NNs? Oh, I see. Now that you mention it, Tai also feels that it's quite convenient. Li Tai suddenly understood. Then he followed suit and marked the North and South Poles of the magnet in his hand. At this time, Li Zishuan held two magnets in his hand, looked at the four of them and said, "Next, I'm going to tell you a very important theorem, which is that magnetic poles of the same sex repel each other and magnetic poles of the opposite sex attract each other. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself and see if it's true." Is there such a thing? Let me try. Li Yu took two magnets and started the experiment. Although she didn't know pinyin, she could still tell if the two letters were the same. It's really like that. Sir, why is that? And what does this have to do with the compass being able to point the way? After Li Yu played with the magnets for a while, she tested the result that Li Zishuan predicted. Then she asked, why does the same sex repel each other and the opposite sex attract each other? You can think about this question later. Of course, you can also understand it as the relationship between people. Usually, it's a man and a woman who get married. You've never seen a man marry another man or a woman marry another woman, right? Li Zishuan couldn't explain this question clearly. At that time, their physics teacher only said that it was a theorem and asked everyone to remember it. As for why the same sex repel each other and the opposite sex attract each other, he didn't know. He could only say that he didn't understand. Ha ha! Li Yu smiled and said, "Sir, this is really interesting. Ahem, as for how this theorem is related to the compass, I can only say that it's very related. In fact, the Earth can also be seen as a big magnet. One of its poles is near the geographical North Pole, which can also be called the South Pole of the geomagnetic field. The other pole is near the geographical South Pole, which is the North Pole of the geomagnetic field. According to the principle of the same sex repel each other and the opposite sex attract each other, our magnets and magnetic needles can point to the north and south under certain conditions." Li Zishuan began to teach them about the geomagnetic field. It was the first time the children heard such a novel theory, and they all widened their eyes. How is that possible? How can the Earth we're standing on be a magnet? Li Tai muttered to himself. His face was full of disbelief. This shocking theory had completely overturned his worldview. Ha! Li Zishuan smiled and didn't say much. He walked to the nearby tables and started to draw. A real compass used for navigation couldn't be so crude and simple. It didn't have any technical content. In fact, the core of a compass other than the magnetic needle was its central axis. It had to consider the balance of the needle and the friction during rotation. Li Zishuan designed the central axis as a step axis. He drilled a hole slightly larger than the diameter of the thin end of the step axis at the center of gravity of the magnetic needle. After the magnetic needle was inserted into the thin axis, he tried to deform the thin axis and rivet the magnetic needle onto the thin axis. He controlled the deformation of the thin axis to prevent the magnetic needle from being riveted. At this time, the magnetic needle could rotate around the thin axis, but it couldn't leave the thin axis. As for the cover of the compass, he could only use glass. In the past, he was lazy and didn't make glass. He didn't expect that he still couldn't avoid glass. This time, he might as well make glass. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan raised his head and ordered, "San Bao, go and ask Faubert to come here." "Yes, young master." San Bao responded and hurriedly ran out of the small courtyard to look for Uncle Fu. After a while, Faubert came in and asked, "Young master, you were looking for me?" "Yes, Faubert, take a look and see if this thing can be made." Li Zixuan handed the drawings of the various parts of the compass to Faubert and said. Faubert took it and looked at it seriously. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded and said, "It should be possible, but it's very troublesome. Young master, there are many small and delicate parts in the thing you drew. If you want to make it perfectly, you'll need an old craftsman who has been working for more than 10 years. Hearing this, Li Zixuan patted his head. He almost forgot that some of the parts in this compass were almost equivalent to a small precision instrument. In a modern industrialized society with all kinds of lathes and machine tools, it would only take a few seconds. However, in ancient times, where craftsmen relied entirely on manual craftsmanship, it was really difficult. Then Faubert, quickly gather a group of experienced craftsmen and have them put down their work and concentrate on making a batch of compasses. Oh, I forgot to tell you, this thing is called a compass. It's something that His Majesty urgently needs. This time, the Imperial Court's navy is mainly relying on this thing to determine the direction in the vast sea. Tell the craftsmen to hurry up. If you make one more now, you might be able to save the lives of many people on board." Li Zixuan said with a serious expression. If there were difficulties, then they had to overcome them. Although there were no modern craftsmen in ancient times, there were many skilled craftsmen. Many of the ancient handicrafts and buildings could not be made by modern people even if they relied on machinery. Faubert had thought that Li Zixuan would come today just like before, purely to make some new things for him. He did not expect that Li Zixuan would come with such an important task today. After hearing this, he quickly said with a serious expression, "Young master, rest assured that the workshop will work together these few days to make a batch of compasses." Chapter 255. After Faubert finished speaking, he took the blueprint and turned around to prepare for the manufacturing of the compass. After all, the situation was urgent. "Hey Faubert, wait!" Li Zixuan hurriedly stopped Faubert and said, "Faubert, the upper part of the compass needs a layer of glass. Its colored glaze. Cover it with a layer of colored glaze. Otherwise, the magnetic needle will fall off easily and be damaged easily." Faubert paused and nodded. "Yes, that's true. But this way, the cost of a compass will be too high." Li Zixuan had read countless time travel novels in his previous life. Naturally, he knew that glass was a luxury item in ancient times and was very expensive. He pondered for a moment and said, "Faubert, buy some colored glaze from the barbarian merchants and make a compass first. I need it urgently today." "Yes, young master. It shouldn't be a problem to make one first." Li Zixuan nodded. He looked out of the door and sighed faintly. Then, he took out the glass formula and baking method that he had just written on the table and said, "After that, we don't need to buy any colored glaze from the barbarian merchants. You don't need to buy colored glass from the barbarian merchants for the rest of the compass. I have a method to produce colored glass here. The formula and the detailed steps are all written here. You can try to figure it out later. In a day or two, our workshop should be able to produce colored glass ourselves. Furthermore, it's even purer than the colored glass sold by the barbarian merchants. Those barbarian merchants have made so much money from our Tang Empire by relying on the crude manufacturing process of colored glaze. Now, it's time for them to be eliminated." "What?" Uncle Fu couldn't help but cry out in surprise. What Li Zixuan said was simply too shocking. Ever since the colored glaze was spread to the Central Plains, it wasn't that people hadn't thought of imitating it, but none of them had ended in failure. This was because just by looking at the surface, it was impossible to tell the composition of the colored glaze, let alone imitating it. "Young master, you really have a way to bake colored glaze?" Faubert, you should be able to make it after trying a few more times according to the manufacturing method that I wrote for you. However, you have to keep it a secret. The formula of Lu Li should be top secret in the workshop. The fewer people who know about it, the better." As long as he knew the formula and firing steps of the glass, the manufacturing process would not be too complicated. Since he was the same as countless people who had transmigrated and created glass, how could he not take the opportunity to make a fortune? How could he be worthy of others? In fact, the glass manufacturing process in China began in the Western Zhou dynasty. However, the glass made at that time was very muddy and far from meeting the requirements of modern glass technology. There was a small story about the people who first discovered glass. It was said that more than 1000 BC, a European Phoenician merchant ship, full of the crystal mineral natural soda, sailed on the Belus River on the Mediterranean coast. The merchant ship ran aground due to the ebb of the sea, so the crew went ashore one after another. Some of the crew members even brought over a large pot and firewood. They used a few pieces of natural soda as a support for the pot and started cooking on the beach. After the crew finished their meal, the tide began to rise. Just as they were about to pack up and board the ship to continue sailing, someone suddenly shouted, "Everyone, come and look! There are some sparkling and bright things on the sand under the pot." The crew brought these sparkling things to the ship and studied them carefully. They found that there were some quartz sand and melted natural soda stuck to these sparkling things. It turned out that these sparkling things were the natural soda that they used to make the support for the pot when cooking. Under the action of the flame, it chemically reacted with the quartz sand on the beach to produce crystals. This was the earliest glass. Later, the Phoenicians mixed the quartz sand and natural soda together and then melted it in a special furnace to make glass balls. This made the Phoenicians a fortune. Around the 4th century, the Romans began to apply glass to doors and windows. By 1291, the glass manufacturing technology in Italy was very developed. Our glass manufacturing technology must not be leaked out. Gather all the glass craftsmen together to produce glass. Just like that, the glass craftsmen in Italy were sent to an isolated island to produce glass. They were not allowed to leave this isolated island for the rest of their lives. In 1688, a man named Naff invented the process of making large pieces of glass. From then on, glass became an ordinary item. In the Drunken Wind Pavilion, when Faubert saw his young master's solemn expression, he knew that the matter of the glass formula was true. He took the formula and cupped his hands with a solemn expression. "Young master, don't worry. This old man still knows the importance of this matter. This old man will personally follow up on the manufacturing of glass. There will definitely not be more than 5 people who know the specific formula. Moreover, these people are all absolutely loyal to the workshop. As for the first compass, it should be able to be made today." Li Zixuan nodded with satisfaction and said, "Well, Faubert, go ahead and do your work. I'll be in the workshop in the afternoon. If you have any questions, you can come and ask me at any time." Faubert heard this, and the solemn expression on his face became more intense. Li Zixuan had never stayed in the workshop for such a long time, but today he actually took the initiative to stay. From this aspect, it could be seen how much importance Li Zixuan attached to the compass. "Then this old man will go and arrange for the craftsmen to make the compass." Faubert cupped his hands and said goodbye. In the room, Li Tai looked at Li Zixuan curiously and asked, "Sir, you really know how to make glass? Can you tell Tai about it?" Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and said in a bad mood, "This is a trade secret. Why should I tell you?" Li Tai choked for a moment. He was speechless and said, "I won't steal your business. Aren't you too stingy? Besides, as a teacher, preaching, teaching, and answering questions is what you should do." Li Zixuan had no choice but to give them a simple introduction to the principles of glassmaking. Li Zixuan had no choice but to give them a simple introduction to the principles of glassmaking. In fact, the manufacture of glass involves another subject. I call it chemistry. The so-called chemistry can be understood as the study of changes. Several things can react with each other and change into other substances. This is the core of the subject of chemistry. If I have time in the future, I can systematically explain this subject to you. Next, I'll briefly talk about the firing principle of glass. Li Zixuan slowly gave Li Tai, Meng Wenhao, and the others a rough explanation of the reaction between the various components in the glass-making process. Of course, he couldn't go into too much detail, or it would involve a lot of fundamental questions. During the explanation, it was inevitable that some words that they had never heard before would pop up. But no one interrupted. They all listened attentively because they knew that the knowledge that Li Zixuan was talking about was very likely to be unique in the Tang Empire and even in the whole world. This knowledge was very likely to change the entire Tang Empire. Chapter 256. Drunken Wind Pavilion. Li Zishuan was speaking with fervor and assurance. Meng Wenhao, Li Tai, Iron Egg, and Li Yu were listening attentively. The first chemistry class of this era was quietly unfolding in such a room. Time passed slowly. After about an hour, Li Zishuan finally explained most of the chemical reactions in the glass manufacturing process. Of course, it was estimated that they could only understand less than 40% of it. After all, they had no foundation in chemistry at all. Well, that's all for now. As long as you understand the general principles, that's enough. I know that there are many things that you don't understand. If there is a chance in the future, I will set up a chemistry class, but definitely not now. Li Zishuan spoke for a long time. His mouth was dry. He quickly drank a few mouthfuls of water and then said, "Ah? You're not going to teach anymore? Sir, you're too irresponsible." Only Li Tai dared to criticize Li Zishuan in front of his face. The little fatty pouted and muttered unhappily. He was completely immersed in the world of chemistry just now. Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. "You're not AF** king girl, and I didn't do anything to you. How is that irresponsible?" He waved his hand and said, "I said I'm not going to teach anymore. Qingke, go get a pen and paper. Before Faubert and the others make a compass, prepare to write a few more chapters of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality!" When Li Tai heard this, he immediately became spirited. The dissatisfaction on his face instantly disappeared without a trace. "Hee, that's good. I'll go get a pen and paper." Wow, so The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was written by Sir. Li Yu exclaimed. She just read the newspaper that Li Zishuan gave her in the carriage. Other than the news, the part that attracted her the most was the novel. Although she only read a few chapters in the middle of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, she was deeply attracted by the bizarre world of immortal cultivation inside. Fortunately, Li Zishuan had only given her some old newspapers. If she were to read today's issue, the expression on her face would not be one of shock, but of vomiting blood, because in this edition of the newspaper, she could see Li Zishuan rewarding himself. "Little Yu, I gave you the newspaper in the carriage just so you could read the news. Why did you go read novels?" When Li Zishuan saw how excited the little girl was, he knew that she had read a lot of novels in the carriage earlier. Li stuck her tongue out awkwardly. She was speechless. After a while, Li Tai got a pen and paper. Everything was ready. Li Zishuan looked at the four of them, then continued to talk about The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Continuing from last time, today we will start from chapter 34, Blinking Swordsmanship. Blinking Swordsmanship? Han Li repeated the name of the swordsmanship to himself. Yeah, what do swordsmanship and blinking have to do with each other? Isn't the name funny? Have you practiced this swordsmanship before? Han Li asked with concern. Of course not. Who would practice a martial art that doesn't even use true qi? Isn't it just for show? Not to mention me, ever since it was created, no one has practiced it. Today's opening was more exciting. When the words blinking swordsmanship came out, it immediately attracted the attention of Li Tai and the others. In fact, even Li Zishuan admired the imagination of the original author of Mortal, Wang Yu. To be able to come up with such a novel swordsmanship, this novel swordsmanship was even more attractive to people like Li Tai and Meng Wenhao who had never been in contact with online literature. In a way, the blinking swordsmanship created by the first generation of the 7 Invincible Elders was probably the technique that had the greatest impact on Han Li's life. Of course, the blinking swordsmanship was not a true technique. Could not even be considered a swordsmanship. Instead, it was more like a killing encyclopedia. Its goal was to make use of all available factors and seize a fleeting opportunity to kill an enemy who was stronger than oneself in the blink of an eye. From the original book, it could be seen that Han Li had been on the path of cultivation for nearly 3,000 years. His realm had risen from that of a mortal to that of a great ascension ancestor. His techniques had also been constantly upgraded. However, this martial art created by a mortal had always influenced him. From this, one could see the power of the blinking swordsmanship. Stealing secret manuals, surprise 3 untrainables. Meeting a spy at night, abnormal conditions, origin of the secret technique, message appearing at night, cloud-winged bird, everything was ready. In the blink of an eye, another 10 chapters had been talked about. Almost 2 hours later, Faubert finally walked in with a small wooden box. Young master, look, the first compass has been made. Faubert looked a little tired, but more excited. It could be seen that he had spent a lot of effort on this first compass. Li Zixuan took the box and opened it. He saw a palm-sized compass with a wooden casing lying quietly in the box. As for why the casing was made of wood, it was mainly because iron would interfere with the pointing of the compass. In this era, copper was mainly used to cast copper coins. It was even more precious than iron, so it was not conducive to popularizing. Li Zixuan took out the compass and held it in his hand. The magnetic needle rotated with the dial. When it stopped, he could immediately identify the 4 directions from the dial. Well, that's great. Faubert, thank you for your hard work. Li Zixuan looked a little excited. The degree of perfection of the first compass had exceeded his imagination. Although the pointing of the compass was certainly not absolutely accurate, because the north and south poles of geomagnetism did not completely coincide with the north and south poles of geomagnetism, there was magnetic declination. This had been mentioned by the scholar Shin Kuo of the Northern Song dynasty in Dream Creek writings. But to be able to achieve this step was really very good. At least for this time's fleet to go south, this compass could be called a divine tool. The final difference between having and not having a compass was really big. Haha! It's not hard, not hard. Young master, the materials for making glass have been prepared. This old man has decided to start firing the glass tonight. After all, time waits for no one. Faubert said with a smile. Li Zixuan couldn't help but say, Faubert, you are so old. It's better not to stay up late. You don't have to worry too much about the glass. According to the method I wrote, it should be able to be made in 2 or 3 days. Young master, you don't have to worry about this old man's body. This old man has just turned 60 this year. I have been working my whole life. My body has always been healthy. Besides, when the time comes, I will just be watching from the side. It won't take much physical strength. I will be fine. Faubert's face was glowing. From his complexion, he indeed looked more energetic than some people in their 60s. Perhaps a person's heart was full of enthusiasm, which could indeed make his body more energetic. Well, anyway, in any case, your health is the most important. You are now the pillar of our workshop. Li Zixuan saw that Faubert was insistent. He could only compromise helplessly. Haha! Thank you for your concern. Young master, this old man will go back to work. Faubert was touched. He cupped his hands and said, Okay. Chapter 257. Haha! Since today's goal has been achieved, let's go back. Li Zixuan put the compass back into the wooden box and smiled happily. Hey, mister, wait a minute. Where will I live? I can't live in the workshop, right? Xiao Yuer jumped out and asked. Li Zixuan patted his head. He almost forgot about it. I'll have Uncle Fu arrange for someone to bring you to the broker. When the time comes, you can choose which square you want to live in. You can rent a courtyard in that square and live there for now. I'll give you 5 strings of coins in advance and deduct it from your salary in the future. In the Tang dynasty, renting a house was very common and not shameful. It was said that Bai Jui had once rented a house for 18 years. As for how to rent a house, just look for the people in the broker house. This era was not like the modern era where the city was small. Everyone would know if there was a vacant house and they would tell each other. The people in the broker house specialized in this, so they would definitely know more about it. Besides, wasn't Ma Zhou's house rented next to the workshop? Thank you, mister. But mister, aren't you afraid that I'll sneak away by giving me so much money in advance? Li Yu cracked a smile and said mischievously, If you want to run away, then run away. It's only 5 strings of coins, not 5,000 strings of coins. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said indifferently. He really didn't care about this small amount of money now. Li Yu was stunned. According to the script, Shouldn't Li Zixuan say that he trusted her and wasn't worried that she would run away? How did it turn out like this? Li Zixuan took the compass and went to the commandery Prince Hejin Manor by carriage. After he asked the servant to go in and report, a beautiful woman who was less than 30 years old came out. Looking at her noble aura, she should be the commandery prince's consort. You must be Li Zixuan? I'm really sorry. My lord fell asleep after coming back from the imperial palace at noon. I've already asked someone to wake him up. Nephew, come in quickly. Logically speaking, when someone came to visit, as the mistress of the house, Wang Fei usually wouldn't appear. However, today's situation was truly special. Firstly, Li Xiaogong had drunk quite a bit at noon and was indeed still not fully awake. Secondly, Li Zixuan was just a junior and didn't really need to worry about these things. So it's the princess consort. This one greets the princess consort. Li Zixuan was also shocked and hurriedly raised his hands in greeting. No need for formality, come in quickly. Before His Highness went to sleep, he specifically instructed me to wake him up when you came. The princess consort said with laughter. Li Zixuan followed Zheng Ji Fei through the grand Wang Fu and came to a spacious hall. After sitting down, seeing that Li Xiaogong had not come yet, Zheng Ji Fei started to chat with Li Zixuan about daily life. Things like how old he was, who was in his family, if he was married, and so on. Li Zixuan did not dare to show any impatience on his face. Of course, he did not dare to stare at Zheng Ji Fei. This guy hugged the teacup. As he politely answered, he submissively stared at the teacup as though there was a flower inside the teacup. It wasn't that he couldn't be seen, but this princess consort was too beautiful. Li Zixuan was afraid that if he looked at her too much, he would get chicken eyes. He wasn't chicken bro's chicken. Haha, little Xian, you've come? Don't tell me you've already finished that little tool for identifying directions? Just as Li Zixuan was silently criticizing Li Xiaogong for marrying such a beautiful wife and not dying of silence, Li Xiaogong's laughter came from outside the room. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Li Xiaogong, dressed in dark yellow robes, walk in with an imposing presence. Greetings to the Lord. Haha, rise, rise. The two greeted each other and Li Xiaogong sat next to the princess consort. At this time, Li Zixuan took out the sandalwood box containing the compass from his sleeve and handed it in front of Li Xiaogong. He said with a smile, Lord, this is the tool this little one made to find directions. It's called a compass. Take a look. Li Xiaogong said with a smile. You are really efficient. As he spoke, he took the sandalwood box. After opening it, he took out the palm-sized compass and then examined it in his hand. He saw the small magnetic needle that was thick in the middle and thin at the ends had a paper dial. After the initial spins, it finally stabilized. Li Xiaogong looked at the direction marked on the dial and then looked at the direction in reality. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Miraculous. Really miraculous. Such a small thing can point out north, south, east, and west so quickly. It really is miraculous. This is much better than the compass of the imperial astronomer. The princess consort saw her husband lose his composure and couldn't help but come over to see what kind of miraculous object it was. With a look, she was also attracted by the exquisite and wondrous compass. Lord, this thing is much smaller than the compass, but I didn't expect it to be so useful. And the speed at which it points directions is so fast. Yes, it is so. Little Xian, this thing you made is very good. This prince heard that you have a workshop. That will save us a lot of trouble. This time, there are about 1,300 ships going south, including the civilian ships. You can have your workshop make 1,000 compasses first. At this time, Li Xiaogong was even more confident about leading the navy down south to trade for grain. He waved his hand heroically and said, Li Zixuan's knees weakened and he almost knelt down. He could not calculate things like Li Xiaogong. It would take at least half a month to make 1,000 compasses. That was because all of the fine components had to be polished by hand. Lord, it is not easy to make this compass, and it is not cheap to make. If you want 1,000, even if the court is willing to pay, our workshop cannot make it in 7 days. Li Zishuan spread his hands with a troubled expression. Ah, how expensive can such a small thing be? Boy, don't fool Ben Wang, Li Xiaogong said with a frown. Lord, this boy does not dare to fool you. Look at the cover of this compass. It is made of colored glass. The small needles inside have to be polished by old craftsmen in our workshop to be perfect. Calculating this, the cost of one compass is at least 3 or 4 strings of coins. To ensure that he would not lose money, Li Zishuan started to pour out his grievances and calculate the cost for Li Xiaogong. TSK, it really is colored glass. Boy, don't you know how to get some cheap materials? Li Xiaogong looked carefully and then could not help but frown as he scolded. This can protect the internal structure and allow people to see the direction inside clearly from the outside. Other than colored glass, this boy really cannot think of any other material that can be used as a substitute. Li Zishuan was dissing Li Xiaogong for being uncultured in his mind but explained without a change in expression. Lord, this concubine feels that you should think this way. At this time, Junwang Fei smiled and interrupted. Compared to Sinan, this compass is small and fine, but the price is more than 10 times cheaper than Sinan. If you think like this, don't you feel that this compass is much cheaper? Wow, Junwang Fei is really a godlike teammate. Li Zishuan furiously praised Junwang Fei 666666666 in his mind. He had not been lying when he estimated the cost. However, that was only when the workshop did not have the ability to make glass. Right now, the workshop would probably be able to produce glass in a short while. At that time, the cost of this compass would probably not even be enough. The fleet would definitely make a lot of money heading south this time. In comparison, it was not too much for him to earn this little bit of money, right? Yes, Wang Fei's words are very good. Boy, come with Ben Wang to the palace to see His Majesty. This matter needs to be decided by His Majesty in the end. Hearing Junwang Fei's analysis, Li Xiaogong's expression turned joyful as he stood and laughed. Chapter 258. The sun was setting in the west. Looking at the time, it would not be long before all the shops closed. However, Li Zishuan was forcefully dragged by Li Xiaogong to the palace. Are you still worried about the curfew? What should I say to you? It's just a curfew. In a while, His Majesty will give you a warrant. The patrolling marquis will naturally not make things difficult for you. The officials will also open the doors for you. What are you afraid of? In the Li family's luxurious limousine, Li Xiaogong saw Li Zishuan looking at the sky outside the window from time to time. He pondered for a moment and understood what Li Zishuan was thinking. He comfortably leaned on the sofa and said unhappily, "Ugh." Li Zishuan thought that it was true. He secretly thought that he was used to being an obedient child. Your Highness is right. Ha ha. However, your carriage is really comfortable, especially this stool. Sitting on it is soft, even more comfortable than lying on a bed. Brat, how about you give me one later? Li Xiaogong was like some of the big bosses in modern times. He sank his entire body into the sofa. He used his hand to touch his old waist and sighed in satisfaction. Your Highness, the production of this carriage is currently not enough. However, in a few days there will be a batch of carriages to sell. At that time, I will give you another one. How about it? Li Zishuan silently cursed Li Xiaogong in his heart. He was afraid that Li Xiaogong had drunk too much. Otherwise, he would not be rubbing his old waist now. At the same time, he was somewhat regretful. If he knew that he would be going to the palace with Li Xiaogong, he would not have taken a carriage when he came. Bam! Li Xiaogong patted the armrest of the sofa and said angrily, "Brat, don't play dumb with me. 2 days ago, you just gave a carriage to Xu Bao and Ji Jie. You don't have one when it's my turn? Are you afraid that I won't give you money?" These words were a bit shameless. At this moment, Li Zishuan really had no choice but to give it. Otherwise, he would offend the other party. How would I dare? That brat will have someone send a carriage to your Highness tomorrow, Li Zishuan said with a pained expression. He swore to himself that he would never take a carriage to visit someone's house again before the caravan was mass-produced and sold. Every time he took a carriage, there would be one less caravan. As a person, one shouldn't act tough. Tisk. Look at your stingy appearance. Although this carriage is a little luxurious, this prince can still afford it. Later, this prince will have someone send the money for the carriage to your house. Li Xiaogong curled his lips and mocked. Your Highness, this really isn't a matter of money. It's just that this kind of carriage is really too rare. This little one originally built this carriage to prepare for next month's wedding. My original intention was not to make money. Hearing Li Zishuan's words, Li Xiaogong's face turned red. As an elder, it was really shameful to steal someone's wedding car. Cough, cough. Oh, this king just remembered that Xiao Xian will be getting married soon. At that time, this king is afraid that this king won't be able to make it back in time. However, Princess Consort will definitely personally go to congratulate on behalf of this king and present a large gift. In other words, this king would still want this carriage, but when you get married, this king will compensate you with a large gift. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes in his heart. He pretended to cup his hands and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." "Haha, you're welcome, you're welcome." Li Zishuan. This is the tool you made to distinguish directions. Taiji Palace. Li Er held the newly made compass in his hand and looked at it curiously as he asked. Yes, this humble subject calls this a compass. In the past, when passengers were at sea, they mostly relied on the sun, moon, and stars to distinguish directions. However, when it's cloudy and rainy, they can't distinguish between north, south, east, and west. With this compass, even if it's cloudy and rainy, they won't get lost. Li Zishuan bowed and answered. Li Er fiddled with the compass for a while and found that it was indeed convenient. Thus he said, not bad. To be able to make such an exquisite and practical compass in such a short time. I'm afraid that in the entire Tang Empire, only you can do it. How much does it cost to make? As an emperor, Li Er was very qualified. The first thing he thought of was whether it was worth it or not, unlike Li Xiaogong, who directly asked for 1,000. Replying to Your Majesty, the cost of one compass is about 3 or 4 strings of coins. Your Majesty, please don't think it's expensive. I'm sure you know the approximate cost of the glass and the exquisite mechanism inside, so this humble subject didn't say much. As Li Zishuan spoke, he secretly looked at Li Er's expression. It wasn't easy to earn money from an emperor. You're quite honest this time. How about this? According to the 4 strings of coins for one, the Imperial Court's fleet will purchase 200 compasses. As for the civilian merchant ships, have them buy from you. You must ensure that every 5 ships have at least 1 compass. Li Er knew a thing or two about the prices of goods in Chang'an. He silently calculated in his mind, then nodded and made his decision. Your Majesty is wise. Li Zishuan inwardly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly began to flatter the emperor. You brat. This time, the Imperial Court's fleet is going south. If they make a loss, this humble subject will settle the score with you. Li Er heard Li Zishuan's insincere flattery and laughed as he scolded. Your Majesty, don't worry. This time, the Imperial Court will definitely make a profit and not a loss. At least 10 times the profit. If sea trade couldn't make them rich, then what business in the world could? Li Zishuan was still confident about this. That's for the best. You brat, you should be rewarded for making such a powerful maritime weapon. However, the Imperial Court has been preparing for the southern expedition recently, so it's not appropriate to give out excessive rewards. How about this? When the fleet returns, if it's really as you said, this humble subject will be rewarded and you will be promoted. How about it? Merits should be rewarded, and mistakes should be punished. Li Er knew how to use people, so he naturally knew how to make his subjects submit. Thank you, Your Majesty. What I have done is what I should do. I've never coveted rewards. When Li Zishuan heard that he would be promoted, he was a little excited. A while ago, he had wanted to be a marquis. He didn't know if he could directly be promoted to a marquis this time. In a moment of pride, he couldn't help but say a few more words to show his loyalty. However, Li Er didn't fall for it. Oh, is that so? Then pretend that this humble subject didn't say anything. Li Zishuan was speechless. Li Er's last sentence was, of course, a joke. As a monarch, he naturally wouldn't do anything that went back on his word. Leaving the palace, Li Zishuan held the warrant that Li Er gave him. For the first time, he enjoyed special treatment in Chong and city under the night sky. Along the way, he defeated 5 obstacles and 6 generals, and finally returned home. Xian'er, why are you back so late today? The doors are all closed. How did you get in? Madame Li and Father Li had been waiting in the hall. Seeing that Li Zishuan had returned, Madame Li hurriedly stood up and asked, Mother, it's the thing that His Majesty asked me to do. It's already done. Just now I was delayed in the palace for a while. Here, I used the warrant that His Majesty gave me to pass the inspection of the patrolling marquis. Then I used this to let the officials open the door. Li Zishuan took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and casually threw it on the table as he answered. Hey, you child! How can you just throw away His Majesty's warrant? Madame Li carefully put away the piece of paper as she reprimanded him. Mother, isn't it just a piece of paper? Let's eat quickly. After eating, I still have to mark the papers for the students. Not bad. After staying in the Imperial College for so long, you've made some progress. Father Li's face was full of smiles as he comforted him. Chapter 259. Gently in the night, the stars are shining. Teacher's room is bright all night. Every time I walk past your window, the bright light shines on my heart. Every time I think of you, my beloved good teacher, a burst of warmth surges in my heart, nurturing a new generation of hard-working gardeners tonight. The light is still bright, painstakingly writing your teaching materials. My tall figure is reflected in your window. It was already late into the night, but Li Zishuan's room was still brightly lit. His figure bent over a few tables as he graded papers was reflected on the oil paper on the wall, making people involuntarily think of the nursery rhyme sung by the people's teachers, who said that he was always slacking off and not doing his job. Li Zishuan felt that he was very dedicated to his job right now. He had no choice but to be dedicated to his job. The weekend break was almost over, and Su Hongji was still urging him to get more papers. In the room, Xiaoxi finished grinding the ink and leaned over a small table at the side. She supported her chin and looked at her young master working there. Li Zishuan was handsome to begin with, and it was said that a man was even more handsome when he was serious. Now that he was marking papers and frowning from time to time, he looked even more charming under the soft candlelight. Young master looks really good when he is serious. Xiaoxi supported her chin and couldn't help but think. When she reacted, her cheeks quickly turned red. Amazing. TSK. I didn't expect this. Meng Wenhao is really going to explode this time? Li Zishuan didn't feel the flirtatious atmosphere at all. He also didn't notice that his servant girl had fallen in love with him. This fellow was still looking at Meng Wenhao's test paper and was still sighing. The questions he had set for the weekly exam were quite difficult for the students from the School of Mathematics. He had thought that they would be lucky if they could pass. If they could get 80 points, they would be considered excellent. He had never expected Meng Wenhao to make such a big news this time. Including the additional questions, Meng Wenhao had scored a total of 101 points, which was 10 points more than the second place bruiser. This was unbelievable. Young master, it's almost midnight. You should go to bed early. When Xiaoxi heard Li Zishuan mumbling to himself, she instantly woke up from her fantasy. She hurriedly got up and cut the wick of the candles on the table as she asked with concern. The Li family was rich, so naturally, they used high-quality white wax candles, unlike the poor families who still used oil seals. Not only were the candles dim, but they were also smelly. So fast. But we haven't even started to draw the map of the fleet heading south. Li Zishuan patted his head. When a person was working seriously, time passed too quickly. Forget it, I'll do it tomorrow. Staying up late will affect my work efficiency. There was no room for carelessness in the drawing of a sea map. He had to be extremely careful. With his current mental state, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to draw a perfect sea map. And Xiaoxi will go and make the bed for young master now. Xiaoxi, why's your face so red? No, young master, you're talking nonsense again. It seemed that her little maidservant's thoughts were somewhat unhealthy. Then should he go with the flow and do something shameful? Li Zishuan expressed that he was very conflicted in his heart. Newspaper for sale. Newspaper for sale. The freshly baked Datang Daily. Today's headline: Interesting Pavilion Workshop creates magical nautical artifact. No longer afraid of getting lost in stormy weather at sea. Only 10 copper coins for a copy. It was difficult for the citizens of Chong and city to sleep in under normal circumstances. The sound of the morning drum in the morning was the first wave of alarm clock. Not long after, the sound of the newspaper boys selling newspapers in the streets and alleys became the second wave of alarm clock. Fortunately, there was a curfew in Chang'an City. The people basically didn't have a nightlife and generally didn't stay up late. They woke up early and gradually got used to the noise in the morning. Didn't it sell for 5 copper coins in the past? Why is it selling for 10 copper coins today? Are you trying to raise the price on purpose? Yes. Why did it suddenly become 10 copper coins? Isn't this cheating, people? After the citizens finished their breakfast, they went to buy a copy of the newspaper as usual. In the end, they found out that the newspaper was selling for 10 copper coins. Instantly, many people couldn't bear it and shouted one after another. Uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, it's not what you think. The reason why the price of today's newspaper is increased is because there is a last-minute edition. The content of today's newspaper is equivalent to twice as much as usual. You can take a look. There are 2 copies of today's newspaper. Normally, there is only 1 copy. Naturally, it will be sold for 10 copper coins. Please forgive us. Seeing that he was being condemned by so many people in the blink of an eye, the newspaper boy hurriedly told them what Ma Zhou had told them in the morning. Only then did the crowd avoid a commotion. I see. It seems that I have misunderstood this little kid. Yes, it used to be 5 copper coins for a copy. Today, it's 2 copies for 10 copper coins. He didn't raise the price maliciously. I knew it. Don't you know who is the one who runs the Datang Daily? It's Lord Li. This is the god of wealth. Why would he be greedy for your few copper coins? Yes. Then, kid, give me a copy of the newspaper. Give me one too. Give me 2 copies. Reasonable people were still in the majority. After they recovered from their shock, they began to consciously line up to buy the newspaper. 2 masters, this is the newspaper you wanted. But today's newspaper is 10 copper coins for a copy. It said that the content is more than before. In a breakfast restaurant not far away, Feng Zhihua and Liao Shifan were drinking porridge. At this time, a waiter ran over and handed them a newspaper. Oh? Not bad. The newspaper used to be good, but the content was too little. Now, there is finally more content. Feng Zhihua's expression revealed a trace of joy. With their status, they would definitely not line up like others to buy the newspaper. Naturally, there would be a waiter willing to serve them. This was the charm of money. Feng Zhihua took the newspaper, then took out a string of money and threw it to the waiter. Here, it's your reward. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. The waiter quickly bowed and thanked him. Then, he very consciously left quietly. Oh, I just finished eating. Let's see what's added to today's newspaper. Feng Zhihua said with a smile as he handed a copy of the newspaper to Liao Shifan. Yes, I heard from the newspaper boy that the Strange Interest Pavilion has made another nautical artifact. I don't know what it is, but I have to take a good look. Our fleet will be going to sea soon. Although Liao Shifan had not finished eating, he also put down his chopsticks at this moment, took the newspaper and began to read it. After reading it, the 2 of them both felt that buying the newspaper today was really worth it, because half of today's news section was introducing nautical precautions, essential nautical tools, and the local customs of the small countries in the South China Sea. This was simply a travel guide specially prepared for the 2 of them. Chapter 260. TSK. Isn't the title a little shameless? Brother Feng, what do you think of this compass? Liao Shifan couldn't help but ask after reading the news in his hand. Feng Zhihua read it in detail, but he hadn't finished reading it. He didn't even raise his head when he heard Liao Shifan's question. I think this compass is very good. Shifan, you haven't been to the sea before, so you don't know the dangers. I've heard a few sailors describe their experiences at sea. The vast sea was boundless. If it was a sunny day, it would be fine, as one could determine the direction according to the sun, moon, and stars. However, if it was a rainy day, the scenery in all directions would be the same, and one would not know which direction to sail in. If you accidentally enter deeper waters, you won't have the chance to go ashore anymore. But with this compass, it's different. Even if we're unfortunate enough to leave the fleet, we can still use the compass and the map to find the right direction. Do you think this compass is useful? Sailing on the sea is so scary. It seems like this compass is really necessary. Liao Shifan's face flashed with fear as he mumbled. So you see, didn't the imperial court set a rule that every 5 merchant ships participating in this trip must have at least one compass? I plan to send someone to buy a batch of compasses from Chitsu Pavilion when the East Market opens. Feng Jihua said with an indifferent expression. But this compass costs 5 strings of coins. The imperial court buys it at 4 strings of coins, so of course it's more expensive among the commoners. Isn't it too expensive? Liao Shifan couldn't help but ask. Feng Jihua heard his old friend's words and couldn't help but say earnestly, Shifan, don't be so short-sighted. Shifan, don't be so short-sighted. This trip to the south will increase our profits by at least 10 times or more. The more goods we send over, the more we'll earn. Comparatively speaking, this investment is worth it. Besides, we have to be conscientious when doing business. If we buy some compasses, the lives of our sailors will be better protected. We can't lose the big picture for small gains. I will go and buy 15 compasses in a while. When the time comes, each ship will have one. I hope Chitsu Pavilion has them. Brother Feng's words are reasonable. I will follow Brother Feng in a while. Shifan, you have to read the rest of the article carefully, especially this one, 5 things to watch out for at sea. I've learned a lot from reading it. I didn't expect that at such a young age. Lord Li is not only good at business, but also knows so much about navigation. It's really unbelievable. Really? Then I'll read it carefully again. However, ordinary people like us can't understand Lord Li. If my unfilial son is half as smart as Lord Li, I'd be willing to die immediately. Feng Jihua sneered and said, Ha! Shifan, you sure have a big heart. If that useless brat of mine had even 10% of Lord Li's intelligence, this old man would wake up laughing in his dreams. As the two of them talked, they started to talk about the younger generation. It was as if they were talking about Li Zishuan. Today's newspaper not only expanded the content of the news section, but also the novel section, which gave the novel fans of Chong an infinite surprise. Sun Manor. Wow, that's amazing. 10 chapters have been updated today. Oh my god. That's awesome. Ha ha ha. I didn't know that tips could be used like this. If I had known, I would have sent someone to tip him yesterday. Sun Zifan was excited. He was looking at the author's words at the end of the novel. Thank you, Li Zishuan, for your generous tip. I'll update again. Anyone who had read a novel would definitely have experienced the pain of not having enough books. When Sun Zifan saw that there were 10 chapters, of course he was excited. Yesterday, Little Fatty had a great ambition and wanted to write a novel himself. In the end, he locked himself in his study and spent the whole morning writing, but he couldn't even write a single chapter. He either wrote it and threw it away, or he threw it away and wrote it again. In the end, he flipped the table, patted his butt, and found his old Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality to review it again. Although writing novels can make money, whoever wants to write can write. I'm not writing. I'll only be responsible for reading novels in the future. That was what Sun Zifan thought at that time. Kaihua Square, Wang Meng's house. Wang Meng saw that today's novel section had taken up almost an entire newspaper. He was pleasantly surprised. He counted for a long time before he realized that there were 10 chapters updated today. Damn. 10 chapters. Pai Xiajue is crazy. Oh my. So many people tipped yesterday? Wang Meng glanced at the back of the newspaper and saw that it was a sea of red. They were all tipped yesterday for Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Those who could leave their names on the newspaper had tipped more than 100 strings of coins. He roughly estimated that the total tipped was close to 10,000 strings of coins. 10,000 strings of coins. How much money was that? Wang Meng's heart couldn't help but tremble. Although he wasn't greedy, he couldn't help but gasp in the face of 10,000 strings of coins. If he could write novels like Leather Knight, it would be awesome. Sigh, it's a pity that I didn't get on the newspaper. But it's not bad to get this branch leader badge. Wang Meng's father was only a 9th-rank official in the Ministry of Works. His family wasn't rich. Tipping 10 strings of coins was Wang Meng's limit. As he muttered to himself, he proudly took out a small copper badge from his bosom. On the front was written Branch Leader, and on the back were the words, A Biography of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. This was the badge that the workshop's manservant had sent to him in the afternoon after he had tipped the workshop yesterday. The workshop hadn't finished processing the badge of branch leader in the morning, so it could only be sent in the afternoon. Chang Manor. Haha, Wu Yun, come over quickly. Come over quickly. Your young master is on the newspaper. Chang Chumo held the newspaper and shouted excitedly in his courtyard. When the little boy heard his young master calling for him, he quickly trotted over. However, he was dragged by Chang Chumo to read the words on the newspaper. Clapping in admiration, slapping the table and standing up. If not for this reward, it wouldn't be enough to express my intentions. Chang Chumo of Huaid Fong tipped Leather Knight 100 strings of coins. Jiang Wu Yun naturally knew some words as a page boy. After he finished reading, he couldn't help but be speechless. In his opinion, tipping 100 strings of coins was just to show his face in a corner of the newspaper. If this wasn't a retard, then what was? What's with your expression? Your young master is on the newspaper. Aren't you happy? Oh, and I even got a Silver Alliance Leader badge. TSK, TSK. How beautiful. Chang Chumo couldn't help but be dissatisfied when he saw that his page boy's reaction didn't meet his expectations. Hee, happy. I'm happy for you, young master. You're amazing. Jiang Wu Yun reacted and quickly squeezed out a smile. Heh, that's more like it. Chapter 261. South of Chang and City, Jin Yu Academy. Hua Hongyi, Meng Tianhua, and Liao Feichen. These three fellow sufferers began their daily routine of morning reading. However, it was the unlucky Meng Tianhua's turn to buy the newspaper today. He was so unlucky that a copy today cost 10 copper coins. It was twice as much as usual. As Meng Tianhua read the newspaper, he could not help but feel the pinch. Oh my God! So many people tipped The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality yesterday? All of them were tipped. Hiss! How much money does this add up to? That's insane. Liao Feichen exclaimed as he looked at the red tipping notices behind him. His legs trembled and he almost fell to his knees. When Hua Hongyi heard this, he looked at it and said, It adds up to about 10,000 strings of cash. Meng Tianhua had already turned his attention over. After he heard Hua Hongyi's words, his eyes widened and his breathing quickened. Then doesn't that mean that Leather Knight received close to 5,000 strings of coins from the tipping yesterday? Hua Hongyi nodded and said calmly, That's true. However, this is probably just a random outburst. There won't be so many tipping every day in the future. That's still incredible. I'm willing to write even 50 strings of coins, let alone 5,000 strings of coins. Meng Tianhua was in a daze. After a while, he stood up abruptly and said, No, you guys read it first. I'm going to write a novel. I plan to send it to Datong Daily's editorial department after I've written 30,000 words to try my luck. Yes, I'm going to write a novel too. Brother Hong-yi, I'll take my leave first. After Liao Feichen finished speaking, he hurriedly followed Meng Tianhua and walked away. Sigh, these two, seriously, do they have to be in such a hurry? Hua Hongyi sat on the stone bench and shook his head speechlessly. Azure Dragon Lane, Wang family residence. After Wang Rinbiao finished his breakfast, he sat under the pavilion with a satisfied look on his face. He sipped his tea and read the newspaper. Beside him sat a little girl in a pink dress. The little girl was playing with a small golden badge in her hand. It was the Golden Alliance Leader Badge given by the editorial department of Tang Daily. Big brother, this badge is really beautiful, the little girl said with a grin. Although Wang Renbiao was interrupted, he didn't show any displeasure on his face. He rubbed the little girl's head and smiled. Is that so? If Fayer likes it, then Big Brother will give it to you. It was rare to be able to give away a badge that was exchanged for 1,000 strings of cash. Really? Thank you, brother. The little girl cheered and ran away. Young master, Yu Yao doesn't understand why you would give 1,000 strings of coins as a reward to a complete stranger. Moreover, you don't seem to care about the Alliance Leader Badge. Lung Yuyao asked doubtfully when she saw Wang Renbiao's indifferent expression. Yao, don't tell me you don't think this a record of a mortal's journey to immortality is very interesting? Wang Renbiao casually said. Lung Yuyao frowned and said with disdain, Yuyao doesn't find it interesting at all. From the level of martial arts, this novel is simply nonsense. It doesn't conform to common sense at all. In this world, there can't be any everlasting spring technique, blink sword technique, and there can't be any immortal cultivation sect. Ahem. Wang Renbiao was just casually talking nonsense. He didn't expect to hear such an answer. He quickly coughed and said, It's just a novel. Why are you so serious about it, Yao? Actually, there was one thing that Wang Renbiao didn't say. The reason why he gave the reward was mainly because he guessed that the real identity of the author of A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was Li Zixuan. Moreover, whether it was Li Zixuan or not, this reward would more or less repair the relationship between the two families. Li residence. When Li Zixuan was eating breakfast, he looked at the newspaper and was shocked by the huge amount of rewards. This was already beyond his expectations. F*CK, this group of scammers. They gave so many rewards. Are they trying to cause trouble? How many chapters will there be in tomorrow's newspaper? Li Zixuan felt a little bitter in his heart. Since ancient times, there had been no one who could complain about the number of people who gave out rewards. Forget it. I'll just draw the map first. The draft at the workshop should be enough to last for another day. After breakfast, Li Zixuan went straight to the study and began to draw the map wholeheartedly. This map was related to the lives of tens of thousands of people. He couldn't help but be cautious. Li Zixuan sat quietly on the stool with his eyes closed. He began to slowly recall the maps of the Eurasian continent that he had read in the geography books from his previous life. Every island and every bay flashed past in Li Zixuan's mind. After a full hour, he opened his eyes and began to draw. His memory and control were excellent now. Mountains, rivers, oceans, and canyons gradually became perfect curves under his pen. He had a good grasp of the proportion and length. It looked like a perfect copy of the map from his previous life. Of course, the place names couldn't be copied. Li Zixuan didn't know if the tectonic plate movement would cause the world map of the modern era to be different from the one of this era. He was just trying his best to imitate the map in his memory. He believed that even if there were slight differences with the topography of this era, it wouldn't be too big. Such a detailed map was already better than more than 90% of the maps from the Tang dynasty. Just like that, Li Zixuan continued to meditate and copy the map in his mind onto a piece of paper. He kept his brain working at high capacity until the afternoon. Phew, it's really not easy to complete this. I'll never take on this kind of work in the future. It's too tiring. Li Zixuan kept rubbing his temples and couldn't help but mumble. However, the reason why he was able to finish it so early was not only because of his abnormal spiritual power, but also because the fleet was mainly going south by the coastal route. The maps he drew were only coastal nautical charts. As a result, the workload was reduced by more than half. Otherwise, it would take him 2 or 3 days to finish drawing the nautical chart. Young master, do you want to eat? Xiao Shi will go to the kitchen and ask them to heat up the food for you. Xiao Shi, who had been waiting outside the door, heard her young master's voice and quickly asked. Li Zixuan's heart felt warm. It felt good to have someone care about you. And eat. Xiao Shi, go quickly. Li Zixuan stood up and stretched his body. Then, he carefully put away the results of his hard work for half a day. Then, he pushed the door open and prepared to eat lunch. Recently, he had been working too hard for work. It really didn't suit his identity as a rich second generation. But if there were fewer people dying in the fleet going south, it would be the best reward for his hard work these days. Chapter 262. It's out. It's out. Manager Fu, we've made colored glass. In the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion, a middle-aged man with dirty hair and a slightly yellow face ran out of a porcelain kiln excitedly and shouted at Uncle Fu, who was not far away from him. Faubert stayed up late last night and couldn't stand the high temperature in the kiln during the day. After all, he was old. He stayed in the kiln for a while before coming out to catch up on his sleep while waiting for the news. At this moment, Faubert, who was half asleep and half awake, heard the noise outside and woke up abruptly. He quickly opened the door and ran out. Changgue, you've really made colored glass? Faubert's voice was mixed with excitement and disbelief. It's true. We've really turned sand into glass. Look, Manager Fu. This is the colored glass we've just made. After Zhang Gui finished speaking, he handed over an irregular glass ball. His hands were dirty, but the glass ball was transparent and shiny, forming a very sharp contrast. Fu Bo took it and looked at it carefully in his hand. After a while, he said excitedly, "That's great. This is great. It's really colored glass. It's even better than the colored glass sold by the barbarians." Song Xiaoxi. Quick, quick, go and tell young master the good news. Song Xiaoxi, who was at the door, quickly replied, "Yes, I'll go right now." After that, he ran out of the door in a hurry. Faubert looked at the colored glass ball in his hand and sighed. I didn't expect sand to really turn into colored glass. Damn those barbarians who sold colored glass at such a high price. Chang Gui quickly organized some people to produce a batch of compasses. This way, we can produce colored glass ourselves. The cost of compasses should be less than usual. This is great. Yes, Manager Fu. I'll arrange for some people now. Li residence. Li Zishuan was wolfing down the food in the front hall. He had been busy since morning and hadn't eaten a single drop of water. However, he often encountered this situation in his previous life. As an engineering student, sometimes he had to work overtime and didn't even have time to eat. Wasn't this a common thing? Young Master Wang is here. At this time, Xiao he hurriedly trotted over and bowed. Oh, what was he doing here? Yes, please, please. Li Zishuan hadn't finished his food yet. He puffed out his cheeks and glared at Li Zishuan. Yes, young master. Xiao he took the order and left. Li Zishuan took the opportunity to eat a few more mouthfuls of rice and then asked the servants to take the food away. Long time no see. How have you been, Lord Li? As soon as the banquet was removed, Wang Renbiao walked in with his cold-faced girl with a smile. It's fine. It's fine. Cousin Ren. Come in and have a seat. Li Zishuan wiped his mouth and cupped his hands in return. In the main hall, Renbiao, is your father doing well in Chang and this time? After transmigrating for so long, Li Zishuan wasn't an idiot. He had learned some basic etiquette and greetings. It was nothing more than asking if the other party's family was doing well, or if the other party was doing well. Thank you for your concern, Lord Zhu. My father is doing well, but he has returned to Sui province the day before yesterday. There is really too much official business backlog in the provincial government. Wang Renbiao cupped his hands and answered, So fast? I was grounded at home before, so I couldn't see your father off in person. It's really a pity. Li Zishuan was surprised at first, then said with a face of regret. He had a good impression of Wang Yu. He knew what to do and didn't have the arrogance of those aristocratic families. Of course, the most important thing was that he was generous. Those few luminous pearls were still in Li Zishuan's room. In general, Wang Yu could be considered a person with a temperament. On the side, Leng Yuyao secretly rolled her eyes. She didn't believe that Li Zishuan would be so attentive to her master. It must be because of the gift from the Wang family. What a money grubber, Leng Yuyao despised in her heart. Wang Renbiao didn't think like Leng Yuyao. He understood that since Li Zixuan said so, it meant that the relationship between the two families had eased greatly. This was what he and his father wanted to see. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Zhu. Renbiao will definitely convey it to my father. I came to disturb you this time because I have something I need your help with. Li Zixuan laughed and said, Haha, Renbiao, feel free to say what you need. I'll do my best to help. Wang Renbiao said happily, Thank you, Lord Zhu. I'm sure you know about the imperial court's recruitment of civilian merchant ships to the south. The Wang family also wants to participate in this vigorous sea trade. From today's newspaper, I saw that Lord Zhu's workshop had invented a small tool that can tell directions. It's very useful for navigation. So at noon, I sent someone to buy it from the Curious Pavilion. However, I was told that the first batch of compasses produced by the workshop had already been given to the imperial court. So, I wanted to pay a visit and shamelessly ask for some compasses from Lord Zhu. So it was about this matter. Li Zixuan was moved and asked curiously, Does the Wang family also have large ships? Indeed, not only the Wang family, but the other 6 aristocratic families all have some merchant ships. To tell you the truth, the 80,000 chicken seedlings that your lordship bought in one go last time were transported from the Jiangnan area through the Grand Canal by my younger brother, who borrowed my second uncle's merchant ship. He probably earned 5,000 strings of coins from this trip. This humble one only recently learned of this matter, so I hope your lordship will not blame me. The Wang family is also willing to return this sum of money. Wang Renbiao suddenly said with a solemn expression. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said unconcernedly, Haha, no need. It's only 5,000 strings of coins. Besides, those chicken seedlings are worth that price. I'm quite curious to know how many merchant ships the Wang family intends to take out in this sea trade. Wang Renbiao pondered for a moment, then extended 5 fingers and answered, A total of 50. So, I hope that Lord Zhu can make an exception and give the Wang family 50 compasses first. Damn, 50 compasses. That was equivalent to 1/10 of the imperial court's fleet. And from Wang Renbiao's relaxed expression, it was obvious that 50 compasses were not all of the Wang family's merchant ships. Were these great families so rich? Li Zixuan was greatly shocked. First, he was shocked by the number of merchant ships. Second, he was shocked that Wang Renbiao wanted to give every merchant ship a compass. Even Li Er was not so generous. The Wang family has so many merchant ships. However, was Renbiao planning to equip every merchant ship with a compass? There's no need, right? Wang Renbiao shook his head and said, This is not considered a lot. Lord Zhu, you may not know, but the great families have more or less been engaged in sea trade or river transportation, especially the Chui family of Bowling. As far as I know, they have at least 200 merchant ships. The scale is much larger than our Wang families. Chapter 263. As for Lord Zhu's question about whether it's worth it to equip every merchant ship with a compass, this one thinks that it's very worth it. In the main hall of the Li residence, Wang Renbiao picked up his teacup and took 2 sips before continuing. A conservative estimate of the number of ships heading south this time is at least 1,000. Once there's a big storm at sea, many ships will definitely be separated from the main fleet. At this time, a compass can increase the chances of survival of a lost merchant ship by 20 to 30%. If this probability can be stacked, this one is very willing to equip every ship with a few more compasses. Because a compass is only 5 strings of money, and the value of a merchant ship and its crew is far more than that. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Hehe, not bad. I didn't expect Renbiao to see the problem so clearly. Then he thought for a moment and said, As for the 50 compasses that Renbiao wants, I'll have the workshop hand them over to you in 2 days. But I also have something that I need Renbiao's help with. Please speak, Lord Zhu. Wang Renbiao hurriedly said. The Wang family's fleet is heading south this time. I want to ask you to help me bring something. I don't care if this thing is rubber. What's rubber? Wang Renbiao was puzzled. He was considered knowledgeable, but he had never heard of rubber before. Li Zixuan deliberated over his words and described, It's the sap produced by a kind of tree. After you reach the Nanyang countries, you can send people to search for rubber trees. The rubber tree is an evergreen tree with a straight root system, 3 compound leaves, complete leathery, and panicle flowers. The fruit is a capsule, the seed is oval, and the juice is milky. This juice is rubber. Usually, all you need to do is cut a hole in the bark and put a jar under the hole. Then, you can collect a lot of rubber. Wang Renbiao and Leng Yuyao's eyes widened. This was the first time they heard of such a magical tree. Why did it sound like a fantasy story? There's actually such a tree in the world? It's amazing. Wang Renbiao was stunned for a while before he finally sighed. Li Zixuan smiled and said, This rubber tree is indeed a bit magical. It has another name, the weeping tree. When you cut its bark with a knife, a lot of white juice will flow out. It looks like it's crying because of pain. What Li Zixuan said was not nonsense. The word rubber tree originally came from the Indian word caoutchouc, which meant tree that weeps. Wang Renbiao exclaimed, Interesting, this is really interesting. After hearing what Lord Zhu said, if it weren't for the fact that my family didn't allow it, I would have personally gone south to take a look. Leng Yuyao couldn't help but frown. It's a good rubber tree, why do you have to cut its bark? You are so cruel. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes. Big sister, you carry a sword every day and kill anyone you don't like. You still have the face to say that others are cruel? Leng Yuyao instantly understood the expression on Li Zixuan's face. She blushed and quickly looked away, no longer saying a word. It was as if she didn't say those words just now. I need this rubber very much. Renbiao, bring back as much as you find this time. I want all of it. Don't worry about the price. It will definitely satisfy you. It's best if you can bring back some rubber seeds. But be careful. Its seeds and leaves are poisonous. Don't let people eat it by mistake. Li Zixuan saw that this cold-faced girl was tactful, so he didn't lower himself to her level. He turned his head and said to Wang Renbiao, there were many industrial products that couldn't be separated from rubber. Li Zixuan really wanted this thing. Although rubber was originally produced in the Brazilian Amazon rainforest and had not been introduced to Asia at this time, the climate in Southeast Asia was hot, and there was plenty of sunlight and rain. It had the same climate as the Amazon rainforest, so it was hard to guarantee that there weren't wild and primitive rubber trees. If they found one, wouldn't it be a profit? Especially in Malaysia, this place was a famous rubber kingdom in modern times. The annual production of rubber was the first in the world. Maybe they could really find it. At this time, people certainly didn't realize the value of rubber. The first people to use rubber were the Indians, the oldest inhabitants of America. In 1493, Columbus sailed to Haitian Island in America for the second time. He saw the merry games of the Indians. They were singing songs in a circle and tossing a ball to and fro merrily in tune with the rhythm of the song. When the ball fell to the ground, it actually bounced high. Columbus was surprised. After careful inquiry, he found out that the ball was made of something he had never known before, rubber. Later, when Columbus returned from America, he brought rubber back to Europe. However, at that time, no one in Europe knew what this wonderful thing could be used for besides making games. So, it was sent to the museum and displayed in the exhibition cabinet for people to see as a novelty brought back by Columbus. It wasn't until 1770, when the British chemist and discoverer of oxygen, Priestley, discovered that rubber could erase pencil writing, that rubber officially came into use. About eraser, there's actually another joke. Nowadays, rubber is also used to describe erasers in English. But interestingly, Americans are used to calling erasers erasers, while rubber is used to describe condoms. Inside the room, Wang Renbiao thought seriously for a while, then said, since Lord Zhu needs it, then I will definitely order my subordinates to do their best to find this so-called rubber tree. In addition, I will also apply to the family to send an additional 20 merchant ships to specially load rubber for Lord Zhu. How about a ship of rubber at the price of 400 strings of coins? Of course, if it's not enough, we will also bring some goods back from there. But in this way, Lord Zhu will have to sell us 20 more compasses. Li Zixuan was happy in his heart. Wang Renbiao was opening a back door for him, because if he transported a ship of silk and porcelain to Nanyang in exchange for some spices and food, the profit would definitely be more than 400 strings of coins. A conservative estimate would be at least 2,000 to 3,000 strings of coins. This was not an exaggeration at all. That was how profitable ocean trading was. Haha, compasses are not a problem. This time, the compasses that the Wang family needs, our workshop will give priority and provide them for free. Don't worry, Renbiao. If your family's fleet can really find rubber trees in Nanyang, then this time I, Li Zishuan, will owe your Wang family a favor. Li Zishuan returned the favor. He was the kind of person who would return the favor 10 times over if someone gave him a foot of respect. Wang Renbiao was shocked, and the importance of this matter instantly increased. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Don't worry, Lord Zhu. As long as there are rubber trees in Nanyang, our Wang family's fleet will definitely find them this time." Chapter 264. Since Lord Zhu is so kind and willing to give priority to the Wang family to allocate so many compasses, then I have achieved my goal. I won't disturb you any longer. Since he had achieved his goal, and there was an unexpected gain, Wang Renbiao stood up and said his goodbyes with satisfaction. "Okay, Renbiao, take care." Li Zishuan put down his cup and prepared to personally send the guest off. He was also very satisfied with the outcome of today's negotiation. Lord Zhu, what is that white thing on the table? Is it paper? Wang Renbiao turned around and suddenly saw a roll of white thing on the table. He seemed to have never seen it before, so he couldn't help but ask curiously. After these few interactions and cooperation, the relationship between the Wang family and the Li family was already quite good. It wouldn't be rude to ask such a question. So Wang Renbiao directly asked the question in his heart. This is called toilet paper. Li Zishuan followed Wang Renbiao's gaze and saw that it was a roll of toilet paper. He had just finished eating, so he took some from it to wipe his mouth. He explained. "What is toilet paper? Is it called toilet paper because it is very hygienic?" Wang Renbiao felt that after coming here today, his IQ had been hit a little. First it was the rubber tree and now it was toilet paper. He had never heard of these things before. You can't say that. The main characteristic of toilet paper is its softness. Here, Renbiao, you can take a look for yourself. Li Zishuan took the toilet paper and handed it to Wang Renbiao. Yan Xiaoning followed Li Zishuan's suggestion a while ago. He added a scraper and a larger drying tank to the original paper machine. Compared to the first paper machine, the workload was much smaller. The mass production of toilet paper had only started a few days ago. Previously, the entire workshop had been busy producing newspapers. No one had the time to make toilet paper. In their opinion, only a prodigal son like Li Zishuan would use it. Therefore, although the toilet paper machine had been made long ago, it had only been a few days since the toilet paper was produced. Of course, the first batch of toilet paper produced by the workshop was all sent to the Li residence. Benefits should not flow into the fields of others. This kind of good thing should be enjoyed by himself first. As for whether he would sell it or not, it would depend on how much could be produced in the future. After all, the raw materials at the workshop were prioritized to supply the new type of paper. Faubert was certainly not willing to waste resources on this meaningless toilet paper. "Oh, it is indeed very soft." Wang Renbiao took the tissue paper and felt the soft touch on his hand. He couldn't help but exclaim. But after a while, he frowned and asked doubtfully, "But this paper is so soft, what's the use of it? It's probably not easy to write on it, right?" Li Zishuan muttered in his heart. This wrinkled tissue paper, it would be strange if it could be used to write calligraphy. If it was the ballpoint pen and ink pen from his previous life, it would be barely enough to write. Ahem. This tissue paper is not used to write. It's mainly used to wipe your mouth and it's used to wipe your mouth. Li Zishuan was about to say that it was used to wipe his butt, but he suddenly saw that Lung Yuyao was still there. He quickly shut his mouth. Although he didn't have a good impression of this ice-cold girl, it wasn't good to say that it was used to wipe his butt in front of her. "Ah? Is it only used to wipe your mouth? But can't you just use a handkerchief to wipe your mouth?" Wang Renbiao didn't suspect him. It was because of this that he felt even more strange. At the same time, he was a little speechless. He secretly thought that Li Zishuan really knew how to enjoy himself. He even specially made a new type of tissue paper to wipe his mouth. He really knows how to have fun. Leng Yuyao didn't think so. She was standing closer to Li Zixuan. Moreover, she practiced martial arts, so her hearing was much sharper than Li Zixuan's. She heard every word of Li Zixuan's words clearly. Although Li Zixuan didn't completely say the words wipe his butt, Leng Yuyao could guess what Li Zixuan wanted to say. She couldn't help but fiercely glare at Li Zixuan. She secretly thought that this person looked decent on the surface, but in reality he was no different from a vulgar hooligan. She didn't know why the young master valued him so much. Ahaha. Well, other than wiping your mouth, what else can you wipe? Renbiao. Take a roll of tissue paper back and slowly think about it. I'll give this roll of tissue paper to you, Li Zixuan quickly said when he heard Wang Renbiao's slightly doubtful words. Oh, thank you very much, Lord Zhu. Wang Renbiao couldn't understand the meaning behind Li Zixuan's words. He could only take the tissue paper in surprise. Then, just as he was about to leave, he heard a shout from outside the door. Young master, the workshop has produced glass. Shouting and wrangling, what a scandal! Can't you see that this young master has a guest here? When Li Zixuan heard Song Xiaoxi's voice, his heart faintly moved. He guessed that the workshop must have made new progress in the glass research. But he didn't expect Song Xiaoxi to be so rash and directly blurt out the workshop's secrets. How could this be? He was still hoping to make a fortune without anyone knowing that he could produce glass. He couldn't let Song Xiaoxi mess up his plan. So, Li Zixuan interrupted Song Xiaoxi before he could finish. Song Xiaoxi wasn't stupid. In fact, he was usually very smart. Today, he was just anxious and forgot how to behave. When he heard Li Zixuan's words from outside, he instantly knew that he had been too rash and messed things up. He was so scared that his legs trembled as he entered the house with fear and trepidation. He bowed to Li Zixuan and said, "Why, young master? I'm sorry. Humph, you can leave now. I'll deal with you later." Li Zixuan was indeed a little angry. He was usually pleasant, but it didn't mean that he wouldn't get angry. It didn't mean that his subordinates could be unruly. Song Xiaoxi really did cross the line today. After Song Xiaoxi obediently retreated to the corner, Li Zixuan looked at Wang Renbiao and smiled. My family's servants are rude. Cousin Ren, please don't laugh at us." Wang Renbiao's eyes flashed and he quickly said, "You're too kind. It's mainly because Lord Zhu treats people with generosity. Since Lord Zhu has something to do, Renbiao will take his leave now." Li Zixuan didn't purposely ask him to stay. He did have something to do. So, he cupped his hands and said to Wang Renbiao, "Cousin Ren, take care. We'll meet again when we're free." Wang Renbiao smiled and replied. Then he took Leng Yuyao and was about to leave the main hall. Before Leng Yuyao left, she looked at Li Zixuan with disdain. Li Zixuan was really confused. He didn't do anything wrong today and didn't harm the little girl. "Humph, you used this toilet paper to wipe your mouth. You're so disgusting," Leng Yuyao said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. After that, she didn't give Li Zixuan a chance to explain and left Li Zixuan alone in the wind. No, Li Zixuan almost vomited blood. "Big sister, you misunderstood. Okay? This toilet paper is not like a handkerchief that can be washed and used again. My toilet paper is only for one-time use. How is it disgusting?" Chapter 265. Young master. I know I'm wrong. After sending Wang Renbiao and Leng Yuyao off, Li Zixuan returned to the main hall. He glanced at Song Xiaoxi indifferently and then sat down at the side without saying a word. Song Xiaoxi's heart was flustered and he felt uncomfortable all over. He trembled as he came over, cupped his hands and bowed. "Didn't Steward Fu tell you that everything about Liuli is a secret of the workshop?" Li Zixuan took a sip of water and asked. Young master, Steward Fu said that I was in a hurry, so... Song Xiaoxi hurriedly explained. "Humph, a secret is a secret. Under no circumstances can you reveal the secrets of the workshop. If you can't keep it a secret, then there will be no place for you in the workshop in the future, because you will harm the interests of all the workers in the workshop. Li Zishuan said coldly. Bang! After hearing that, Song Xiaoxi was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly. With a bang, he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy with a pale face. Young master, I know I'm wrong. I promise there won't be a next time. Please forgive me this time. Don't chase me out of the workshop. Only those who had stayed in the workshop knew how good it was inside. Song Xiaoxi's hometown was in a village outside Chang'an City. Previously, he had been working as a waiter in a restaurant in Chang'an City. Every day he had to smile and flatter. If he was unlucky, he would be scolded by the shopkeeper. Moreover, he was paid very little. Ever since he entered the workshop, not only did his monthly salary increase, but there were also very few people who would find trouble with him for no reason. Every time he returned to the village, the villagers would always cast envious gazes at him. This was because the owner of the workshop he was working in was Li Zishuan, the person who invented the curved plow. He was the great benefactor of all the villagers. In the workshop, Song Xiaoxi could gain money, happiness, and dignity. How could he bear to leave? At this moment, he was so regretful that he wanted to slap himself. Li Zishuan looked at Song Xiaoxi expressionlessly. It was not that he was cold-blooded, but he had to follow the rules. Song Xiaoxi had always been Ma Zhou and Faubert's right-hand man in the workshop. Correspondingly, he knew a lot of things. If Li Zishuan did not scare him now, sooner or later, things would get out of hand. About a quarter of an hour later, Song Xiaoxi felt like a year had passed. The sweat dripping from his forehead mixed with the tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. At this moment, Li Zishuan finally opened his mouth. Get up. I'll give you one more chance. However, if there's a next time, you'll have to leave the workshop on your own. In addition, half of your salary for this month will be deducted as punishment. At the end of the day, Li Zishuan was still a little soft-hearted and could not be ruthless. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. I'll definitely remember this lesson and never do it again. Song Xiaoxi heard this and let out a long sigh of relief. Then he was ecstatic and grateful. As long as he could continue to work in the workshop, he was willing to have his salary deducted for 2 months, let alone half a month. He believed that anyone would be able to make up for it. Well, now let's talk about what Faubert asked you to do. Could it be that the workshop has produced colored glaze? Li Zishuan nodded and asked. Yes, young master. Master Chang Gue and the others produced glass in the afternoon. Manager Fu asked me to invite you to the workshop to have a look. Song Xiaoxi stood up, wiped away his sweat and tears, and quickly answered. Well, very good. Then come with me to have a look. Young master, you're here? In the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion, Faubert received a message from a servant and quickly came out to greet him. Well, Faubert, did you stay up late last night? I've already told you that your health is more important. You don't have to worry about the glass. Why didn't you listen to me? Li Zishuan looked at Faubert's complexion and knew that he must have stayed up late last night, so he tried to persuade him. Hee, thank you for your concern. Young master, actually, I didn't stay up late last night. Even if you asked me to stay up late, I couldn't stand it. I'm old. Chang Gue and the others didn't sleep at all last night to produce the glass. Fortunately, God rewards those who work hard. This afternoon, they produced the glass. Young master, do you want to go and have a look? Although Uncle Fu had 2 dark circles under his eyes, his expression was slightly excited. Clearly, he knew very well how much wealth it would bring him if he could produce colored glass. Well, of course, I'll go and have a look. Li Zishuan had always attached great importance to these skilled old craftsmen. They were the key executors of the workshop's products, leading the way in this era. It was very necessary to pay them a visit. Following Faubert to an earthen porcelain kiln in the depths of the workshop, Faubert introduced, Young master, this used to be used to produce porcelain. Yesterday, you said that you wanted to produce glass, so I had people modify this kiln and use it to produce glass. Li Zishuan nodded and smiled. Well, this is pretty good. How could porcelain make as much money as glass? Li Zishuan was well aware of the situation. Changgue Yongfu and Hua, the boss is here to see you. Walking into the kiln. Oh, it should be called the glass kiln now. Faubert shouted to the 3 dusty craftsmen inside. Li Zishuan felt a wave of heat and dust hitting his face. He quickly covered his mouth and nose and unbuttoned his clothes to cool down. Oh, the boss is here? Greetings, boss. Greetings, boss. The 3 craftsmen inside heard Faubert's voice and turned to look at the door. Seeing that Li Zishuan had come personally, they quickly put down their work and ran over, bowing to Li Zishuan. Oh, no need to be so courteous, no need to be so courteous. The 3 of you have worked hard. Li Zishuan gave up on covering his mouth and nose. Otherwise, others would think that he disliked them. The 3 of you have contributed greatly to the workshop's production of glass. In our workshop, those who contribute should be rewarded. Faubert, in the future, the workshop will take out a sum of money to reward those who make breakthroughs in the workshop's original techniques. This time, each of the 3 craftsmen will be rewarded with 200 strings of cash. Li Zishuan continued. This was something he had thought about a long time ago. With great rewards, there would definitely be brave men. This was the only way to encourage everyone in the workshop to strive for technological advancement and innovation. The workshop would also be able to earn more money. Boss, this can't be done. Upon hearing that Li Zishuan was going to reward each of them with 200 strings of cash, Changgue, Yongfu, and Hua paled in fright and froze on the spot. Changgue was the first to react. Boss, you were the one who came up with the method of firing the colored glaze. We just followed your instructions and did it step by step. We really didn't contribute anything. This old man is ashamed to accept these 200 strings of cash. Chapter 266. Yes, boss. We can't accept these 200 strings of cash. Yes, boss. Please take back your order. In the workshop, Yongfu and Hua hurriedly agreed. 200 strings of cash was too much. It was enough to buy a small house in Chang'an. Haha, you don't have to refuse. Although I was the one who proposed the method of baking the glaze, you 3 have to figure out the specifics of the production. Therefore, these 200 strings of cash are what you deserve. I've already made up my mind. You can take the money without worry. Li Zishuan said with a smile. In his heart, he was lamenting the sincerity of these people. In his previous life, if a boss wanted to give a bonus to his employees, anyone who refused would become a fool in everyone's eyes. Li Zishuan chatted with the 3 for a while, asking if their families were in trouble and if their families were doing well. Then he followed Faubert out of the glaze kiln. It was too hot in the kiln, and there was a lot of smoke and dust. On the one hand, it was the smoke from the fire, and on the other hand, it was the dust from the sand. Couldn't go on like this. If it went on for too long, it would cause lung disease. Faubert, I'll draw something that can cover the mouth and nose in a while. Go find a tailor to make it. In the future, everyone who enters the glaze kiln must wear this thing to prevent the smoke and dust from being inhaled by the workers. After leaving the glaze kiln, Li Zishuan greedily took a deep breath of the fresh air outside. Then, he said to Faubert that it was necessary to wear a mask in this kind of workplace. Faubert asked curiously, Young master, why do you have to do this? Brick and porcelain kilns have a lot of smoke and dust. The craftsmen have long been used to it. It's fine. Even if they're used to it, it won't do. Li Zishuan said decisively, I call this thing a mask. Faubert, have the tailor make a batch. In the future, whoever enters the glaze kiln without a mask will be kicked out of the workshop. In addition, after the matter of the compass is settled, the glaze kiln will also need to be remodeled. Think of a way to reduce the smoke and dust inside the glaze kiln as much as possible. This, young master, isn't this system too harsh? You want to chase me away if I don't wear a mask? Only then did Faubert realize that Li Zishuan was actually serious. He couldn't help but be flabbergasted. Just let them do as you say. If they don't agree, come and find me. Li Zishuan was too lazy to explain to Faubert about tuberculosis. He simply said a few words and left with a flick of his sleeves. Faubert looked at his young master's back and was speechless. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and prepared to find a tailor. Sir, sir. Oh no, it should be boss. Boss, you're here? Li Zishuan walked out of the small courtyard where the glaze kiln was located and wandered to the back hall, the headquarters of strange culture. In front of a stone table under a pavilion in the courtyard, little Yu came to work today. She saw Li Zishuan at first glance and hurriedly ran over to greet him excitedly. In this courtyard, except for Ma Zhou who took care of her because of Li Zishuan, the rest of the people were quite cold to her. At this time, when she saw Li Zishuan coming over, she couldn't help but feel happy. It was like suddenly seeing an acquaintance after being abandoned in a strange place. Ah, little Yu, how is it? Have you found a place to live? Are you afraid of living alone? Are you used to it? Li Zishuan was thinking about the renovation of the glaze kiln along the way. Unfortunately, he had never been to a kiln in his previous life and didn't know how to reduce the smoke and dust in the room. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the crisp voice of a girl. He looked up and saw that it was Li Yu, so he smiled and said with concern. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but admire the independence of the ancient people. Children in this era generally had the ability and courage to leave their parents and live alone at the age of 14 or 15. It was not like the modern era, where people in their 20s were still asking for money from their families. Of course, he was also in this category in the past. Thank you for your concern, boss. Steward Fu helped me find a place yesterday afternoon. It's in this square, not far from the workshop. Steward Ma is also my neighbor. Li Yu heard Li Zishuan's concern and felt warm in her heart. She then replied with a smile. That's not bad. If you have any problems, your Uncle Ma can take care of you. Li Zishuan nodded and smiled. The tragic Ma Zhou directly became an uncle-level character. Li Yu smiled and nodded happily. Then she tilted her head and thought for a while and said, Yesterday was the first time I lived in such a big house alone. I was indeed a little scared at night, but I plan to wait until I earn enough money. Then I will go to the broker house and buy a maid to serve me. This way, I won't have to do laundry and cook, and I won't be scared at night. Li Zishuan was speechless. This little girl really thought of everything. She just found a place to stay yesterday, and today she wants to be a rich family's young lady and find someone to serve her. Her imagination, her mentality, her ambition. He couldn't help but admire her. It's up to you, but you have to earn money first. Li Zishuan mercilessly added another stab. Li Yu, who was immersed in her beautiful fantasy, couldn't help but be stunned when she heard this. However, she quickly smiled again and said, Of course I can earn money. Boss, look, these are the 2 articles I wrote. Do you think they are good enough? I imitated the style of the news on Datong Daily. I also collected the information myself. I didn't make it up. Then Li Yu handed over a few manuscripts. Oh? From your tone, you seem to be quite confident. Then let me see. Li Zishuan suddenly became interested. He took the manuscripts and said with a smile. Then he took a look and saw the title of the first article. Rich family's prodigal son became a monk for his lover. Seeing this title, Li Zishuan suddenly staggered and almost burst out laughing. There was no other reason except that this title was very similar to a meme he saw in his previous life. It was a very famous title party. Title: Rich family's prodigal son became a monk for his true love. Content: Dream of the Red Chamber. Similar ones. There were. Title: Story of 3 women and 105 men. Content: Water margin. Title: Cruel. The shocking murder of a beautiful girl who was burned to death by a match. Content: The Little Match Girl. What's wrong, boss? Could it be that little Yu didn't write it well? Li Yu asked nervously when she saw Li Zishuan's strange expression. No, it's good. Let me see it again. Li Zishuan quickly waved his hand and denied. Oh! Li Yu responded and then walked to the side, quietly waiting for Li Zishuan's judgment result. Chapter 267. Putting away his messy thoughts, Li Zishuan began to read the article seriously. Of course, it was undeniable that the title of Li Yu's article was very good. Compared to the later dynasties, the Tang dynasty was more open. The common people liked to listen to love stories. Li Yu's title alone was enough to attract people to continue reading. After a while, Li Zixuan finished reading the first article. He nodded, then shook his head. Li Yu was happy to see Li Zixuan nod, but Li Zixuan shook his head again. The smile on Li Yu's face froze. Boss, what do you think? Why are you nodding and shaking your head? Li Yu asked. Li Zixuan glanced at Li Yu and said, I nodded because I think your article title is very good. As for the content, it's not bad. Not bad? Then does boss think that my content can be written even better? Li Yu immediately found the key to the problem from the two adjectives Li Zixuan used. Hey, smart. Li Zixuan praised, then explained, I can't deny that the story you chose is very attractive. It's clear from the beginning to the end, but in my opinion, it's not enough. Li Yu looked at Li Zixuan curiously. Li Zixuan smiled and led Li Yu to the pavilion. As they walked, he said, Brother Li, don't worry. Little fishy, don't be unconvinced. There's a reason why I said that. First of all, your entire article gives people the feeling of looking at flowers on horseback. Your description of the incident is very general, very broad, and very boring. This directly causes your entire story to lack a sense of immersion. You have a good topic, but you don't describe a complete story with characters and emotions. The readers will only feel like they're chewing wax. Li Yu held onto the stone table, lowered her head and muttered, Is it that bad? Li Zixuan sat down and smiled. It's not that bad. The reason why I'm telling you so much today is for your own good. Of course, more accurately, it's because I want you to earn more money. Do you still want to hear more? Yes. Boss, please say it. When she heard about money, Li Yu's interest was immediately piqued. The depression she felt from being defeated by Li Zixuan was swept away. You little brat. Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh. If I were to write about this topic, I could write at least 30 to 40,000 words and publish it in the newspapers for 5 to 6 consecutive issues. You see, the part where the rich Mo Wuk and the peasant Xu Yinglian met, you can write more about how Xu Yinglian was at home and how she was bullied by the village bullies. How helpless and hopeless she was. Also, when Mo Wuk saw Xu Yinglian's peerless beauty, how shocked he was. Of course, the most important part is the part where Mo Wuk stood up to save Xu Yinglian. You must write in detail. Such an important part. How can you write it all in just 2 sentences? Your foreshadowing is all for Mo Wuk to act pretentious and slap the face. Apui. It's for the hero saving the beauty. Also, when Mo Wuk's father, Mo Yunshan, opposed his son's relationship with Xu Yinglian, why didn't you write about Mo Wuk's conflict, self-blame and helplessness? Xu Yinglian couldn't be with the person she loved and jumped into the river in anger. Why don't you put yourself in Xu Yinglian's shoes and think about her despair, reluctance, and tragedy? This is the best place to poke at the reader's tears. You have to write about it properly. Also, after Mo Wuk found out that the woman he loved had jumped into the river, the loneliness, sadness, anger, and finally grief. His heart was like dead ashes, and he went to the temple, shaved his head, and became a monk. You have to embellish this place. These are all words, they are all money. As a reporter, if you don't know how to embellish the word count, if you don't know how to write about a matter, then you won't be able to earn much money. Li Zixuan was talking non-stop to Li Yu about how to embellish the news and how to write one story as 5 stories. He completely forgot that he was the boss of Datong Daily. If Li Yu really did that, she would be scamming his own money. Li Yu stood at the side and listened with her mouth agape. She really wanted to kneel down to Li Zixuan. What kind of boss would personally teach his employees how to scam their boss's money? Also, Li Zixuan's embellishment, it was the way to develop the story. It was really an eye-opener for her. It was as if the door to a new world, the path of the water god, was slowly opening for her. Cough, cough. At this moment, a light cough came from the side. Turned out to be Ma Zhou. He just came out to take a breather and didn't expect to see Li Zixuan giving a lecture to Li Yu. The more he listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. Wasn't this misleading the students? Hence, he quickly interrupted. Brother Ma, you're here? Li Zixuan looked at Ma Zhou's expression and knew that he had heard everything he said. He looked a little awkward. "Hello, Uncle Ma." Li Yu remembered what Li Zixuan said to her before. "If you have any problems, your Uncle Ma can take care of you." She went up and said sweetly, "F***CK. Since when did I become an uncle? You were still calling me Steward Ma yesterday." Ma Zhou had just taken 2 steps when he heard Li Yu's words. He instantly staggered and cursed in his heart. If it wasn't for Li Zixuan's quick reaction and raised his hand, he would have fallen flat on his face. "What's wrong? Is it wrong for the little girl to call you that? Brother Ma, why do you have such a big reaction?" Li Zixuan teased with a mischievous smile. Ma Zhou was speechless. What else could he say? He could only curse Li Zixuan in his heart. He was sure that Li Zixuan was the one who taught Li Yu this. "Is there anything important that Lord Zhu came here today?" Ma Zhou calmed himself down and asked. There's no hurry. Let me finish reading little Yu Er's news first. There's still one more. Oh, Brother Ma, you came at the right time. Come and see what little Yu Er's news is like." Li Zixuan passed the news article that he had just finished reading. "Rich man turns to Buddhism for lover," to Ma Zhou. He then picked up the other news article and started reading. Ma Zhou was helpless and could only be patient. He sat down and began to watch the news. F***CK. F***CK. This little girl is stirring up trouble. Li Zixuan almost screamed when he saw the second news article's title. It was because the title was too shocking. It said, "A woman in the wild, after her clothes were stolen by a man." Li Zixuan rubbed his nose. It seemed like Li Yu was going to go all out with this title. Sigh, I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Chapter 268. A woman went into the city to sell a donkey and a goat. There was a small bell tied around the goat's neck. 3 thieves saw it. One of them said, "I'll steal the goat. The woman won't find out." Another thief said, "I'll steal the donkey from the woman." The third thief said, "That's not difficult. I can steal all the woman's clothes." The first thief quietly approached the goat at a bend in the road. He untied the bell and tied it to the donkey's tail. Then he led the goat away. The woman looked around and found that the goat was gone. She began to look for it. At this time, the second thief came to the woman and asked her what she was looking for. The woman said that she had lost a goat. "I saw your goat," said the thief. "Just now a man was leading a goat into this wood. We can still catch him." The woman begged the thief to help her lead the donkey while she chased after the goat. The second thief took the opportunity to lead the donkey away. When the woman came back from the forest, she found that the donkey was gone. She walked on the road and cried. As she walked, she saw a man sitting by the pond. He was also crying. The woman asked him what happened. The man said, "They asked me to take a bag of gold to the city. I was too tired. I sat by the pond to rest and fell asleep. In my sleep, I pushed the bag into the water." The woman asked him why he didn't go down and fish up the bag. The man said, "I'm afraid of water because I can't swim. If anyone wants to fish up this bag of gold, I'll give him 20 gold ingots." The woman was overjoyed. She thought, "It's because someone else stole my goat and donkey that God gave me happiness." So, she took off her clothes and dived into the water. However, she couldn't find the bag of gold no matter how hard she tried. When she climbed out of the water, she found that her clothes were gone. It turned out that the third thief had stolen her clothes. Under the pavilion in the workshop, Li Zixuan read the second article written by Little Fishy. A woman in the wild after her clothes were stolen by a man. He was lost in thought for a moment. There was no doubt that this news article was a complete clickbait. The content was completely different from what you would think when you first saw the headline. But behind this piece of news, there was actually a trace of philosophy. This way, the entire piece of news was instantly raised to a whole new level. This Li Yu's perception was not low. "Little Yu Er? Who told you this story?" After a moment of silence, Li Zixuan looked up and asked. Li Yu replied, "I heard this from an auntie in our shop yesterday. The incident happened to a woman from her family. I thought that if this incident could be written, Everyone might be able to understand a lot of things after reading it. For example, greed will always be punished. Don't trust people easily. Trust people easily and you will have to pay the price. Not bad. You've come up with new tricks for the news. Li Zishuan nodded and praised. His previous purpose of publishing the newspaper was to entertain the public and at the same time, attract investors and make some money. He did not expect Li Yu to be able to draw parallels and trigger another function of the newspaper, which was to educate the public. Moreover, she used a very lively and interesting method to educate the public. This was really rare. This girl's way of thinking was always very unique and creative. Hehe. Thank you for the compliment, boss. So boss, did I pass? Can I be a reporter for Datang Daily in the future? Li Yu heard Li Zishuan's praise and immediately beamed with joy. You passed on my side. Brother Ma, what do you think? Li Zishuan turned his head to look at Ma Zhou and asked. I think it's okay. These 2 articles have already captured some of Lord Zhu's essence. Little Yu is indeed qualified to enter the editorial department of Datang Daily. Ma Zhou nodded and smiled. That's good. Little Yu you'll work under Steward Ma from now on. Your salary will be based on what I've told you before. The more you work, the more you get. Li Zishuan heard Ma Zhou's agreement and said to Li Yu, Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, Uncle Ma. Li Yu heaved a sigh of relief and cheered. Ma Zhou could not help but feel that he had aged a few decades in an instant. Little Yu you still owe me 5 strings of money before. You have to work hard to repay your debt. Li Zishuan deliberately teased. He did not care about that little bit of money. He said that purely to tease this little girl. I know. Li Yu pouted and said with dissatisfaction. Ha ha ha. Brother Ma, how's the compilation of the dictionary going recently? After teasing Li Yu for a while, Li Zishuan left the pavilion and followed Ma Zhou into the house and asked. Lord Zhu, the compilation of the dictionary is almost half done. It is estimated that it will be completed in half a month. Ma Zhou replied confidently. That's fast? Li Zishuan was surprised. He thought that the amount of work required to compile a dictionary was so huge that it would take at least 1 or 2 years to complete it. He did not expect it to be so fast. That's true. Crown Prince and King Wei have given us a lot of manpower and resources to compile the dictionary. Moreover, the dictionary that we are compiling this time is mainly based on the foundation of Shuo Wenjiezi. We have also introduced pinyin and perfected the definitions of some words. In fact, the workload itself is not huge. That's why the progress is so fast. Ma Zhou explained with a smile. Oh, I see. Li Zishuan nodded thoughtfully. After a while, he asked, Brother Ma, how are things at Chitsu Culture recently? How many books can we supply to them every day? Ma Zhou was now one of the higher-ups of Chitsu Culture, so he was very clear about these things. He answered without thinking. Without hesitation, he replied, Recently, the printing department has hired a lot of new people. The scale has expanded a lot. Now, we can supply about 2,000 books to Chitsu Culture every day. The variety and quantity of books will continue to expand. Now, in front of Strange Culture, there will no longer be thousands of people crazily snatching books like when it first opened. Moreover, there are more and more people who believe in Lord Zhu's prophecy that books are as expensive as scallions. Li Zishuan nodded happily and said, That's good, but the scale of Chitsu Culture is getting bigger and bigger. How are the other bookstores in Chong and City reacting? Did they do anything out of the ordinary? This, Ma Zhou heard and frowned slightly. His face darkened and he said, In recent days, with the increase in the number and variety of Chitsu Culture books, the other bookstores' business has become more and more difficult. Some bookstores will send people to the workshop to talk to me. They also want to buy a batch of cheap books from the workshop and sell them. I did not dare to agree to this privately. I was planning to wait for you to come and make a decision personally. Of course, there are a lot of bookstores that chose to fight to the death. However, they always have many tricks up their sleeves. Pang Sigi recently caught a lot of people with unknown intentions around Chitsu Culture. Chapter 269. In the room, Li Zixuan listened to Ma Zhou's words and couldn't help but frown. He had expected that the promotion of cheap books from the strange culture would encounter many obstacles because he had touched too many people's cake. The reason why those people didn't do anything in the first few days was probably because they thought that the cheap books from the strange culture were only selling at a loss and wouldn't last long. But after so many days, the supply of books from the strange culture had increased instead of decreased. Those people naturally couldn't sit still when they saw this. Brother Ma, for those booksellers who want to buy from the workshop, when our production capacity is increased, we can give them a batch of goods. After all, our energy is limited. We can't sell cheap books to all parts of the Tang Empire by ourselves. We can give them a portion of the profits. In this era, apart from the emperor, no one else would have a good ending if they tried to monopolize everything. Of course, even Li Er himself couldn't just do whatever he wanted. He had to consider the opposition of the other aristocratic families. Li Zixuan definitely didn't want to make the whole world his enemy. Earning too much money was also hot. Leaving a mouthful of soup for others was also leaving a way out for himself. Of course, if there were people who didn't want to drink soup and wanted to eat meat, then Li Zixuan would definitely not retreat and wait for death. Yes, Lord Zhu's words are reasonable. This Ma also thinks so. Ma Zhou nodded and said with relief. He was older than Li Zixuan and naturally knew more about the ways of the world. He was relieved that Li Zixuan could make this choice. This was because he was worried that Li Zixuan would make some unwise decisions because of his youth. Then, Brother Ma, do you have any good ideas for those people who have bad intentions? To be honest, other than strengthening the patrols around the strange culture, I don't have any good ideas for the time being. Li Zixuan sighed deeply in his heart. He didn't like this kind of scheming. His original intention of establishing the strange culture was to let the poor people afford to buy books. From the beginning to the end, he didn't want to fight with anyone. If he accidentally hurt someone in the process, then he could only say sorry. Lord Zhu, the people that Pang Sigi arrested previously have been transferred to the Supreme Court. However, we didn't get any results from the interrogation. We also didn't find any evidence of their bad intentions. The current situation is that they are in the dark while we are in the light. We don't know their intentions and plans. We can only block soldiers with arms and water with an earth weir. Ma Zhou pondered for a while but couldn't think of a good idea. He shook his head and said with a frown, "Then, Brother Ma, please keep an eye on the strange culture. If there's anything, feel free to find me." Li Zixuan patted his butt in annoyance and prepared to leave. "No problem. Chongren Lane, Zhangsun Wuji's house. Old Master, there are more and more types of books in the strange culture now. The quantity is also increasing. Moreover, they don't show any signs of losing money. The supply of books is also endless. I estimate that the cost of their books is probably very low. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to continue selling at such a low price for so long. Now, there are already many bookstore owners who have gone to look for the manager of their workshop. They want to purchase a batch of cheap books from them and bring them back to sell. They want to make a profit from the difference." Wu Mengyang, the shopkeeper of Mingde Bookstore, was reporting to Zhangsun Wuji respectfully. "Yes, you are right. I have received news that Li Zixuan's workshop has made a paper machine. The paper production speed is very fast, and the cost of their paper is very low. Moreover, they have also mastered a set of cheap and efficient book printing methods. All in all, the price of their books is naturally low." Zhangsun Wuji's expression was indifferent, and one couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. He clasped his hands behind his back and took 2 steps forward before saying, "Go and contact Li Zixuan. Ask his workshop to supply us with a batch of books. Li Zixuan should give this old man some face. In the future, our bookstore will also sell books at this low price." "Old Master, are you just going to let it go like this?" Wu Mengyang was in disbelief. In his opinion, Zhangsun Wuji was the brother-in-law of the current emperor. Why would he be afraid of Li Zixuan, a mere county boy? "Huh?" Zhangsun Wuji's voice gradually turned cold. "What do you want me to do? Do I need you to teach me what to do?" Wu Mengyang could feel the coldness from Zhangsun Wuji. His legs trembled as he hurriedly said with a trembling voice, "I misspoke. I misspoke. Please forgive me, Old Master." Please forgive me. Humph. Zhang Sun Wuji snorted coldly and said, Leave. I will take my leave. When Wu Mengyang heard Zhang Sun Wuji's words, he felt as though he was pardoned. He didn't even bother to wipe off the cold sweat on his forehead as he hurriedly left. In the house. Come in. How improper of you to lie outside and eavesdrop. Zhang Sun Wuji sat on the stool, took a sip of tea, looked outside the door, and said indifferently, I can't hide anything from father. Just as Zhang Sun Wuji finished his words, a 12-year-old boy immediately came in. He chuckled. Chong-er, take a seat. Zhang Sun Wuji pointed to a seat beside him and said. It turned out that this boy was Zhang Sun Wuji's eldest son, Zhang Sun Chong. Thank you, father. Zhang Sun Chong obeyed and sat beside Zhang Sun Wuji. Chong-er, you should have heard the entire story from start to end, right? Come, tell me your opinion. Do you think that I am weak like shopkeeper Wu? Zhang Sun Wuji poured a cup of tea for himself and said slowly. Hearing those words, Zhang Sun Chong sat up straight. He knew that Zhang Sun Wuji was intentionally testing him. Father, I think that father definitely has your reasons for doing so. However, it is definitely not because you are afraid of Li Zishuan. The Li clan only rose up recently after Li Zishuan was conferred the title of Baron. In terms of foundation and strength, the Zhangsun clan has no reason to be afraid of the Li clan. As for why father chose to avoid them and chose to cooperate with them, I think that father must have other considerations. Zhang Sun Chong replied cautiously. You brat. Zhang Sun Wuji chuckled. Then, he shook his head and said, Chong-er, the matters in this world aren't as simple as what you see. It might seem calm on the surface, but it might be turbulent in the dark. If you want to be invincible, you have to know your enemy as well as yourself. You have to understand as much information about the other party as possible. Then, based on this information, you have to constantly weigh and analyze the situation before you can make the correct judgment. Do you understand? Father is right. I have learned my lesson. Even though Zhang Sun Chong didn't really understand the meaning behind his father's words, he still nodded. Chapter 270. Hey, you really don't mean what you say. Since there's nothing else, I will tell you in detail today. Zhang Sun Wuji knew his son well. He could tell that his son only heard half of it. Zhang Sun Chong scratched his head awkwardly. You were right about one thing. Our Zhangsun family is indeed not afraid of Li Zishuan's family. However, Chong-er, you probably don't know that 3 days before Chitsu Culture released cheap books, His Majesty had left the palace and personally went to Chitsu Pavilion's workshop. Chong-er, do you still think that things are that simple? Zhang Sun Wuji looked at his son and said, Could it be? Could it be that His Majesty has some shares in Chitsu Culture? Zhang Sun Chong opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief. Zhang Sun Wuji shook his head and said, That shouldn't be the case. His Majesty has a lot of things to attend to every day. What he has in his heart is Tang Dynasty's vast rivers and mountains. Why would he care about a mere Chitsu culture? However, I have received news that the Crown Prince and King Wei are one of the owners of Chitsu culture. Furthermore, there is one thing that cannot be denied. The expansion of Chitsu culture is something that His Majesty is willing to see. Father, why do you think so? In today's world, aristocratic families have a huge influence on the commoners. There are countless scholars that rely on aristocratic families. In some places, the commoners only know about aristocratic families and not the imperial court. His Majesty is talented and strategic. How could he tolerate them? On the other hand, due to the expensive price of books, it is hard for the commoners to have a bright future. I think that His Majesty wants to borrow Li Zishuan's hand to break the current situation and allow more commoners to be able to afford to study. This point can be seen from the few batches of officials that His Majesty promoted this year. As the Minister of Personnel, Zhang Sun Wuji naturally knew more information than Zhang Sun Chong. Thus, his analysis was more comprehensive and thorough. So that's how it is. Father, you have great foresight and skills. Zhang Sun Chong was enlightened and praised from the bottom of his heart. Li Er's intention to weaken the aristocratic families was already clear. He had more or less heard about these things before, so he completely understood when Zhang Sun Wuji mentioned it. That's not all. Half a month ago, Li Zixuan invented pinyin, and it was piloted in the Imperial College. The results were very good. The officials in the court also praised pinyin greatly. Not long after, the Eastern Palace and Prince Wei's mansion sent a total of 16 scholars to stay in Li Zixuan's workshop. They had yet to come out. Thinking about the role of pinyin in teaching people how to read, and the establishment of Chitsu culture and the secret support of His Majesty, I guess that Li Zixuan wants to gather the strength of these 16 scholars and use pinyin as the foundation to compile a book that teaches people how to read. If that's really the case, then Li Zixuan is really ambitious. Zhang Sun Wuji relied on the clues he had in his hands and deduced layer by layer, as if he was peeling silk from a cocoon. He actually managed to reconstruct the truth of the matter to a close degree. If Li Zixuan was here, he would definitely praise, "Brother, you're awesome." Tisk. Hearing father's words, I suddenly feel that this Li Zixuan is really amazing. After hearing his father's analysis, Zhang Sun Chong felt that Li Zixuan was rather fortunate. Of course, he's amazing. Chong, you can interact more with Li Zixuan. Perhaps you can learn a lot from him. Yes, I will. Zhang Sun Chong hurriedly replied. Actually, the network that Li Zixuan has now can't be underestimated. First, it was the Chang clan, then the Qin clan, the Niu clan, the Yuqi clan, and recently there's a Li Zixuan. It's said that these few clans have close ties with Li Zixuan. This is also one of the reasons why I'm unwilling to completely fall out with Li Zixuan over a small bookstore. That lad is no longer the same as before. Of course, the most important reason is that the Crown Prince and King Wei are on good terms with Li Zixuan. On the other hand, Li Zixuan can also provide the Crown Prince and King Wei with a lot of support. Chong, you must remember that only when the Crown Prince ascends to the throne will our Zhangsun clan be able to prosper. To our Zhangsun clan, this is the greatest and most important benefit. Zhang Sun Wuji sighed. At this moment, Zhang Sun Wuji wasn't as powerful and influential as Zhen Guan in his later years. Those officials and generals that followed Li Er to conquer the world were mostly still in their prime, and Zhang Sun Wuji wasn't willing to offend them easily. Although the illustrious bookstore had contributed quite a bit to the Zhang Sun clan's monthly income, in Zhang Sun Wuji's eyes, it wasn't worth offending so many factions for this bit of money. Of course, the most important thing was that Li Zixuan's actions were mostly in line with Zhang Sun Wuji's intention of helping Li Chengqian secure his position as the empire's heir. This was the most important thing. This child will remember father's teachings. Zhang Sun Chong nodded seriously. It's good that you remember. Actually, even if we don't find trouble with Li Zixuan, there will be people who will take the initiative to find trouble with him. The strange culture will hurt the foundation of the aristocratic families. Currently, other than the royal family, only Wang Yu's Wang clan is on the same side as His Majesty because of Princess Tong En. However, the remaining 5 aristocratic families aren't easy to deal with. The scale of the strange culture is still small, and they might not have noticed it yet. If I'm not wrong, when the Pinyin literacy book is released, there will definitely be people in the aristocratic families who will realize the threat. At this time, the position of the strange culture in the hearts of the commoners will also increase. When the strange culture becomes a huge monster, the aristocratic families will be completely awakened and start a full-scale counterattack. Zhang Sun Wuji nodded and continued his analysis. Zhang Sun Chong had a more direct understanding of his father's foresight and judgment today. He was full of admiration. He thought for a while and asked, "Then father, when the time comes, if the aristocratic families really join forces to deal with Li Zixuan, what should we do? Do we need to help him?" Chong, you don't know the background of the aristocratic families. If they really join forces, even His Majesty will have a headache. Our Zhangsun clan isn't a match for these 1,000-year-old aristocratic families. Zhang Sun Wuji shook his head and continued, "In such a situation, don't be the first to rush up to help. Although you might gain the goodwill of others, the risk involved will be greater. Currently, the Zhangsun clan has both glory and wealth. We don't need to take risks and only need to develop steadily. Chong, you have to remember that we have to consider carefully before doing things like sending charcoal in snowy weather. Of course, it's best if we don't do it because we might get burned. You can always do things like adding flowers to a brocade. This child will remember. Chapter 271. Da-da-da. Big White's hooves were nailed with horseshoes, so when it walked on the road, the sound it made was particularly loud, even covering the sound of the carriage's four wheels rolling. Inside the carriage, Li Zixuan rubbed his temples in annoyance. When he thought of those people who coveted the strange culture, he felt a wave of exhaustion for no reason. He was most annoyed by scheming against each other. He worked hard for the strange culture just to let the scholars in the world be able to afford to read books. He didn't think about how much money he could make from it. If this behavior was in the modern world, many people would definitely scold him for being an idiot. He didn't want to live a good life as a rich second generation and had to do all kinds of things. In the end, he even offended people. Why did he have to be so stupid? Li Zixuan felt a trace of regret at this moment. No matter what era it was, outsiders would always be attacked by others. The strange culture was an outsider in the eyes of others because it greatly lowered the price of books, causing many people to suffer losses. Some were direct and some were indirect. The direct ones were those booksellers, and the indirect ones were those aristocratic families. Sigh. There was no one he could confide his thoughts to. He could only bitterly bear it alone in silence. Li Zixuan half reclined on the sofa in the carriage, looking at the passers-by on the roadside with their families. Looking at the warm smile on the faces of a certain family of 3, he suddenly felt a little disappointed. A passerby, a passerby. The sound of the zither does not ring. The curtain of spring in March does not lift your heart is a small window tightly closed. My Dada's horse hooves are beautiful mistakes. I am not a returnee. I am a passerby. Right now, he was really like a passerby. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. We are all passers-by in each other's lives. Li Zixuan slapped his thigh in annoyance. He wondered what Han Yushi was doing now. Although there were only less than 20 days left until the official wedding, Li Zixuan still missed Han Yushi very much. This was the inconvenience of the ancient times. In the modern world, there were not so many broken rules. There were many people who lived together before marriage, so who wouldn't let the young couple meet before marriage? Even if the two of them were separated due to unforeseen circumstances, they could still video call each other to ease their lovesickness. However, in this era, it was extremely difficult to make a video call. Not to mention optical fiber communication, he couldn't even make an integrated circuit board in a mobile phone or a computer. It had nothing to do with technology. It was just that the industrial foundation of this era was too weak. No technology could be developed overnight. It had to be slowly accumulated. However, if he couldn't make a phone or a computer, could he make some simple communication tools? Rural phone? Is too low class and it won't spread far. The principle behind the most primitive telephone was not too difficult. It was just a metal piece vibrating due to sound, and the electromagnetic switch coil connected to it generated an electric current, allowing the transmitter and receiver to realize the mutual conversion of sound mechanical energy and electrical energy, thus realizing long-distance communication. If there were enough components and conditions, Li Zixuan could also figure out how to make a telephone by himself. After all, he had done a lot of research related to circuits in his previous life. He had soldered circuits that were dozens of times more complicated than this, let alone a simple telephone. However, without electricity and the corresponding electronic components, how should he do it? Electricity, electricity, electricity. I have to make electricity first. I can't always do things for others. This time, I have to do something for myself. As for the strange culture, I'll do whatever I want. I don't believe that Li Er will let the other aristocratic families go against the strange culture. San Bao, turn the carriage around. Send me back to the workshop. With this thought, Li Zixuan's thoughts were instantly clear. He immediately did what he said and shouted out of the carriage. Ah? Young master, what did you say? San Bao, who was driving the carriage outside, suspected that he had heard wrongly and asked again. Turn the carriage around and go to the workshop. Li Zixuan was filled with energy at this moment. The dispirited look on his face disappeared instantly. Okay, young master. I'll change the carriage now. Sanbao was sure that he didn't hear wrongly. Although he was full of doubts, he knew his duty. He only needed to follow whatever Li Zishuan said. Whoosh! Sanbao controlled Big White and slowly turned the carriage around in the narrow road and rushed back to the workshop. Zhao Song, I heard from Qing Ke that the compilation of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary will be completed soon. What have the other aristocratic families done recently? Do they know about the Tang Dynasty Dictionary? Taiji Palace, Suite Du Hall. Li Er finished reading the last memorial and stretched his arms and waist without caring about his image. Then, he looked at Zhao Song beside him and said, Your Majesty, this old servant didn't hear any relevant news. However, a few days ago, one of the officers of the Right Marquis Guard caught many sneaky people near the strange culture. After these people were sent to the Supreme Court, they didn't get anything out of the interrogation. There was no evidence to prove that they were sent by the aristocratic families. Zhao Song smiled bitterly. He was only a eunuch with slightly more authority. How could he find out about the internal affairs of the aristocratic families? Oh, it seems like there are still people who can't sit still. Whether or not these people are from the aristocratic families, have the people of the Supreme Court pay attention. It would be best if they could find out their background. Right, have Sun Fujia be in charge of this matter. Once the Tang Dynasty Dictionary is released, combined with the recent cheap books, the strange culture will definitely become a place of trouble. We will not allow those people to ruin our plans. Li Er's eyes were cold, and his voice was tinged with determination. Yes, Your Majesty. Summon Li Junxian. Li Er thought for a moment before shouting. Yes. A small eunuch stepped forward, clasped his hands in acknowledgement, and then withdrew. The hall fell silent. Li Er reclined on the dragon throne and took out today's Datang Daily to read. Seeing this, Zhao Song obediently stood to the side, quietly playing the role of a handsome man, a handsome eunuch. Around 15 minutes later, a white-robed general entered. It was none other than Li Junxian. Paying respects to Your Majesty. Dispense with the formalities. We called you here to ask if there has been any activity from the great clans? Li Er put down the newspaper and indifferently asked. Replying to Your Majesty, based on the investigations of the 100 Cavalry, the great clans have not done anything other than actively organizing merchant ships to join the Imperial Court's fleet. Li Junxian didn't know why Li Er would ask this question, so he could only honestly report what he knew. Oh, these vermin of the country are truly insatiable. They actually want to use this southern trade to make a fortune. Li Er deeply furrowed his brow. He was unhappy that the great clans benefited. After a few moments, he shook his head and said, This is also good. They won't be able to divert their attention to the strange culture. Junxian, pay more attention to Li Zishuan's strange culture and workshops. Yes. Chapter 272. Li Junxian received the order and left. Within the hall, Li Er propped his chin up and pondered for a while. After confirming that he had not missed anything, he let out a sigh of relief and reclined on the dragon throne. He flipped open the Datang Daily and continued to read the newspaper. Zhang Sun Wuji's previous conjecture was correct. Li Er had indeed intended to use Qitsu culture to dig up the foundation of the great clans. If one were to say that the cheap books that Qitsu culture had crazily released previously were a hidden worry for the great clans, then the appearance of the Great Tang Dictionary would have a fatal impact on the great clans. This was because once there was a dictionary, a large number of literate people would emerge from all over the Great Tang. The demand for books would increase and the children of poor families would be able to learn some knowledge by themselves without relying on the great clans. In less than 5 years, the number of children of poor families would far exceed the number of children of landowning clans and the children of fake landowning clans that relied on the great clans. At that time, the advantage that the great clans had in terms of education resources and manpower would be completely lost. From this perspective, Li Er was indeed using Li Zishuan. However, to be used by the ruler of a country meant that Li Zishuan had value. Furthermore, Li Er's use was not the type of use where he would disregard the life and death of the other party. He had always had a backup plan for the safety of Qitsu culture and the workshop. He intended to groom Li Zishuan and leave him for Li Chengqian. Naturally, he would not watch as Li Zishuan faced the 5 great clans alone. Heh! This brat actually advertised his compass in the newspaper. Furthermore, I heard that he even rewarded his own novel yesterday, praising himself. Truly shameless. Li Er muttered to himself in annoyance when he saw the advertisement in the middle of the newspaper that was dedicated to the superior properties of the Chitsu Pavilion's compass. Others might not know that the Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was written by Li Zishuan, but how could he not know? He could only sigh in his heart. Li Zishuan's skin was getting thicker and thicker. "Young master, we're here." In front of the Strange Interest Pavilion workshop, Sanbao got off the carriage and opened the curtains. Sanbao, you go back first and ask Xiaoxi to pack some clothes for me. Also, tell my parents that I won't be going back for the next few days and will be staying in the workshop. Li Zishuan ordered as he jumped off the carriage. Sanbao was stunned for a moment before he bowed and replied, "Yes, young master. I will go back and make the arrangements now. You can take the carriage back and send the carriage over later," Li Zishuan quickly added when he saw that Sanbao was about to run back. "Thank you, young master." "Young master, why did you come back?" Li Zishuan walked through a few courtyards and, of course, passed by countless curious looks from the craftsmen and servants. He directly arrived at Faubert's office. Faubert saw him and asked in surprise. After all, Li Zishuan had just left not long ago. "Faubert, I want to make something very important and I need some materials. I will write a list now and you can help me get some. I will be staying in the workshop for the next few days and will be staying in the Drunken Wind Pavilion." Li Zishuan went to a few tables and said as he wrote. On the way back to the workshop, he had already thought of the materials that he needed. Overall, they were all common materials and should be easy to get. "Young master, what are you planning to do this time?" Fu Bo was taken aback when he heard this. Then, his interest was immediately piqued. He walked over curiously and asked. After working together for so long, Li Zishuan's products were each more practical and unexpected than the last. He was now completely convinced of Li Zishuan's ability to invent. Unlike when Li Zishuan was building the curved plow, Faubert raised some doubts. Now that he heard that Li Zishuan was going to make something new, he only had curiosity and anticipation in his heart. There were no doubts at all. "I plan to make something that transcends time. This will be one of the greatest inventions of the Han family in thousands of years." Li Zishuan paused and thought for a while when he heard that. Hiss! No matter how much Faubert believed in Li Zishuan, his heart couldn't help but waver at this moment. Li Zishuan's words were too big. He saw that Li Zishuan didn't mean to explain, so he quickly came to the door and looked outside cautiously. After making sure that there was no one outside, he carefully closed the door and windows. Fortunately, his office was a standalone building with no outsiders. Otherwise, if Li Zishuan's words were to spread, who knew how much trouble it would cause? "Young master, I don't know what you want to do, but please be careful when you speak. Be careful that the walls have ears. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring will arouse the envy of others. If what you just said is spread out, it will inevitably cause some thieves to covet it." Faubert said with a serious face. "Ha ha! I know. Thank you for your concern, Faubert." Li Zishuan shook his head indifferently. He was also a master close to the guru realm. How could he not be aware of whether there was someone eavesdropping around? However, he knew it well in his heart. There was no need to say it out loud. Faubert also had good intentions. "Faubert, can you get these materials prepared for me?" Li Zishuan waved his hand, picked up the list of materials he wrote, and handed it to Faubert. Faubert took it and looked at it carefully. Then his face suddenly became very strange. Because there was a material on the list, it was really... Faubert really couldn't think of what Li Zishuan would use it for. Could it be used to cook? "Young master, these materials are no problem. I will ask someone to collect them for you immediately." A moment later, Faubert said to Li Zishuan. "All right, thank you, Faubert. I will return to Drunken Wind Pavilion first." Li Zixuan stood up and prepared to return to his private courtyard to wait for Xiao Shi to deliver the equipment and Faubert to deliver the materials. Take care, young master. So young master has been busy making a compass for the fleet going south recently. Young master is really kind. Han family village, Han family courtyard. Han Yushi held her chin with her left hand and muttered to herself in the room as she read the latest issue of Tang Dynasty Daily. Han Yushi's wedding date was approaching. Han Lijing had been so busy recently that he couldn't keep up with the Li family's strong request. Li Zixuan's wedding this time had to be held on a grand scale. Han Lijing had been busy sending out invitations everywhere recently. Han Yushi was alone at home. Normally, she would ask the villagers who were going to the city to bring back a copy of the newspaper to read every day. She was not interested in the ancient literature at the front and the novels at the back. She only looked at the news in the middle. This was because she, who was ill-informed, could more or less find some news about Li Zixuan from the news. Young master is getting more and more knowledgeable. I heard that His Majesty promoted him a while ago. Now, young master has become a minister of the Imperial College. No, I should read more books. Otherwise, won't I embarrass young master in the future? Thinking of this, Han Yushi ran to a red cabinet in the room. It was filled with books that her mother had left for her. Before her mother was still alive, she had relied on these books to gain enlightenment. Later, her mother passed away. In order to take care of Tai Dan, she had sealed these books again. However, she did not know that Li Zixuan was also a dabbler in the knowledge of the classics in this era. Why would he care if she was knowledgeable? Chapter 273. Young Master. Xiao Shi has brought you a change of clothes. Li Zixuan returned to Drunken Wind Pavilion. About 15 minutes later, Faubert did not come to deliver the materials, but Xiao Shi came to deliver the clothes instead. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Shi, you can go back after you put these clothes in the room. Li Zixuan leaned on the table as he recalled the knowledge of physics and chemistry from his previous life. Young master, Madam is worried that you will suffer here alone, so she asked Xiao Shi to stay here and take care of you. Xiao Shi will go back and bring your 3 meals a day. Xiao Shi hugged the bundle that she brought over and turned around to say, Did my mother really say that? Li Zixuan raised his head and asked. Of course, yes. Xiao Shi went to prepare a room for you. Xiao Shi replied with a slightly red face. She then hurriedly turned around and carried the bag into the room. In fact, after Sanbao sent the news that Li Zixuan would be staying in the workshop for a few days, Madame Li did not think of sending a maid to take care of her son's daily life. It was Xiao Shi who weakly mentioned it, so Madame Li sent her over. Thinking of Madame Li's meaningful gaze and smile when she arrived, Xiao Shi was so embarrassed that her ears turned red. Boss, these are the materials that Butler Fu asked me to bring over. Not long after Xiao Shi went into the room, Song Xiaoxi came over with a bag. After the previous lesson, Song Xiaoxi's smile now had a tinge of caution. He was no longer as impulsive as before. Li Zixuan took the bag and checked it carefully. He then nodded with satisfaction and said, Very good. Not a single one is missing. Xiaoxi, you can go back now. It's almost time for work. Young master, I'm not in a hurry. I can stay in the workshop at night. Why don't I serve you here? If you have any orders, I can run errands for you, right? Song Xiaoxi smiled politely. No need. I don't have anything to do here. I can do it myself. Xiaoxi, you should go back. Li Zixuan smiled and replied. At this moment, Xiao Shi finished tidying up the room. She came out and said, Young master, your room is ready. Thank you for your hard work. Li Zixuan nodded. Young master, then I will take my leave. When Song Xiaoxi saw Xiao Shi, he immediately reacted. At the same time, he hated himself for being so talkative. His young master was a beautiful woman. Why would he need his help? Sigh. When Li Zixuan saw Song Xiaoxi running away, he knew that Song Xiaoxi was overthinking. Li Zixuan wanted to call him back, but he thought better of it. There was nothing to explain. Xiaoxi, there's still a room on the east side. Go and clean it up yourself. I'm going to start working now. Li Zixuan picked up the large bag of experimental materials and walked into the room as he smiled at Xiaoxi. Oh. When Xiaoxi saw that Li Zixuan did not need her help, she replied with an "oh" and went to the other room to tidy it up. After all, she was going to stay here at night. She could not possibly sleep in the same room as Li Zixuan, right? Although she had thought about it before. But, after transmigrating for so long, I'm finally back to my old profession. Li Zixuan placed the bag of materials on the experimental platform that he temporarily put together with 4 long tables. Looking at this simple laboratory, he felt a little emotional. As an engineering student and one that specialized in engineering, he had soldered countless circuit boards in the laboratory. He did not expect that after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, he would still have to do his old profession. The difference was that his current laboratory conditions were even worse. Of course, the experiments he did were more basic and simple. It could not be compared to modern integrated circuits. Let's get to work. Today, I will make the battery come to this world more than 1,000 years earlier. Haha. Dear Mr. Volt, I'm sorry for stealing your invention. Li Zixuan rubbed his fists and rubbed his palms as he muttered to himself eagerly. That's right, what Li Zixuan wanted to make was the simplest volt battery. What? You think that volt batteries are too weak? Why not make a generator? F***CK. Big chest brother, it's easy for you to say that. You haven't even learned how to walk and you want to run away. Do you think that generators are that easy to make? You transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. Why don't you try making one for me? Can you make one without 1 or 2 months? Li Zixuan wanted to immediately create electricity and then realized the next step of his plan. How could he use 1 or 2 months to make a generator? Li Zixuan watched the TV series The Myth in his previous life. In the series, Yi Xiaochuan, who was played by Hu Gu, transmigrated to the Qin dynasty. Because his phone ran out of battery, he made himself a hand-crank generator. Of course, this was the scriptwriter's nonsense. In fact, that thing could not generate electricity at all. Okay, magnets existed in ancient times. The wires used were the gold threads from the clothes of the future Liu Bang's wife, Liu Ho. However, those gold threads did not have an insulating outer layer. When they were wrapped into a coil, it was no different from a lump of gold. The scriptwriter did not know that real generator coils were covered with enameled wire. Not to mention, to charge the phone, didn't he need an interface cable? Li Zixuan, who was a science and engineering student, was troubled by this for a long time. At that time, he also thought that if he really transmigrated to ancient times, when he needed to charge his phone, he should adapt to the time. Ancient materials were limited. What kind of device should he invent? Should it be a simple hand-crank generator or something else? What? You said that there was no signal in ancient times, so why did you need to charge your phone? You could use your phone as a video camera. Could it be that your phone could only be used to make calls? If there were some pornographic content in your phone, you could contribute it to the emperor. You might even have a lifetime of glory and wealth. After thinking hard and letting the dog stand him up on the internet to find a needle in a haystack, he really found it. In the year 1800, the famous scientist Volta invented the world's first battery, which was also the ancestor of modern batteries. He did not know why those idiotic translators in China would sometimes call it Volta and then Volta. Li Zixuan's mind was often confused when he was in middle school. Through experiments, he found that when a piece of paper soaked in salt water was sandwiched between 2 different metals, electricity would be generated. He soaked the blotting paper in salt water, stacked it with a layer of silver, a layer of blotting paper, and a layer of zinc. Then, he used a wire to connect the top layer of metal to the bottom layer of metal. He found that he could measure the voltage and current. This device was now called a voltaic battery. The principle of a voltaic battery was, when different metals came into contact with an electrolyte solution in pairs, the ions in the solution would form a directional movement, and thus generate an electric current. Until now, the dry battery that we used was a modified voltaic battery. In the dry battery, a paste of ammonium chloride was used instead of salt water. A graphite rod was used instead of a copper plate as the positive electrode of the battery. and a zinc sheet was used as the negative electrode of the battery. Compared to making a generator, wasn't it easier to make a battery? Chapter 274. The materials used for the voltaic battery were silver, zinc, salt, and blotting paper. As long as they were stacked together, they would form a battery that could generate electricity. Then, were these materials available in ancient times? If you were traveling to the Ming Dynasty, congratulations, you would have all of these materials. You would be able to charge your phone directly. This was because zinc metal was first invented by China in the Ming Dynasty. At that time, it was called Japanese lead. It was first extracted from silver or imported from Japan. Unfortunately, Li Zixuan had traveled to the Tang Dynasty, so he lacked one material, zinc. But could a voltaic battery be made without zinc metal? Of course not. As long as there were two different metals, it could be made. The only difference was the voltage and current produced. The positive electrode material used in modern dry batteries was copper, gold, or silver was better, but that was for the rich people's flashlights, and the negative electrode material was zinc. Copper was also very easy to obtain in ancient times, unless you had the bad luck of 8 lifetimes and traveled to the Stone Age. The negative electrode material could be aluminum or iron. Yes, iron, which was cheaper than copper. In the laboratory, Li Zixuan was secretly glad that he had read The Myth in his previous life and had a lot of questions, so he had searched for a lot of information related to the manufacture of batteries on Baidu. Otherwise, he would not have thought of making a voltaic battery. He would have been a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers, and would have definitely tried to make a generator. Was he King lucky? Because in the Tang Dynasty, which did not have any industrial or electronic foundation, it was really difficult to make a generator with the theoretical knowledge he had learned from textbooks. Li Zixuan did not plan to make a generator at the moment. There were too many technical problems to solve, so he would do it in the future. He took out a specially made rectangular clay jar. There were 50 independent compartments inside the jar. Because the voltage and current of a voltaic battery were definitely not enough, it needed to be connected in parallel to increase the current, and then connected in series to increase the voltage. The crudest and simplest voltaic battery had a voltage of about 1 volt and a current of about 10 to 20 milliamperes. If the voltaic batteries in each cubicle had a voltage of 1 volt and a current of 10 milliamperes, then 50 voltaic batteries would be connected in parallel to form a battery pack. 5 of these battery packs would then be connected in series to form a power source with a voltage of 5 volts and a current of 500 milliamperes. Then, the problem of charging your mobile phone would be solved. P.S. If you plan to bring your mobile phone to ancient times, please remember this easiest way to charge your mobile phone. Of course, Li Zixuan was a soul transmigrator. When he transmigrated, he did not bring anything with him. The purpose of his battery was definitely not to charge his phone, but to power his communication tools. He often lamented why he wasn't wearing a suit and couldn't bring a computer with him. He could have brought a mobile phone with him. When he was bored, he could play single-player do-di-ju or cut fruits. However, there were also benefits of soul transmigration. At the very least, there were no obstacles when communicating with the people of the Tang Dynasty. This was because the official language of the Tang Dynasty was not Mandarin at all. It had a very thick accent. If it wasn't for soul transmigration, you would not be able to understand what others were saying. Li Zixuan mixed a small basin of concentrated salt water and poured it into each cubicle one by one. When all 50 cubicles were filled, he inserted the 2 ends of the bent iron plates into the 2 adjacent cubicles. Then, he inserted the bent copper plates into the other side. The copper plates were the positive electrodes of each voltaic battery, and the iron plates were the negative electrodes. When the iron plates and copper plates were inserted into the cubicles, it was equivalent to connecting all the positive electrodes together and the negative electrodes together. As a whole, the 50 small batteries were connected together in parallel, forming a battery pack with a voltage of about 1 volt and a current of about 500 milliamperes. After completing the first battery pack, Li Zixuan took out a copper wire. It was a copper wire that was coated with lacquer. He used the copper wire to separate the positive and negative electrodes of the battery pack. Then, he covered the rectangular ceramic jar with a matching lid. Just like that, a simple battery was created. It was very convenient to use. He just needed to connect the positive and negative electrodes to the circuit. If he felt that the voltage was not enough, he could make a few more of these batteries and connect them in series. Young master, it's time to eat. At this moment, Xiaoxi knocked on the door and shouted. The servant girl took advantage of the time when Li Zixuan was doing experiments to ask San Bao to drive the carriage back to the Li residence to get dinner. After all, the food outside could not be compared to the food in the Li residence. In order to make Li Zixuan comfortable, Xiaoxi put in a lot of effort. Okay, I'll be right out. When Li Zixuan heard this, his heart was filled with happiness. Compared to his previous life, he was doing the same job, but his circumstances were completely different. In his previous life, he spent his 3 years as a postgraduate student in the laboratory. Every day, he would enter the laboratory at 8:30 a.m. to check in, and he would leave the laboratory at around 10 p.m. Of course, he would have to check in again. The person in charge of the project would check his attendance every month. Sometimes, in order to rush the progress of the project, he would work overtime until 1 or 2 o'clock or even overnight. To put it nicely, he was a technician who worked hard on the front line of research. To put it bluntly, he was just a worker, an engineering dog, and now, although he was doing basic research, he had a pretty servant girl to take care of his daily needs. And there was also a driver on standby outside. Li Zixuan felt that he was willing to be such a happy engineering dog for the rest of his life. It smells so good. What did Auntie Zhao make tonight? Li Zixuan walked out of the room and came to the main hall. Only then did he notice that the sky outside was almost completely dark. He sniffed with his nose and immediately smelled the aroma of food. Hence, he quickly walked to the dining table, picked up his chopsticks and prepared to eat. Hey, young master, you haven't washed your hands. When Xiaoxi saw this, she quickly pulled Li Zixuan and said, That's right. Li Zixuan looked at his dirty hands and felt a chill down his spine. It was a big taboo to eat without washing your hands after an experiment. What he did today was just a normal experiment. However, if he did not wash his hands when he used poisonous substances in his experiments, wouldn't he be in trouble? When he thought about this, he quickly followed Xiaoxi to wash her hands before returning to the table to eat. Xiaoxi, have you eaten? Young master, of course. Xiaoxi will eat after you finish eating. So annoying. Sit down and eat with me. You know that I hate these rules the most. Xiaoxi looked at Li Zixuan awkwardly. In the end, she still went to get a bowl of rice for herself and sat opposite Li Zixuan. Anyway, it was not the first time. A few months ago, she and Xiaohe ate at the same table as Li Zixuan at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Come. Eat a meatball and grow more meat. Xiaoxi. Thank you, young master. Chapter 275. Young master, do you want to take a bath now? Xiaoxi will boil some water for you. After dinner, Xiaoxi looked at Li Zixuan and asked. As the workshop often required the workers to work overtime, there were a few staff dormitories in the workshop. Those who worked overtime too late and couldn't go home, Chang'an City had a curfew, would sleep in the workshop at night. Correspondingly, the kitchen, cafeteria of the workshop would close very late at night to prepare hot water and supper for the overtime workers. This was a benefit that Li Zixuan prepared for the workers after he took over the workshop. No rush, I still have to make some things. Xiaoxi, don't be busy. Go wash up and sleep. I'll go get a bucket of water from the well after I'm done. It's better to use cold water on such a hot day. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, Young master, you can't do that. You'll catch a cold if you bathe in cold water. Xiaoxi heard him and shook her head like a rattle drum. She was determined to disagree. Your young master has kung fu. How would I catch a cold? Little girl, go wash up and go to sleep. I'm going back to work. Li Zixuan smiled nonchalantly, then turned around and went straight back to his room. Young master. Xiaoxi stomped her feet in annoyance. The little girl sulked for a while before she got up to clean the dishes. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The night at Drunken Wind Pavilion was very quiet and peaceful. A waning moon hung in the night sky, The sky was filled with sparkling stars. It was like the Milky Way laid on the green sky. A gust of night wind blew and rustled the leaves in the courtyard. It was like the sound of the waves or the call of the pines. Occasionally, the chirping of crickets could be heard from the bushes around the house. In the laboratory, Lisa Schwann continued to make voltaic batteries. There was no TV to watch, no computer to play, and he couldn't fall asleep so early. It was rare to find a good toy, and he was addicted to it. He wanted to try connecting a few more voltaic batteries in series to see if he could do something. As the saying goes, unfamiliar the first time, familiar the second time. In less than 2 hours, he actually managed to create another 11-volt battery packs. In other words, he could now assemble a 12-volt, 500 milliamperes power supply. It was not easy at all. So I wonder if the archaeologists will be able to guess that this young master came from the modern era when they dig up the voltaic battery that this young master made 1,000 years later. Lisa Schwann looked at the dozen or so batteries on the table and thought to himself, that's right. Oh, right. It seems like there really was someone who made the voltaic battery even earlier. Oh, so this young master isn't the first person to eat crabs? Lisa Schwann regretfully patted his head, because he suddenly remembered an archaeological news article he saw on the Tianya Forum in his previous life. The general idea was as follows. In 1938, Van Wilhelm Koenig, an archaeologist working in a museum in Baghdad, Iraq, announced that he had discovered a battery that predated the voltaic battery by a long time. Koenig claimed that this battery was made by the Mesopotamians as early as 200 BC. This Baghdad battery was made up of a 14-centimeter tall jar, an iron electrode, and a copper electrode surrounding the iron electrode. The iron electrode was also surrounded by paper soaked in grease to prevent it from coming into contact with the copper electrode. In the jar, Koenig also found traces of a mysterious organic substance. Later, someone made a replica of the Baghdad battery based on the antique. The same electrode material was used, and the electrolyte was vinegar. It was very likely that this material was used at the time. Through the measurement of modern instruments, it was proven that the Baghdad battery could produce 1 volt of voltage when the current was 10 milliamperes. This device can indeed be used as a battery, but what was the real purpose of the Mesopotamians 2,000 years ago? This question has always been an unsolved mystery. There had always been some unknown civilizations on Earth, such as the ancient Egyptians and the Mayans. Perhaps the level of their technological civilization at that time had far surpassed the 21st century society. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by Xiao Shi's voice. Young master, can I come in? Xiao Shi said weakly. She cleaned up the dishes, took a shower, and stayed in the room alone. She couldn't help but feel afraid because this place wasn't as crowded as the Li residence. Tonight, there were only her and Lisa Schwann in the entire Drunken Wind Pavilion. Sanbao naturally went to the staff dormitory. And, come in. Lisa Schwann's messy thoughts were instantly interrupted by Xiao Shi. He regained his senses and replied, Young master, this is ginseng tea. It's cold at night. Drink some. The summer night was like water, and it was indeed a little cold at night. Xiao Shi came in and gently placed the tea tray on the table beside Lisa Schwann. Although she was afraid of staying in the room alone, she couldn't possibly run into Lisa Schwann's room for no reason, right? This little girl's face was still tender. Thus, Xiao Shi cleverly went to get a cup of ginseng tea and used it as an excuse to run over. Thank you for your hard work, Lisa Schwann said plainly as he connected the wires. Although the night was cold, his martial arts foundation was good, and he didn't feel the coldness at all. He didn't need ginseng tea at all. Furthermore, eating too much of this stuff would cause his yang to become stronger. Han Yushi wasn't married to him yet, so if he became a beast, would he have to settle it himself? Young master, what are you doing? Can you tell Xiao Shi? Xiao Shi moved a stool and sat beside Lisa Schwann as she quickly found a topic to talk about. If she didn't find a topic to talk about, she could only stay at Lisa Schwann's place for a maximum of 15 minutes before she could only return to her room miserably. I can, but you can't tell anyone. Lisa Schwann raised his head and looked at the maidservant. Xiao Shi had just finished bathing, and there were still a few water droplets on her forehead. Because it was summer, she only wore a thin pink low-cut dress. Li Zixuan was far away, but he could almost feel the temperature of her snow-white skin under the thin shirt. He glanced at it and quickly lowered his head, pretending to look at the wire in his hand with a serious face. It was the middle of the night, a single man and a single woman. Moreover, she was a young and beautiful little beauty who was about to mature. The atmosphere was too ambiguous. "NN, young master, don't worry. Xiao Shi swears to the heavens that I won't tell anyone even if I'm beaten to death." When Xiao Shi heard that she had the chance to share Li Zixuan's secret, she instantly felt very excited. The innocent and naive her didn't notice the strange look in her young master's eyes. Perhaps it was because Li Zixuan, this big bad wolf, was better at pretending. Chapter 276. Hee. That's not necessary. In the laboratory, Li Zixuan heard Xiao Shi swearing. He couldn't help but chuckle. In the future, if someone uses your life to threaten you and tell you that I made this, Xiao Shi, you must protect your life first. The things that I made are not as precious as your life. Do you hear me? Young master. Xiao Shi's bright eyes sparkled. The little girl was really touched. Cough, cough. Li Zixuan couldn't stand Xiao Shi's gaze and quickly looked away. He coughed and said, "Actually, I am only doing a small experiment. The goal is to create a new type of energy. It can't be considered a new type of energy. This thing already exists in the natural world." Young master, what are you talking about? What is a new type of energy? What is the natural world? Xiao Shi's emotions gradually calmed down after listening to Li Zixuan's explanation. However, when she suddenly heard so many new terms, she was a little confused and couldn't help but ask. Energy is... Xiao Shi, you can understand energy as doing things. Apui, it is the ability to do things. For example, I am strong in martial arts. I can lift a few hundred kilograms of rock with one hand because I have a lot of energy in my body. Also, why can firewood boil water and cook rice? That is because there is energy in firewood too. Do you understand? Li Zixuan had a headache when he heard these questions, but he still explained patiently. Oh, Xiao Shi understands now. According to what young master said, Xiao Shi also has energy in her body because Xiao Shi can cook and take care of young master. Xiao Shi held her chin and thought for a while. Suddenly, she smiled. Hee. You are not wrong to say that. Li Zixuan saw the little girl's bright smile and couldn't help but feel happy. He nodded and continued. As for the natural world is the environment that we live in. It includes the sky, the earth, humans, plants, animals, etc. The reason why I said that this type of energy already exists in the natural world is because the thing that I created is the same type of energy as lightning. Wow! Young master is so powerful. You can actually create lightning. Then wouldn't young master be the thunder god of heaven? When Xiao Shi heard her young master's description, her eyes were filled with hearts as she exclaimed. Cough, cough, cough. Li Zixuan almost coughed up blood. He was so handsome. How did he become a birdman with two wings like Lei Jinzi? Cough, Xiao Shi. I only said that this thing I made has the same attribute as lightning. I didn't say it was lightning. This energy is much weaker than lightning, so I call it electricity. Oh! Hearing this, Xiao Shi nodded her head. Then, she smiled and said, Even so, young master is already very powerful. Xiao Shi has never heard of anyone who can create lightning. Cough, of course you haven't heard of it. If you had, then there would be another transmigrator in this world. Li Zixuan couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Then young master, you said that the electricity you created is a type of energy. But what can this energy be used for? Xiao Shi looked at the strangely shaped ceramic jars on the table and asked curiously. Haha, good question. Li Zixuan looked at Xiao Shi with admiration and smiled. There are many uses for electricity. It can generate heat to boil water and cook rice. It can also replace candles to light up the entire house at night. It can also make machines move. If we use electricity on a horse carriage, the carriage might not even need a horse in the future. It can move on its own and even run faster than a horse. Wow, Young master, is this electricity really so magical? Of course, but to achieve these functions, we have to create the corresponding tools. For example, if you want to use electricity to boil water, you have to create a tool to boil water. Then, you have to connect it to the tool to boil water. If you want to use electricity to light up the house, you have to create a type of lamp. It's not a lamp that burns oil, but a lamp that consumes electricity. Li Zishuan explained patiently. Oh, Xiaoxi understands now. Just like when we use firewood to boil water, we have to create a pot first. Is that right, young master? Xiaoxi listened attentively. In order to keep up with her young master's thoughts, her mind was thinking very quickly. She smiled and said after Li Zishuan finished his words. Yes, yes, smart. That's it. Li Zishuan nodded. Hee. Then, young master, we don't have any tools to boil water, nor do we have any lamps that consume electricity. What can the electricity you create be used for? Xiaoxi smiled happily at first. Then she asked doubtfully. Hey, we don't have any tools, but we can create tools. Xiaoxi, wait for a moment. Let me show you a magic trick tonight. A thought flashed through Li Zishuan's mind as he suddenly thought of an idea. After he finished speaking, he ignored Xiaoxi's doubts and went straight out the door. Hey, young master, where are you going? Xiaoxi wanted to follow him out anxiously, but she could not catch up with Li Zishuan's footsteps. She could only sit down alone and continue to wait. About a quarter of an hour later, Li Zishuan came back with a bamboo stick in his hand. He took out a long sword, and with a few swings of the sword, there were a few thin bamboo strands on the table. Li Zishuan picked up a bamboo strand of uniform thickness and placed it on the flame of the candle. He started to roast it carefully. After a while, the green bamboo strand turned into black bamboo charcoal. Li Zishuan used a metal wire to wrap around the middle of the bamboo strand. Then, he passed the other end of the metal wire to Xiaoxi and said, Here, Xiaoxi, take this. You will be able to see the lighting effect of electricity soon. Yes, yes. Remember to stay away. Don't let your hair touch the bamboo strands. Yes, young master. Watch carefully. Just for a moment. The experiment that Li Zishuan wanted to do was the prototype of a third wheel. In 1854, Henri Goebbels used a carbonized bamboo strand under a vacuum glass bottle. It emitted light when it was electrified. His invention was the first practical use of an incandescent lamp. The light bulb he experimented with could last for 400 hours, but unfortunately, he did not apply for a patent in time. Li Zishuan skillfully connected the 12 batteries together. Then, he carefully connected the positive and negative electrodes of the battery to the two ends of the carbonized bamboo strand. After the bamboo strand was electrified, its surface instantly produced a high temperature and emitted a bright light. It easily covered the light of the candles in the room. The bright light shined on Xiaoxi's delicate cheeks and her snow-white smooth chest, coupled with her slightly open mouth and shocked expression. The originally beautiful Xiaoxi looked even more beautiful under the light. Li Zishuan was mesmerized. Ah, what a beautiful light. Young master, this light is 10 times brighter than a candle. Unfortunately, it only shines for a while. Xiaoxi excitedly exclaimed. The things that she experienced tonight had completely overturned her understanding. She would never forget it for the rest of her life. Cough. Why is this little girl becoming more and more charming? I almost went crazy. Li Zishuan, who was interrupted by Xiaoxi's exclamation, could not help but shake his head. After he heard Xiaoxi's words, he laughed in his heart. This bamboo strand is not placed in a vacuum, so of course, it can only shine for a while. But maybe I can make some light bulbs to play with in the future. Xiaoxi, do you like it? Yes, yes, I like it. Then young master will make you a light bulb that can always shine this bright. Ah, young master is so nice. Chapter 277. Young master, you're up? Xiaoxi will get some water for you to wash up. Early in the morning, Xiaoxi had just returned from the Li residence after getting breakfast. She happened to see Li Zishuan doing his morning exercises, i.e., sword training, in the courtyard. The little girl placed the food box on the stone table in the courtyard and was about to go get some water. Ha! No need, I've already washed up. Xiaoxi, come over and eat. Li Zixuan laughed and put away his sword. Then he came to the stone table and sat down. After last night's experience, Xiao didn't refuse and sat opposite Li Zixuan. She opened the food box and accompanied Li Zixuan to eat. Tisk, that's more like it. So boring to eat alone. With a beauty accompanying me, my appetite will be much better. Li Zixuan glanced at Xiao as he ate, and thought to himself proudly. Xiao, how was your rest last night? Are you used to it? Li Zixuan asked casually as he ate his sumptuous breakfast. Xiao purposely stayed there last night and he didn't notice it at first. However, as time passed, how could he not notice it? Although she was a feast for the eyes, Li Zixuan still hardened his heart and chased her out of the room when he thought about how he was going to get married soon. It's okay. Xiao blushed and replied. After she left Li Zixuan's room last night, she wasn't that afraid anymore. She laid on the bed and her mind was filled with the image of Li Zixuan lighting up the bamboo in front of her. She couldn't care less about being afraid anymore. Young master, are you still doing an experiment today? Xiao had also learned a lot of new words. Yes, I still have to do something. Do you need my help? Xiao asked with her eyes sparkling. Not at the moment. Oh. Although the questions for this exam were difficult, there were still quite a number of people who did very well. They are worthy of praise. Iron Egg, come over and give out the exam papers. Imperial College, Mathematics Institute. Su Hongji held a stack of test papers and stood on the podium, summarizing the results of this exam. After Li Zixuan finished marking the test papers that night, he put them in the study room. Yesterday, he stayed in the workshop all day and forgot to give them to Su Hongji. Su Hongji waited at home for a long time, but no one came. Seeing that it was getting dark, he stomped his feet and went to the Li residence himself. After all, he and Li Jingma were very good friends. As a result, when he arrived at the Li mansion, he naturally did not meet Li Zixuan. He could only tell Li Jingma the reason for his visit. After Father Li understood, he was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at his son. Su Hongji comforted Li Zixuan for a while before Li Jingma calmed down. In the end, with Xiaohe's help, they found the exam papers that had been marked in Li Zixuan's room. All right, Mr. Su. Iron Egg quickly walked over, took the test papers, and began to distribute them. Taking advantage of this time, I will briefly explain the results of this exam. The most praiseworthy one is Meng Wenhao. He actually scored 101 points. To be honest, there were many questions in this exam paper that I did not know how to answer. Meng Wenhao was able to score so high. It is very amazing. Everyone, please give him a round of applause. Su Hongji stood on the podium and looked at Meng Wenhao, who was sitting below, and praised him. After following Li Zixuan for so long in class, Su Hongji actually learned to make fun of himself. His words were not as rigid as before. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar. Whether the questions were difficult or not, the students below had the most right to speak. They were the ones who had been tortured and persecuted. Naturally, they knew how perverted the questions were. Damn! Wenhao, you were so awesome? Too awesome? Wang Meng stretched out his hand and patted Meng Wenhao's back as he exclaimed exaggeratedly. Lucky, lucky. Meng Wenhao was still in deep shock. He knew that he did well in this exam, but he did not expect to get first place. After all, after Li Zixuan took over the School of Mathematics, there began to be many masters. It was very difficult to get first place. At this time, when he heard Wang Meng's exclamation, he quickly turned around and said modestly, Lucky my ass. You are such a hypocrite. Wang Meng curled his lips and said, This is strength, not luck. Wenhao, you are too modest. When I asked you how the exam was last time, you said it was average. How is this average? Zhang Ziren laughed and said, Haha, Brother Ziren, I am sorry. I was not confident at that time. Meng Wenhao said with an apologetic face. No matter what, Wenhao, congratulations to you for coming in first place. But I will not give up. Next time, I will surpass you. Ku Shiqing smiled at Meng Wenhao, but there was still a bit of unwillingness in his eyes. Yes, I will not give up. Wenhao, you have to be careful. Next time, I may surpass you. Zhang Ziren echoed. Haha, I did not expect Meng Wenhao to be so good. This school of mathematics is getting more and more interesting. When Li Tai heard that Meng Wenhao got 101 points, he could not help but be a little surprised. But that was all. As a prince, how could he make a fuss over such a small matter like the others? The top students in the front row were encouraging each other, but the bottom students in the back row were naturally in a different situation. F***CK, that's amazing. Meng Wenhao is too awesome. Cheng Chumo opened his eyes wide and excitedly slammed the table. Damn. Meng Wenhao is amazing. Mr. Su, I want to change seats. I want to change seats. I want to change seats next to Meng Wenhao. When Sun Zifen heard that someone got 101 points, he almost knelt down. The little fatty rolled his eyes and shouted. In fact, he was bitter in his heart. He almost got 0 points in this exam. Next to him was a group of idiots who did not know anything. He could not copy even if he wanted to. Damn. I also want to change seats next to Meng Wenhao. Cheng Chumo immediately reacted and shouted. He and Sun Zifan grew up playing together. They dug out birds' nests together, peeped at Widow Wang in the east of the city, and smashed other people's latrines together. How could this little fatty's cunning mind be hidden from him? I also want to change seats. I also want to change seats. The hedonistic second generations who had been transferred to the mathematics school with Sun Zifen all reacted and scrambled to be the first to shout. Sun Zifen disliked his teammates for cheating him, and they also thought so. Ahem. Silence. Silence. Su Hongji was originally gratified when he heard Ku Shiqing and the other students encouraging each other. He did not expect that, in the blink of an eye, the group of students behind him wanted to change seats. Perhaps this was the difference between a top student and a bottom student. Don't even think about changing seats. Let's wait for Dr. Li. Oh, it should be Li Sai now. When he comes back, you guys go and tell him. Now, I'll talk about the other students. Second place, Bruiser, 91 points. Third place, Li Tai, 90 points. Fourth place, Ku Shiqing, 85 points. Chapter 278. Fifth from the bottom, Song Tianyu, 15 points. Fourth from the bottom, Duan Wenba, 12 points. Third from the bottom, Bai Hongyuan, 8 points. Second from the bottom, Jiang Wenchong, 5 points. Last place, Kong Chuansuan, 0 points. On the podium, Su Hongji announced the results of the last 5 students. Without a doubt, the last 5 were all students who had just been transferred over. Below the podium, Cheng Chumo was trying to hold back his laughter as he listened. His shoulders were shaking, especially when he heard that Kong Chuansuan, who was in the last place, had scored 0 points. He finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Ift! Haha! The rich second-generation heirs behind Cheng Chumo were all spitting fire in their eyes. They glared at Cheng Chumo and wanted to fight it out with him. Silence! Cheng Chumo, what are you laughing at? Tell everyone. How many points did you get? Su Hongji slapped the table, glared at Cheng Chumo and said angrily. Cheng Chumo immediately stopped talking. Extreme joy begets sorrow. Extreme joy begets sorrow. Quick! Tell everyone how many points did you get? Su Hongji urged. I got 38 points. Cheng Chumo scratched his head and felt a little embarrassed. Yes, you didn't see wrong. This guy knows how to be embarrassed now. Because if you exclude the people who had just arrived, he would probably be in the last place. Wow! The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality has updated 15 chapters today. Can this leather knight write so quickly? Jin Yu Academy. Meng Tianhua looked at the Datang Daily that he had just bought and couldn't help but exclaim. Yeah. Doesn't this guy need to think before he writes a novel? How can he write so much in a day? Liao Feichen frowned and was a little puzzled. With different identities, the perspective of a problem would naturally be different. In the past, both of them were fans of A Mortal's Legend of a Mortal's Journey. Back then, if they saw so many updates in A Mortal's Journey, their first reaction would definitely be surprise and joy. Now that they were authors, They naturally had to look at problems from the perspective of competitors. Little brother, I only managed to write 8 chapters after putting in so much effort yesterday. Meng Tianhua had a bitter expression as he said in defeat. You've already written 8 chapters, but I only wrote 5 yesterday. Liao Feichen almost cried when he heard what his classmates said. Haha, Tianhua, Feichen, you don't have to be like this. Hua Hongyi, who was watching from the side, shook his head and said with a smile, based on my guess, this Pai Xiajue definitely didn't write so many chapters in a single day. I'm guessing that he saved some of them beforehand, and then when someone rewarded him, he released all of them in one go. So the two of you don't have to be so dejected. If Li Zishuan were here, he would definitely give Hua Hongyi a thumbs up. As an ancient person, Hua Hongyi actually knew about the saving of chapters theory. It was really rare. Yeah, Hongyi's analysis is pretty good. The 15 chapters that were released today must have been written by Leather Knight in advance. Meng Tianhua's eyes lit up as he said excitedly. That's right, that might really be the case. Sai, let's not talk about it anymore. I have to hurry up and study A Mortal's Journey. Then, I have to quickly write my novel to 30,000 words and show it to the manager of Datong Daily. Liao Feichen patted the stone table and agreed. After that, he hurriedly got up and prepared to continue writing his novel. Hongyi, I'm going too. I still need 10,000 words to send it to Datong Daily's editorial department. Meng Tianhua didn't want to be left behind. He took the newspaper and slipped away. Hua Hongyi shook his head speechlessly. Manager's son, do you have any compasses at Curious Pavilion today? Yeah, do you have any today? You didn't have any yesterday, but you can't possibly not have any today, right? Yeah, I say, can't you guys hire more people to be compasses? Yeah, we're all waiting to use them. The fleet is about to set sail. Ever since Datong Daily did a round of publicity for Curious Pavilion's compasses, and taking advantage of the popularity of the fleet heading south, countless merchant ship owners came to Curious Pavilion to buy compasses. Unfortunately, the first batch of compasses had already been pre-ordered by the Imperial Court and Wang Renbiao, so every time they came, there was no stock. Today, when the East Market opened, they gathered here and asked Sun Huayuan. Sun Huayuan looked at the group of people waving their money in front of him to buy compasses. He was both happy and depressed. Although Curious Pavilion had some compasses today, they didn't have much in stock. Sun Huayuan's heart ached when he thought about how he couldn't earn money from all these people who were queuing up to give him money. We have some compasses today, but the quantity is limited. There are only 50 of them. Everyone, line up. The rules are the same as before. Those who have a membership card, line up at the member channel according to the level of your membership card. Each person is limited to 2. Sun Huayuan shouted to the crowd. Huh? Why are there only 50? How is that enough? Moreover, each person is limited to 2, and I alone need 10. A well-dressed merchant was dumbfounded. There are so many people here. How is 50 enough? Why are you still talking nonsense here? Hurry up and line up. If you don't, you won't be able to buy any more. Yeah, I happen to have a blue membership card. I can cut the line. Haha. What's a membership card? Some of the merchants who had just come into contact with Curious Pavilion didn't know what privileges a membership card had. After all, Curious Pavilion used to only make children's toys and Drunken Immortal. Many of the wealthy merchants didn't pay attention to these things, but after hearing the explanation from the people beside them, they immediately went to Sun Huayuan to apply for a membership card. Shopkeeper's son, I want a purple membership card. I want a purple membership card too. I want a gold membership card. These people who owned large merchant ships didn't lack money. When it came to applying for a membership card, they directly started with a purple membership card. Shopkeeper's son didn't expect that such a thing would actually spur so many people to apply for a purple membership card. It was truly an unexpected gain. Everyone, don't be anxious and don't fight over it. Recently, our workshop has been producing compasses at full capacity. In the next few days, the supply of compasses will definitely increase. Before the Imperial Court's fleet heads south, everyone will definitely be able to buy a lot of compasses. Sun Huayuan said to the anxious crowd as he asked the accountant to help them apply for membership cards. What he said wasn't nonsense. This was something that Li Zishuan had taught him. Under Li Zishuan's guidance, the workshop's current production model had been changed to an assembly line model. The supply of compasses in the future would definitely not be a problem. Really? That's great. Then I'll wait for 2 more days. Wait my ass. Who knows what will happen in the future? The sooner you buy, the better. You're right. I'll buy one too. Yeah, let's line up. Although Faubert said it like that, very few people believed him. Everyone was still very enthusiastic about buying compasses. Chapter 279. The day of the fleet's journey to the south was getting closer and closer. Anyone with a bit of foresight would realize how lucrative the journey to the south would be. Furthermore, they would be escorted by the Imperial Army, so there was no need to worry about their safety. It was simply a godsend opportunity. As a result, there was a rare shortage of manpower in all the major shipping companies. Notices for sailors could be seen all over Chang'an City. As long as you were good at swimming and didn't get seasick, you should hurry up and sign up. The ship owner would not only give you a generous settlement fee, but when you returned from the southern trade, the salary would be enough for your family to live on for 20 years. The workshop was bustling with activity. Because some of the precise components of the compasses were previously polished by a few old masters, the efficiency was very low. Seeing that there were more and more people outside wanting to buy compasses, Faubert decided to organize the young craftsmen to learn from the old masters after consulting with Li Zishuan. Whoever could learn would be rewarded with 5 strings of cash on the spot. With a generous reward, there would be a lot of brave men. A large number of smart and skillful young craftsmen immediately emerged. The precise components they polished were no worse than those of the old masters. Just like that, with a steady stream of new people joining in and the advanced assembly line production model, the production of compasses continued to skyrocket day by day. On the first day, the 50 compasses supplied by the Curious Pavilion were sold out in less than a quarter of an hour. On the second day, the 300 compasses supplied by the Curious Pavilion were also sold out in less than an hour. On the third day, the 800 compasses supplied by the Curious Pavilion were finally not sold out. The market for compasses was beginning to reach saturation. After all, there were only a little more than 1,000 merchant ships going south. Furthermore, not every merchant ship owner was as rich as Wang Renbiao to equip every ship with a compass. Seeing this, Sun Huayuan hurriedly reported to the workshop. When Faubert received the news, he immediately transferred half of the people from the compasses production team to produce carriages. According to Li Zishuan's previous plan, it was time to sell the carriages. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. While the people outside were preparing for the vigorous southward operation, Li Zishuan was also extremely busy in the Drunken Wind Pavilion in the depths of the workshop. Li Zishuan was already showing signs of going berserk. In the past 3 days, he had spent more than 90% of his time in the laboratory, sleeping there as well. After a few days of hard work, Li Zishuan had really created a treasure. Moreover, it was a rare treasure in the world. However, his current image was somewhat unsightly. Haha! I finally finished 2 telegraph machines. Li Zishuan's hair was a bit messy now, and his eyes were sunken. This was a clear sign that he had stayed up too late. At this moment, he looked at the pile of devices on the table and laughed madly with a deranged expression. That's right. Li Zishuan wanted to make a telegraph and a wireless one at that. The principle of wireless was very simple. The core part was the LC oscillation circuit, which was composed of an inductor L and a capacitor C to form a frequency-selective oscillation circuit, which was used to generate high-frequency sine wave signals. The radiation power of the LC oscillation circuit was proportional to the 4th power of the oscillation frequency. In order to make the LC oscillation circuit radiate strong enough electromagnetic waves, the oscillation frequency must be increased, and the circuit must be in an open form. Although the principle was very simple in this era, there were no electronic components that Li Zishuan could use. It was very difficult to make. There were many technical difficulties, such as the signal modulation of the transceiver, the production of the buzzer, and so on. Fortunately, Li Zishuan, who had been in seclusion for 3 days, overcame these difficulties one by one. After going through untold hardships, he finally made 2 wireless telegraph machines. Unfortunately, there was a problem that he couldn't overcome at present, and that was the problem of power amplification. It was also the biggest technical problem that had to be overcome in order to make progress in the electronic industry of this era, the transistor. The transistor was one of the basic components of the semiconductor. It had the function of amplifying current and was the most core component of the electronic circuit. Without the transistor, there would be no integrated circuit, and there would be no electronic products in modern society. In fact, the LC oscillation circuit needed an amplifying element, and that was the transistor. Of course, it could also use digital electric LCs such as integrated operational amplifiers. Using this amplifying element through various signal feedback methods, the constantly consumed oscillation signal would be feedback amplified, and finally output a signal with a relatively stable amplitude and frequency so that the radio signal could be transmitted farther. Li Zixuan understood these principles, but what was the use of knowing? He couldn't make the transistor now, so he could only brace himself and try to make a wireless telegraph machine first. Because he had a glimmer of hope in his heart, that was, in ancient times, when there was no electricity, the space spectrum was very clean, and there was almost no interference. With a few watts of radio frequency power, it could be transmitted all over the world. The earliest wireless telegraph machines also didn't use transistors. At that time, the transmission distance was 250 meters, but there was already electricity in that era, and the space spectrum was not clean, so there would be electromagnetic interference. During the Liberation War, Mao Zedong was in Yan'an, and Lin Biaodong was in Harbin. They were more than 2,000 kilometers apart, and there were no relay stations in between. They were all directly transmitted through radio stations. At that time, the radiating power of the telegraph machine was only a few watts, and it could transmit that far. If it was in modern society, it definitely wouldn't be possible. Young master, don't move. Xiaoxi is combing your hair. Li Zixuan was laughing crazily. But Xiaoxi was not happy. These days, Li Zixuan had locked himself in the laboratory, and whenever he encountered a problem, he couldn't help but scratch his head. Ancient men were not like modern men with short hair, they all had long hair, so his hair had been messy recently. In order to maintain a good image for her young master, Xiaoxi spent a lot of time combing Li Zixuan's hair every day. Haha, no need to comb, no need to comb. Come, Xiaoxi, try this young master's latest invention. Li Zixuan only just noticed that there was someone behind him. He turned around, squeezed Xiaoxi's shoulder and shouted excitedly. These days, he was always in a daze when doing things, and many times he entered a state of forgetfulness. If it wasn't for Xiaoxi taking care of him, he would have either starved to death or died from his own sloppiness. In the end, although he could still make the wireless telegraph machine, his situation would definitely be much worse than now. Young master, please wait a moment, let me comb your hair first. Xiaoxi was used to it. These few days, other than taking care of Li Zixuan's daily needs, she also helped Li Zixuan with various experiments. She had failed many times in the middle, so she was no longer as interested in doing experiments as before. Okay. Xiaoxi, hurry up. Li Zixuan could only helplessly compromise. Chapter 280. Young master, Xiaoxi can hear it. In order to test how far this simple wireless telegraph could travel, Li Zixuan, Xiaoxi, and Sanbao started the test. The first distance was set at 250 meters, which was around 75 feet. This was a very important distance as it directly affected whether Li Zixuan's wish could come true. When he heard Sanbao's report, Li Zixuan was very excited. He waved his hand and said excitedly, "Good, that's great. Sanbao, ask Xiaoxi to walk another 20 feet away and see if she can hear the signal I sent." "Okay, young master, I will go now." Sanbao answered with a grin and then hurriedly ran out. After a while, Sanbao ran back and said, "Young master, Xiaoxi is in position. You can send the signal now." "Okay, Sanbao, quickly go over." After Li Zixuan finished speaking, he walked in front of the telegraph machine and gently pressed the button on the transmitter, casually sending out a string of codes. Beep, 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 beep. San Bao naturally ran back to Xiao Shi's side to check on the situation. He had no choice as he could not let Xiao Shi run around alone, right? After a few minutes, San Bao ran back. However, his breathing was hurried and his forehead was covered in sweat. After all, running around in the hot weather was unbearable for anyone. Young master, Xiao Shi can hear your signal. Okay. Ask Xiao Shi to walk another 50 feet. Li Zishuan was so excited that he was about to explode. This was the first time he felt so close to modern technology since he transmigrated. Ah! San Bao was instantly dumbfounded when she heard that. The addition of 750 feet, 200 feet, and 500 feet would be a total of 1,450 feet. A round trip would be about 2 miles. Furthermore, according to Li Zishuan's words, the journey would only get further and further. San Bao felt like she was about to kneel down. And what happened? Li Zishuan was only thinking about the telegraph. His IQ and EQ were basically zero. He did not notice San Bao's expression. He only felt that San Bao was still in the house, so he could not help but ask curiously. His casual question almost scared San Bao out of his wits. San Bao thought that his young master was dissatisfied with him. He was living such a comfortable life in the Li family, and he was not willing to make his master unhappy over such a small matter and be chased out of the house. No, I'm fine. Young master, I'll go now. San Bao responded and ran out hurriedly. He thought to himself, isn't it just running? I'll do it. 750 zhong, 950 zhong, 1 kilometer, 2.5 kilometers, 3 kilometers. In 3 hours, the effective distance of the telegraph went from 750 zhong to 3 kilometers. Xiao Shi's position also went from the side of Drunken Wind Pavilion to outside of Anyi Lane, then to Qinren Lane and finally to Yongla Lane. She was only a few dozen steps away from the Li family. Along the way, this beautiful young lady who was carrying a big box attracted the attention of the passers-by. Moreover, there were dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee sounds coming from the box, making the onlookers exclaim in surprise. Although the crowd did not know what the big box was, it did not stop them from watching. Thus, many people followed behind Xiao Shi to watch the show. The crowd became more and more lively. When they arrived at Yongla Lane, Xiao Shi was already surrounded by a circle of people. Li Zishuan saw this delightful result and his heart was filled with joy. However, San Bao did not feel any joy. At this moment he was as tired as a dog. He opened his mouth wide and panted heavily. His clothes were drenched in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water. His 2 hands kept fanning himself, but this little amount of energy was of no use. The sweat on his face was still dripping down like rain. Young master, Xiao Shi, received the signal. San Bao ran in and said with difficulty, good. Haha, it's 3 miles now. San Bao, let Xiao Shi walk another 100 feet away. San Bao, what's wrong with you? When San Bao heard Li Zishuan's words, his eyes rolled and he was about to faint. Li Zishuan reacted quickly and lifted him up and asked, Young master, San Bao, can't run? All right, San Bao, don't say anymore. It's my negligence. Sit here and rest for a while. I'll get someone to call a doctor for you. Li Zishuan had already woken up from the excitement of the telegraph machine. He thought to himself, it's not good to be too immersed in something. This is called qi deviation. Xiao Shi, come here. Li Zishuan came to the front yard of the workshop and waved at Song Xiaoxi. Coming, young master. You called for me? Song Xiaoxi hurriedly ran over and asked. San Bao is overheated. Bring a few people and send him to a shady place to cool him down. Also, get a doctor to take a look at him. Don't let him get a heat stroke. Yes, young master. I'll go right now. Hey, wait. Send someone to drive my carriage and go to Yonglu Lane to find Xiao Shi. Tell her to stop for now and bring her back to rest and eat. San Bao was already so tired. Xiao Shi, a weak girl, was still working under the sun. She should be even more tired, right? Li Zixuan's heart ached when he thought of this. He quickly added, "All right, young master." Song Xiaoxi saw that Li Zixuan did not have any other orders. He responded and hurriedly went to make arrangements. He was envious of San Bao. Yes, he was envious. As a servant, he was able to receive such care from the young master of the house. In the entire Tang dynasty, there was probably no other master who treated his servants so well. Li Zixuan brought a group of servants back to Drunken Wind Pavilion and ordered them to carry San Bao to a shady place beside the pond in the workshop. "Go get some well water to feed San Bao." Li Zixuan pointed to a servant beside him and ordered. "Yes, young master." The servant obeyed and left. Li Zixuan looked at San Bao, who had a pale face and cracked lips. He felt a little vexed. In his previous life, he had experienced a similar situation. Back then, one of the leaders of the research team would give you a task. It was considered light if you ran your legs off. You might even have to work overtime or even be criticized. This was the common saying, "The leader moves his mouth and the subordinate runs his legs." Some colleges and universities were really bureaucratic. Li Zixuan hated this kind of phenomenon very much in his previous life. However, he didn't expect that he would unintentionally do something that he had always hated. He really shouldn't have done it. "Why isn't the doctor here yet?" Li Zixuan frowned and asked. "Young master, Brother Xiaoxi has already gone to get the doctor. He should be here soon." The manservant from before came over with a bowl of cold well water and answered, "All right, feed him water first." Chapter 281. Drunken Wind Pavilion. A group of people surrounded San Bao. It was probably San Bao's first time being the main character. "Doctor, how is he? Is he all right?" Li Zixuan looked at the old doctor who was checking San Bao's pulse and asked anxiously. He had to be anxious. If San Bao had a heat stroke, it would be a serious matter. In ancient times, where the medical environment was extremely backward, there were many people who died from heat stroke. Even famous people and officials couldn't avoid dying from heat stroke. For example, Fu Zhan, the great scholar of the Western Han dynasty, Su Shi of the Song dynasty, Zhao Mingcheng, the husband of the female poet Li Qingzhao, and Zheng Chenggong, the national hero who recovered Taiwan, all died from heat stroke. "Lord Zhu, you don't have to worry. This young man is just too tired. Coupled with the hot weather, his body is dehydrated. He didn't suffer from heat stroke. As long as you give him more water and combine it with this old man's prescription, he will definitely recover." The old doctor put down San Bao's wrist and smiled. He was a doctor in charge of a medical hall in an Lane. It was not far from the workshop, so he naturally knew some people in the workshop. As for Li Zixuan, he had met him a few times before. "Phew, that's good. That's good." Li Zixuan heaved a sigh of relief. He then turned his head and pointed at a servant. "You go and get the medicine from Dr. Hu. Also, go to Manager Fu to get a sum of money." "Yes, young master." "Thank you, Dr. Hu." Li Zixuan nodded and smiled at the old doctor. Lord Zhu, you're too courteous." "It's my pleasure." "Young master, I'm back. I even brought food." After getting someone to settle San Bao down, Song Xiaoxi drove Li Zixuan's private carriage into the workshop. Xiaoxi hugged the telegraph box and carried a lunchbox as she jumped down from the carriage. I asked someone to get some ice in the house." "Xiaoxi, go inside and cool down. Drink some ice water to relieve the heat." Li Zixuan quickly walked over and took the telegram machine and lunchbox from Xiaoxi's hands as he said with concern, "Thank you, young master." "Oh right, where's San Bao?" Xiaoxi wiped the sweat off her face and asked. San Bao is too tired. She's resting now. I was careless today and made the two of you suffer." "Xiaoxi, quickly go back and rest," Li Zixuan said with some self-blame. Xiaoxi could hear the concern in his words and smiled. "Young master, Xiaoxi is fine. It's already so hot and you're still fine? Come, follow me back to the house." Li Zixuan knocked on Xiaoxi's forehead and pulled her back into the house. "Young master, this telegraph machine you made is really amazing. Xiaoxi could hear the message you sent in the workshop even though she was so far away. Also, this thing can make sounds on its own." It's amazing. After returning to the house, She drank a few mouthfuls of water with ice cubes. After a while, she calmed down and stood up to look at Li Zishuan excitedly. Previously, she accompanied Li Zishuan to do so many experiments, but they all ended in failure. Today, after finally succeeding, she saw how amazing this thing was. Li Zishuan looked at the excited look on the little girl's face and smiled as he shook his head and said, "Hee, this is only the beginning. This telegraph machine that I invented, if it's improved, it can transmit messages even if it's 1,000 miles away." Wow, 1,000 miles away? Doesn't that mean that it can be transmitted from the north to the south of Tang Dynasty? Young master, is what you said true? She stared with her beautiful eyes and said in surprise, "Of course it's true. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's eat first. After lunch, you go and rest. I'll find 2 other people to continue the experiment. You and Sanbao have worked hard this morning," Li Zishuan said as he opened the lunchbox and took the food out. She saw this and quickly came over to help. "Young master, let me do it." As she helped to take the food, she looked at Li Zishuan with a pleading look and said, "Young master, she is actually not tired. We can continue the experiment in the afternoon." To be honest, the little maid was now very interested in the telegraph machine that would occasionally make DDD sounds. If he did not let her follow along, she would feel a little uncomfortable. This was a beautiful girl who was addicted to doing experiments. "You're already so tanned, and you're still not tired? Be careful that you won't be able to get married if you get tanned." Li Zishuan was not willing to let she go out in the afternoon. It was not as if there was no one outside that he could order around. Why must he let a little girl go out and suffer? In the morning, he was bewitched and could not extricate himself. Now that he had woken up, he was not willing to let she go out again. "Young master!" When she heard this, her face instantly flushed red. "Ha! Pretend that I didn't say anything. Pretend that I didn't say anything." "Old master, what do you think little Xian has been doing these few days? This child can finally rest for a few days, but he doesn't know how to rest at home. Instead, he insists on going to the workshop for a few days. He is really worrisome." Li residence. After Madame Li finished eating, she complained to Li Jingma, who was beside her. She said so much, but it was all secondary. The most important thing was that she did not see her son at home these few days and felt empty in her heart. How could Li Jingma not know his wife's thoughts? But he also did not know what Li Zishuan was doing at the workshop recently. Li Zishuan was getting more and more capable. How could he report everything to him in advance? He could only smile bitterly and say, "Madam, little Xian has grown up. He will have things he wants to do. Furthermore, his workshop is not far from home. Isn't little Xian still by our side? If Madam wants to take a look, your husband can accompany you to the workshop. Anyway, this carriage at home is quite comfortable." Although Li Jingma's words were obviously meant to comfort her, they were completely useless. Madame Li, on the other hand, accepted his words. Her expression relaxed slightly and she smiled. "That won't do. Master, you've said it yourself. Xian is doing what he wants to do. If I were to go, wouldn't it affect his progress? Mother, then I will go. Lan will not affect brother's progress." Lan who was beside her, said crisply, "You are also not allowed to go. Mother knows you well. If you go, you will definitely cause trouble for your brother." Madame Li touched her daughter's head in amusement and said, "No way, Mother. Lan has always been very obedient." Lan said coquettishly, "Haha, this time." Even Li Jingma could not help but laugh. "What obedient? Have you done the homework that your brother arranged for you? Previously, you did not like to be a female worker, so mother and your father did not force you. Now that your brother has arranged some homework for you, you are not allowed to slack off." It's homework. Lan only has a little left to do. Don't worry, I will do it at night. You want Iron Egg to do it for you at night, right? Hee. No. Chapter 282. Your Majesty, I heard from the palace maids that something interesting happened in Chang'an. In the west court of the imperial palace, Li Er came to Empress Zhangsun's place for a meal after the morning court. During the meal, Empress Zhangsun suddenly thought of something and said with a smile, "Oh, what's the matter? Tell me about it, Guanyin." Li Er was thinking about what happened in the morning court. After all, the fleet would set off for the south in 2 days. According to the statistics of the Ministry of War, as of today, the number of merchant ships participating in the South Sea trade had reached 2,300. The scale was really rare in history, so Li Er had to be cautious. Now the Tang Empire was in a critical period of recuperation. There must be no mistakes. Hearing Zhang Xuan's words, his hand paused for a moment, and then he pretended to be very interested and said with a smile. Zhang Sun got up and served Li Er a bowl of soup, and then said, "I heard that today Li Zishuan's little maid was wandering around the area from Any Lane to Yongla Lane with a box that could make sounds by itself, which attracted a lot of people." "Oh, what box can make sounds by itself? What the hell is Li Zishuan up to?" Li Er was really interested at this moment, and he asked curiously, "Your Majesty, I don't know about this, but this child often comes up with all kinds of strange ideas. Once he does something, it will definitely surprise people." Zhang Sun shook her head and said with a smile. She had deliberately picked a happy topic to talk about because she saw that Li Er had a lot on his mind. It was to distract Li Er. She didn't care about the deeper meaning of this matter. "Zhao Song." Li Er nodded and called out, "Your Majesty, I'm here." Although Zhao Song was far away, his hearing was better than the young people. He immediately ran over when Li Er called him softly. "What is Li Zishuan doing recently? Why is there no news about him after he made the compass a few days ago?" In the harem, Li Er didn't sit upright and look straight as he did in the imperial court. He had already forgotten the Confucian saying of, "Don't talk when eating and don't talk when sleeping." He asked lightly while eating delicious food, "Your Majesty, as far as this old servant knows, Li Xiannan suddenly turned back after leaving the workshop 3 days ago. He hasn't come out for the past 3 days. His maidservant also followed him in later. These days, the maidservant has been going back and forth between the Li Manor and the workshop. She should be delivering food to Li Xiannan." Zhao Song cupped his hands and reported, "If Li Zishuan were here, he would definitely curse this old eunuch for being a pervert. He actually dared to play surveillance. But Zhao couldn't be blamed. Who asked him to be so interested in Li Zishuan's situation?" Zhao Song had been by Li Er's side for so long, so of course he knew how to figure out the emperor's intentions and make preparations in advance. After hearing this, Li Er felt that something was amiss. In his opinion, Li Zishuan didn't seem like someone who could be idle. There must be something fishy going on. "Heh, looks like this kid is up to something big recently. I'm sure that the box that the little maid was carrying today was something that Li Zishuan had been fiddling with these few days. It must be something good. This kid hides every time he makes something good. The horse carriage in his house was like this. If Qing Ke hadn't found it at his house, who knows how long he would have hidden it." Li Er raised his eyebrows and said firmly, "Your Majesty, why are you so sure?" Empress Zhangsun elegantly poured a cup of wine for Li Er and asked curiously, "Ha, Guanin's servant, you don't know this kid?" Li Er raised his wine cup and took a sip of the palace's wine. Drunken immortal. He continued, "Previously, this kid used less than half a day to draw the blueprints for the curved plow, horse carriage, and compass. Then, he became a shopkeeper who didn't do anything. This time, he actually locked himself in the workshop for 3 whole days. Moreover, it seems that he might have been personally doing the work for the past 3 days. Don't you think that's strange? I'm sure that this kid is fiddling with something even better." "Your Majesty's words are not without reason. Now that you mention it, I'm a little curious." "Ha, that's great. Guanin's servant, come with me to this kid's workshop in the afternoon. We'll catch him off guard." "Hee, Lord Zhu. Miss Xiao, she can receive the signal." In the afternoon, Li Zishuan started a new round of testing. However, the person running the errands had changed. It was Pang Feiji, our legendary brother chicken. This guy was really unlucky. When he came to change shifts in the afternoon, he was caught by Li Zixuan to be a strong man. There was no other reason other than that this guy was sturdy. With martial arts, he could run faster and more easily. As for Xiao Shi, this little girl was addicted to doing experiments. However, she was very stubborn. Li Zixuan was helpless and could only think of a compromise. That was to let a martial marquis who came with Pang Feiji drive the horse carriage and send Xiao Shi to a place far away for testing. Good, good, good. Move 1 li further away. Li Zixuan was so excited that his voice trembled. Currently, the effective communication range of his wireless telegraph had reached 10 li. This was really out of his expectations. At first, he thought that if this thing couldn't reach far, then he could only use a wired telegraph. However, it was a bit troublesome to set up wires. He didn't expect that it would achieve such a good result. It seemed that the spatial spectrum of the ancient times was still clean, and there were no disturbances. Yes. Although Pang Feiji felt bitter in his heart, Brother Chicken couldn't say it out loud. People under the eaves had to lower their heads. Run. I've been in the army for so many years. I don't believe that I can run away unscathed. I heard that a servant almost got a heat stroke in the morning. That's because they're too weak. At this moment, Brother Chicken's heart was filled with a sense of superiority. It was really as if he was flying, as light as a swallow, and as fast as lightning. Young master, Lady Xiaoxi, over there, it's ready. You can send the message. After a few trips, Brother Chicken couldn't take it anymore. So what if he had martial arts? Running back and forth like this, even a grandmaster expert would have to kneel down. Furthermore, he was just a small fry who had just entered the body tempering stage. He couldn't take it. Okay, I'll start sending it here. You can go back. Li Zixuan said lightly. Yes. Brother Chicken put his hands on his waist and replied weakly. Then he continued on his long journey. After an hour, Brother Chicken finally ran back. Lord Ju, little Lady Xiaoxi, can hear the signal. After Brother Chicken finished speaking, he didn't care about being rude. He picked up the teapot on the table and poured it into his mouth. He was really too damn thirsty. Li Zixuan frowned when he saw this. It seemed like he couldn't keep this teapot anymore. Why are you so slow? Go and ask Xiao Shi to walk another 2 miles away. See if she can still do it? After Brother Chicken finished drinking the water, Li Zixuan said, Still running? Lord Ju, I can't run anymore? Brother Chicken's face was bitter. He was about to cry. Why can't you run anymore? You're a soldier with martial arts after all. Don't the soldiers of Wuho government usually train? Why is their physique so weak? Li Zixuan frowned and said with dissatisfaction. Damn, Brother Chicken really wanted to fight it out with Li Zixuan. But at this moment, a voice filled with majesty sounded. This is my army. You brat, you have the ability to tell me what to do. You've grown up. Before the person arrived, the voice came first. Li Zixuan knew that something was wrong when he heard the voice. The wolf is here. With lightning speed, he pulled a piece of cloth and covered the telegraph machine. Then he took the initiative to greet Li Er and Zhang Sun, who were walking toward him. He saluted with his hands folded and said, Greetings, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Chapter 283. Greetings to Your Majesty. When Chicken Bro saw Li Zixuan take the initiative to go forward and pay his respects, he was stunned for a moment before he realized who had come. He had been running for more than 2 hours and his legs were already weak. Now that he heard that Li Er had come, it was even more unbearable. His legs couldn't help but shake and his words were trembling and stuttering. He was only a small Siggy. When had he ever had the chance to see the Emperor? At this moment, Brother Chicken was both afraid and excited. Rise! Li Er walked over leisurely with Empress Zhang Sun in tow, looking like a loving couple. Imperceptibly, he spread a handful of dog food for Li Zixuan and Brother Chicken. What is Li Sai doing here instead of helping Chancellor Kong to share his burdens in the Directorate? Of course, Li Er couldn't directly say that he had received news that he was causing trouble here and specially came here for a ward round. He naturally pulled Zhang Sun into the room and sat at the head seat. Then, He looked at Li Zixuan like an old leader inspecting his work and asked despite knowing the answer. When Li Zixuan heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. Why am I here? Don't you have any idea? Your Majesty, I accidentally violated the laws of the Imperial Court a few days ago and disturbed public order. Your Majesty was kind and allowed me to reflect at home. Later on, the Imperial Court intended to go south for trade. Your Majesty was kind and temporarily lifted my confinement order, allowing me to concentrate on researching compasses. I will always remember Your Majesty's kindness and thus worked day and night in the workshop to create and improve compasses. Since Li Er pretended to be confused, Li Zixuan could only tell him everything from the beginning. Cough, cough. How shameless! Li Er almost choked to death. He secretly thought that he shouldn't have pretended to be confused and accidentally gave Li Zixuan a chance to be shameless. Oh, we remember now. Wasn't the compass completed a few days ago? Why are you still here? As Li Er spoke, he used his eyes to search around the room, trying to find the legendary big box. However, after looking for a long time, he did not see it and could not help but feel a little depressed. Li Zixuan's room was quite large. It was a compound room with an inner and outer compartment. He had done his experiments in the inner room. Li Er and Zhang Sun were sitting in the outer room, so it was not surprising that they could not see him. Your Majesty, after I finished making the compass, I couldn't fall asleep when I got home, so I came here to sleep. Li Zixuan lied through his teeth. It wasn't easy for him to get this telegraph machine. It was his treasure. He couldn't bear to let Li Er take it away. Was there such a thing? What's your name? Come over and tell me what Li Sai is doing today. Li Er widened his eyes in disbelief. He pointed at Brother Chicken beside him and said, Your Majesty, I am Pang Feiji, Sigu of the Right Marquis household. This, Li Sai is. When Brother Chicken heard Li Er call him, he was flattered for a moment. However, when he heard Li Er's question, he suddenly felt troubled. He had experienced many things and was a tactful person. Naturally, he could tell that Li Zixuan did not want to expose the telegraph machine. However, Li Er forced him to say it. What could he do? One of them was a county magistrate, and the other was the current manager. It was not good to offend either of them. Brother Chicken regretted not running away just now. It was too late to run now. What? I asked you a question. Is there anything you don't dare to say? Li Er saw that Brother Chicken was hemming and hawing. He suddenly became angry. He snorted coldly and said sternly. Li Zixuan was speechless. Wasn't Li Er too ungentlemanly? As a dignified emperor, he actually had the face to make things difficult for a small soldier? He looked at Brother Chicken and wanted to know how this soldier would deal with it. Even if Brother Chicken told the truth, Li Zixuan would not blame him. There was no love without reason in this world. If you didn't give anything, you naturally couldn't expect others to repay you. Brother Chicken wiped the sweat off his forehead and bowed down. I don't dare. Actually, I also don't. Beep beep, beep 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 beep. Yeah, Your Majesty, what's that? At this moment, a rhythmic beep beep came from the telegraph machine in the house. Empress Zhang Sun was astonished. She cast her gaze into the house and asked in astonishment. F***K. Li Zixuan's little heart also trembled along with the beep-beep of the telegraph machine. Why didn't this thing sound earlier or later? Why did it have to sound at this moment? This is asking for my life. Eternal Peace Lane. She had actually run all the way to Eternal Peace Lane. The little maid had waited for a long time, but Brother Chicken still hadn't returned. She sat in the carriage and looked at the telegraph machine in her hand in boredom. This thing is so marvelous. I don't know how young master did it, but he could actually make it speak on its own. She placed the telegraph machine on the table in front of her and flipped it left and right with her hands. She then looked at it curiously, wanting to know why this weird box was so marvelous. Suddenly, a part that was connected to a wire fell out of the box. It was the key that controlled the telegraph machine to send out messages. She immediately jumped in shock and picked it up. Just as she was about to put it back into the box, The scene of Li Zixuan using the telegraph machine in the laboratory appeared in her mind. Her heart moved and she thought, since I can receive a message from young master, if I send a message from here, won't young master receive it as well? She looked at the telegraph machine and her eyes kept darting around. She was hesitating whether she should press the button or not. In the end, she couldn't suppress the eagerness in her heart and gently pressed the button on the telegraph machine. The telegraph machine immediately let out a long beep. This is quite fun. It will beep every time I press it. It's a pity that I don't know music. Otherwise, I could use this to play a song for young master. She had personally experienced the magic of the telegraph machine, and in a moment of playfulness, the telegraph machine began to beep non-stop. However, the young maidservant felt that it was a little imperfect. She thought that it would be great if she could use the telegraph machine to play a song. She was probably the first person who thought of using the radio to compose a song. Isn't this the carriage from Xiao Xian's residence? Why did it stop here? The person who came was Yan Xiaoning. Eternal Peace Lane was located at the northwest side of Chong, and An was closer to the western city and the imperial palace. Yan Manor was coincidentally located here. Yan Xiaoning was naturally very familiar with Li Manor's carriage. After he recognized it, he immediately called out, Xiao Xian! Xiao Xian! Young Master Yan? It's you. When Xiao heard this familiar voice, she immediately jumped off the carriage and bowed. Xiao, why is it only you? Yan Xiaoning asked curiously. And young Master Yan, my young master didn't come. I'm here to help my young master with an experiment. What experiment? Why? Does Xiao Xian still need to keep it a secret from me? No. My young master made a telegraph machine and asked me to come out for an experiment. What's a telegraph machine? Let me take a look. Chapter 284. Strange Interest Pavilion Workshop. Li Zixuan, what else do you have to say now? How dare you deceive me? Tell me, what is it that is making noise in this room? Li Er also heard the beeping sound in the room. He instantly remembered the situation that Zhao Song reported to him at noon in the palace, so he pretended to be dignified and pressured Li Zixuan. He wanted to go in and search, but as an emperor, it was already inappropriate for him to come to the outer room of Li Zixuan's bedroom. How could he enter the inner room? Li Zixuan looked at Li Er and didn't know if old Li was really angry or faking it. In terms of acting, he was not old Li's opponent. He said with a guilty conscience, Your Majesty, I have never deceived you from beginning to end. This is just a small toy that I made to please my fiancé. It is not worth mentioning and is not presentable. Oh? What kind of thing can please a girl? Can Li Sai take it out and let me see? Empress Zhongsun chuckled. Alas, Li Zixuan sighed in his heart. It seemed that he had to take it out. He could only hope that Li Er had some moral bottom line and wouldn't confiscate his dating tool. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and obediently went in to carry out the pile of devices. He placed it on the table between Li Er and Zhongsun. Your Majesty, this is a small toy that I made for my fiancé. What is this thing called? What is its use? Why does it look so ugly? Zhongsun looked at the strange and ugly machine and frowned in confusion. She didn't think that this thing could please a girl. Li Er didn't judge a book by its cover. Well, he judged an object by its cover. After looking at the machine with many wires, he said, You brat. Don't hide it. Tell me the truth. Zhen and the Empress won't snatch your things. Look at your stingy appearance. You're a minister of the Imperial College. If word gets out, you'll embarrass the imperial court. He was an astute person. From the moment he entered the room, he had sensed Li Zixuan's strong vigilance. Thinking of this, he felt a little angry for no reason. He was the ruler of a country. Would he snatch something from you? Li Zixuan secretly rolled his eyes. In his heart, he cursed. How many things have you snatched from me? The immortal drunken wine had been directly snatched away and taken to the palace as the imperial wine. Your Majesty, this is a telegraph machine. It's a tool that I use to communicate with my fiancé. It hasn't been completed yet and is still in the testing stage. How can such a small box allow two people to communicate? When Li Er heard Li Zishuan's words, he was in disbelief. Empress Zhongsun also looked over curiously. Your Majesty, this telegraph machine is divided into two parts, the transmitter and the receiver. The transmitter can send out a signal through this key, and the other telegraph machine dozens of miles away can receive this signal. The people over there can translate the message sent by the transmitter according to the DD sound. Li Zishuan was stunned by the question. It was not that he didn't know how to explain it, but that he didn't know where to start. The two of them didn't have any foundation in electromagnetism. It was too difficult to completely explain it to them. After thinking about it, he simply introduced the principle. If Li Er and Zhongsun didn't understand, then forget it. Of course, Li Er didn't understand. He frowned. When Li Zishuan finished, he looked unhappy and said, "Speak human language." Li Zishuan was almost choked to death. He thought for a moment and found that there was no way to explain it clearly in a few words. He could only say, Your Majesty, the principle of this telegraph machine involves a lot of electromagnetism knowledge. I really can't explain it clearly in a short time. However, Your Majesty and Your Majesty only need to know that when I send a beep 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 sound here, another telegraph machine dozens of miles away can also receive the same sound. This is how two people communicate with each other. Dozens of miles? Can be transmitted so far? Li Er saw that Li Zishuan wasn't deliberately beating around the bush. He understood that the principle of this telegraph machine really couldn't be explained clearly in a few words. He directly skipped the parts he didn't understand and captured the most important information in Li Zishuan's words. That's indeed the case. After I've tested the telegraph machine, I found that it can send messages up to at least 11 miles away. And that shouldn't be the limit. Theoretically speaking, if this telegraph machine is perfected to the limit, it can allow two people in any corner of the world to send messages to each other. The process of sending messages can be completed in the blink of an eye. Since the telegraph machine had been taken out, Li Zishuan didn't intend to hide anything. He could also show off in front of Li Er. Wasn't it great? If his parents in his previous life knew that he had once shown off in front of the Emperor Tang Taizong, they would definitely be very pleased. People anywhere can communicate with each other in the blink of an eye? Li Er carefully recalled what Li Zishuan had just said a few times and couldn't help but have a toothache. It was really too shocking, compared to the methods of communication that people often used in this era, such as relay stations, carrier pigeons, and fire beacons. Li Zishuan's telegraph transmission had completely subverted everyone's understanding. This empress has one thing that I don't understand. Can Li Xianan solve this problem for this empress? Empress Zhongsun always looked as calm as water. At this time, she looked at Li Zishuan and asked with a smile, Empress, please speak. This small official will definitely tell you everything he knows. Compared to Li Er, who was a wolf in sheep's clothing, Li Zishuan preferred to talk to Zhongsun. He felt that Zhongsun was more gentle and virtuous, and her heart was better than Li Er's. However, it probably wouldn't take long for Li Zishuan to understand how stupid his current thinking was. Zhongsun nodded and said, According to what you said just now, this telegraph machine, regardless of whether it is sending or receiving a message, will make a DDDD sound. However, with just this sound, how can we know what message the other party wants to send? Li Er also reacted and said, The Empress is right. With just this DDDD sound, how can we send a message? Li Zishuan looked at the few eunuchs and palace maids who came in with Li Er and Zhongsun. He hesitated for a moment and said solemnly, This is a confidential matter. Your Majesty and Empress, please dismiss your servants. Li Er thought for a moment and waved his hand. All of you leave for now. Zhao Song, you stand guard outside. Don't let anyone come near. He saw Li Zishuan's rare solemnity and realized the seriousness of the matter, so he dismissed his subordinates. Yes. Zhao Song responded. Brother Chicken heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't want to listen to those secrets here. He followed the eunuchs and palace maids and slipped out together. Chapter 285. Your Majesty, your Ladyship, if you listen carefully, you will realize that this telegraph machine can actually emit two types of sounds. One is a short sound like this. When the people on the other side receive this signal, they can record it as a dot and read it as D. The other type is a long sound that lasts for a certain period of time. When the people on the other side receive this signal, they can record it as a horizontal line and read it as da. Your Majesty and your Ladyship can listen carefully. Drunken Wind Pavilion. In order to clearly explain the telegraph machine's communication mechanism to Li Er and Zhang Sun, Li Zixuan explained the principle while personally operating the telegraph machine. In fact, the principle was very simple. It was nothing more than controlling the telegraph machine to emit two different types of signals based on the length of time the switch was closed. And that's indeed the case. But with just these, I'm afraid they can't transmit the message, right? When Li Er saw Li Zixuan's demonstration, he was amazed by the telegraph machine's magic and asked doubtfully, Your Majesty, with just these two monotonous signals, of course, it can't completely express the meaning of both parties. This telegraph machine also needs to be used in conjunction with a codebook. Li Zixuan explained with a smile. What's a codebook? Kid, can't you say it all at once? Li Er frowned and said unhappily. This kid dared to deliberately use a bridge in front of him. He was really bold. Replying to Your Majesty, I just said that the two types of signals emitted by the telegraph machine can be recorded as dots and horizontal lines. I later combined the dots and horizontal lines, and each combination represents a number. For example, a dot with 4 horizontal lines represents the number 1, and the rest of the numbers so on. There are a total of 10 numbers, and then the sender can combine the 4 numbers to represent a word. In this way, there are 10,000 combinations. In other words, through this method, it is possible to express 10,000 different words. And the corresponding text of each combination is the codebook that I mentioned. Li Zixuan stood with his hands behind his back and spoke with a little bit of confidence. This guy thought that since it was a rare opportunity to show off in front of Li Er, it would be a waste not to show off. In fact, what he had just said was the famous Morse code in the modern history of the world. In 1832, the Russian diplomat Schilling built a machine for receiving messages by means of the deflection of a galvanometer pointer. Later, in 1835, after 3 years of research, the American painter Morse successfully used the on and off and length of electric current to replace human words for transmission. Morse code was an early form of digital communication, but unlike modern binary codes that use only zeros and 1 or 2 states, it consisted of 5 types: dots, dashes, pauses between dots and dashes, short pauses between each character, between dots and dashes, medium pauses between words, and long pauses between sentences. Then, using different combinations of dots and dashes, representing 26 English letters and 10 Arabic numerals, the communication could be achieved perfectly. One interesting thing was that the International Distress Signal SOS was not an abbreviation of any English word. It was just that its code was 3 dots, 3 long, 3 dots. In Morse code, the corresponding letter was SOS. Later, Morse code was introduced to China. In order to adapt to the Chinese language, it was modified. It was almost like what Li Zixuan just said, but there were a few more combinations on the original basis. Li Zixuan was frowning and thinking, so he didn't notice Li Zixuan's annoying look. Otherwise, he would have given him 2 big feet. Empress Zhang Sun inadvertently glanced at Li Zixuan's expression, and she couldn't help but want to laugh. I see. Kid, your idea is really good, but according to what you said, the codebook can be changed at will? Li Er himself was a person with great wisdom. Putting aside the knowledge of electromagnetism that didn't belong to this era, he could still understand the principles of the combination of codes. Your Majesty's eyes are really sharp. Just as Your Majesty said, this codebook can be changed according to needs. As long as both parties use the same codebook, there's no problem. It is precisely due to the ever-changing nature of the telegram code that guarantees the safety of the message between the 2 parties. This way, even if the message is intercepted, the other party won't be able to understand the meaning of the message just by looking at the dots and strokes. When Li Zixuan heard Li Er's question, his eyes lit up. He secretly thought that the ancient people weren't stupid. He just had more knowledge than them. Ha! Don't flatter me, kid. Oh, according to what you said just now, could it be that the message sent by this telegraph can be intercepted by others? Li Er was secretly happy, but on the surface, he laughed and scolded. However, he was a little puzzled. In his opinion, the message sent by this telegraph was silent and invisible. How could it be intercepted? Your Majesty, the message sent by the telegraph is actually equivalent to the military messenger sending military intelligence through text. They both have the possibility of being intercepted. As long as you have a high-power transceiver and adjust the receiving frequency of this transceiver to the corresponding waveband, you can capture the telegraph message sent by others. Of course, this is only in theory. This is because in the whole world, I am the only one who is proficient in the production principle of the telegraph. Nothing was invincible. Although the electromagnetic waves emitted by the telegraph were invisible and silent, as long as the method was right, it could still be captured. In some anti-Japanese war TV series, there were often plots of underground parties intercepting and deciphering the enemy's telegrams. In the military, Li Er's heart skipped a beat as he muttered to himself. Although he didn't know what power, frequency, and waveband were, this didn't prevent him from obtaining other key information. At this time, he looked at the telegraph on the table again, and his eyes slowly became more and more passionate. This was the divine weapon of the country. With this telegraph, wouldn't the Tang Empire be in an invincible position in future wars? He had fought in wars all his life, and he immediately thought of the huge role this telegraph would play in the military. You just said that in the whole world, you are the only one who is proficient in the production principle of the telegraph? Li Er narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Zishuan as he spoke. Li Zishuan's heart tightened. He felt a trace of danger. Did he just show off too much? Your Majesty, it should be like this. Li Zishuan couldn't hear anything wrong from Li Er's tone, so he could only bite the bullet and answer. Can this telegraph be mass-produced? Can it be used for the transmission of intelligence in the military? Li Er's face didn't have any special expression, but there was a trace of hope in his heart. This? Li Zishuan wanted to curse in his heart. Sure enough, old Li wanted all the good things that he saw. What a robber! Your Majesty, the telegraph is currently only in the experimental stage. Its transmission distance and working time are not stable. I can use it to chat with Yushi, but if it is used for the transmission of intelligence in the military, we first need to solve the problem of its power supply, and then the problem of its signal transmission distance. Chat? You're actually planning to use this telegraph to chat? Before Li Zishuan could finish, Li Er couldn't help but interrupt. Li Er's eyes were wide open, and he looked like he wanted to eat someone. If it wasn't for Zhang Sun beside him, he would have pulled out his sword and chopped Li Zishuan into pieces and fed him to the dogs. Your Majesty, Li Zishuan cursed in his heart. In a moment of desperation, he spilled the beans. This was a pill. The robber was going to eat someone. Chapter 286. Li Er still left in the end. After knowing that the telegraph machine was still defective, he naturally didn't borrow the telegraph machine on the table. But before he left a ruthless sentence. As long as the telegraph machine can't be used in the army, you will never be able to rise in the ranks of the nobility. Li Zishuan pointed his middle finger at Li Er's back. King of a country? You don't even keep your words. Last time, you said that you would give me a promotion after the merchant ship came back. How many days has it been? You changed your mind again. Of course, he only dared to complain in his heart. He wouldn't dare to say it in front of Li Er even if he had two guts. You can say that he's a coward, but if you're not a coward, you can come up and try. Let's see if your neck is harder than Li Er's knife. Young Master, I'm back. Young Master Yen is here too. At this moment, Xiao Shi's voice came from outside the door. Li Zishuan was stunned. After being interrupted by Li Er, he almost forgot that he was testing the telegraph machine just now. He had accidentally made Xiao Shi wait there for so long. But luckily this girl ran back on her own. Hey, Xiao Shi, go in and rest. Yo, brother Xiaoning, why are you here? Li Zixuan stood up and walked to the door. He looked at the two of them and smiled. Yes, young master. Xiao Shi will get you some water. Xiao Shi answered, carried the big box and ran in. Hey, Xiao Xian, you still have the nerve to say that? You caught me to be your coolie when you need me, but when you don't need me, you threw me to the back of your mind and didn't care about me. If I didn't come today, I'm afraid you would have already forgotten about me, right? Yan Xiaoning pointed at Li Zixuan and scolded him half-jokingly. Li Zixuan was embarrassed. He thought carefully and realized that he was really as heartless as Yan Xiaoning said just now. Damn, that's not right. You're not a girl. How can you be heartless? Li Zixuan reacted and shuddered. Could it be that Yan Xiaoning had taken a fancy to him? Otherwise, why would she act like a resentful woman? Cough, cough. Brother Xiaoning, what are you talking about? As the saying goes, if you have a bosom friend in the sea, you can be as close as a neighbor from afar. Between friends, as long as we know each other, why should we care about the distance between us? If there is a bosom friend in the sea, the distance of the world will be as close as neighbors? Good poem. Good poem. But who wrote this poem? Why haven't I heard of it before? While Li Zixuan was trying to pull the tiger's skin, he accidentally pulled the tiger that hadn't been born yet. Wang Bo would be born more than 20 years later. Wang Renbiao was dumbfounded. This is a poem that I came up with when I was bored. It's not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning at all. Brother Xiaoning, please come in and have a seat. Li Zixuan actually realized that something was wrong when he said those two lines of the poem. At this moment, he could only thicken his skin and admit that he wrote it. Then, he cleverly changed the topic. Brother Xiaoning, what brings you here today? In the hall, the two of them sat down and Li Zixuan asked with a smile. And I met Miss Xiao Shi in the street in the afternoon. Only then did I know that Xiao Xian has been busy with this telegraph machine. I studied it for half a day, but I still couldn't understand the mystery behind it. So, I came here to ask for advice. Yan Xiaoning saw that Li Zixuan didn't seem to be willing to talk about the two lines of the poem, so he didn't ask anymore. Although he knew a little about poetry, he still liked the way of mechanisms and machinery the most. Thus, he went straight to the point and told Li Zixuan his purpose. Oh! Li Zixuan nodded in realization. When Yan Xiaoning was here, the telegraph machine suddenly made a noise. It seemed like it was caused by Yan Xiaoning when he was studying the telegraph machine. The tragic Yan Xiaoning unknowingly took the blame for it. It's not that I don't want to talk about it, but the internal principle of this telegraph machine is very complicated. It involves a few profound knowledge. If Brother Xiaoning doesn't have the foundation, you won't understand even if I explain it to you for a day. Just now, Li Er insisted on listening to the principle of the telegraph machine. He wasted so much time talking, but Li Er probably only understood about 30% to 40%. If he explained it again at this time, first of all, he wouldn't be able to stand it. Secondly, Yan Xiaoning would definitely not understand it like Li Er. What's worse was that even if Li Er didn't understand, he wouldn't ask you to get to the bottom of it. After all, he was the ruler of a country. There was no need to understand everything so clearly. He only needed to know the general idea. But Yan Xiaoning was different. If this guy didn't understand something, he would ask until he broke down. What knowledge? Yan Xiaoning asked unwillingly. Electricity, magnetic field, and advanced mathematics. Yan Xiaoning, at ##at? Ahem, I told you that you haven't heard of it, right? So I'll slowly explain the internal principle of this telegraph machine to you when I have the chance in the future. Then Xiao Xian, where did you learn these knowledge? Of course I learned it from my master. Brother Xiaoning, you should know that my master learned a lot when he was alive. The three knowledge that I just mentioned are just a drop in the ocean of the knowledge that my master was good at. Yan Xiaoning was a little annoyed in his heart. I know? What the hell do I know? Your master used to be so mysterious. How many people in the world know about him? However, when he heard the second half of Li Zixuan's words, he couldn't help but be slightly shocked. Sure enough, there's always someone better than you. Yan Xiaoning sat on the stool and hesitated for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth, stood up, and bowed deeply to Li Zixuan. Xiao Xian, to tell you the truth, I'm very interested in the telegraph machine that you made. I always feel that this thing is full of mysteries, as if it doesn't belong to the human world. I feel that a door of new knowledge is opening for me. Only by stepping into it can I experience a more wonderful world. If I don't understand the principle of this telegraph machine, I'm afraid that I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Xiao Xian, if your master's knowledge can't be spread to outsiders, I, Yan Xiaoning, am willing to treat you as my master. I only hope that you can peek into this door. Don't. Li Zixuan was shocked and quickly went forward to help Yan Xiaoning up. He underestimated Yan Xiaoning's dedication to new knowledge. If this guy was in the modern world, he would be an engineering expert. He was already addicted to new technology and couldn't extricate himself. Brother Xiaoning, you misunderstood me. My master doesn't have any rule that knowledge can't be spread to outsiders. On the contrary, my master is very willing to spread his knowledge to the world. It's just that he doesn't care about fame and fortune, so he doesn't want to do it. If Brother Xiaoning wants to learn these knowledge, I'll take some time to sort out a few books and give them to you in the future. Hee. Thank you very much. Yan Xiaoning heaved a sigh of relief. He had no choice just now. He also felt a little embarrassed to have his brother as his master. Oh right, Xiao Xian, aren't you working at the Imperial College now? Why didn't you think of teaching your knowledge to the students? When the time comes, I can also go and listen to it. Yan Xiaoning suddenly remembered Li Zixuan's current identity and asked doubtfully. Cough, about that. I'm only teaching mathematics at the Imperial College now. How can I teach other knowledge? If other professors see it, I'm afraid it won't be good. Hey, if you ask me, I'll say it. Xiao Xian, you can totally start your own school. How can those classics and articles taught by the Imperial College be more practical than your knowledge? Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and thought to himself, Brother, you really think highly of me. Chapter 287. Sigh. It seems like I can only continue testing this telegraph machine tomorrow, but it shouldn't be a big problem. I will be able to have a good chat with Yushi by then. After sending Yan Xiaoning off, Li Zixuan looked at the sky and thought regretfully. Young master, are you still staying in the workshop today? I heard that old madam misses you. Xiao Shi asked Li Zixuan after cleaning up the teacups on the table. Actually, she didn't want her young master to return home so soon, because she spent more time alone with Li Zixuan here. However, Xiao Shi had always been by Madame Li's side, so she didn't want to see Madame Li unhappy. Oh, my mother! Li Zixuan was stunned. He thought for a while and said, All right, since the telegraph machine is almost done, let's pack up and go back today. Judging from today's test results, this first telegraph machine should be able to satisfy the communication needs between him and Han Yushi. This was because the distance between the Li residence and the Han village was about 20 miles. However, that was only the distance. In terms of the straight-line distance, it was only about 15 miles. The furthest effective distance in today's test was 11 miles. If nothing went wrong, this telegraph machine should be able to meet the standards. As for Li Er's excessive request, let's talk about it later. Please wait for a moment, young master. Xiao Shi will go pack up now. Okay, go ahead. I will move the telegraph machine to the carriage. Li Zixuan responded and quickly went into the house to move the telegraph machine. After the two of them finished packing, Li Zixuan asked Song Xiaoxi to drive the carriage to Yongla Lane. As for San Bao, she had already been sent back to the Li residence. After a while, they reached home. The servants came to help them move the things. Li Zixuan thought for a while and decided to go to the east courtyard to greet his mother. After all, he had been away from home for so many days. However, he was stopped by the gatekeeper, Ah Fu. Young master, old master is in the front hall. A teacher from the Imperial College just came to our house. Oh? Which teacher? Li Zixuan paused and asked. Replying to young master, I don't know about this, but it seems that this person should be very familiar with master. Fu scratched his head and said, Could it be Su Hongji? When Li Zixuan heard what Su Hongji said, he came to his senses and wondered why Su Hongji was at their house instead of attending class. Oh, okay, I got it. You can leave now. Li Zixuan waved his hand and rushed to the front hall. Walking into the main hall, Li Zixuan took a closer look and saw that it was indeed Su Hongji. Dad, your son is back. Hey, Mr. Su, you're here too. Li Zixuan greeted the two of them with a smile. Heh, you brat, you still know to come back. Remember to talk to your mother later. She misses you a lot. Li Jingma's eyes flashed with a hint of pleasant surprise. He pointed at Li Zixuan and scolded with a smile. Yes, father. I'll go in a while. Li Zixuan felt a warmth in his heart. This was family. This was the feeling of home. No matter how far you were from home, there would always be someone missing you. Heh! Now that the telegraph machine has been made, I'll stay at home and accompany my parents in the future. As for Li Er's request to further promote the use of the telegraph machine in the military, to hell with it. Whoever wants to research it can do it. If they don't give me a promotion, I don't care. Almost instantly, Li Zixuan made a decision. Li Sai, I'm here to look for you today, but when I arrived at the Li residence, I found out that you weren't at home. I was going to look for you at the workshop later, but I didn't expect you to come back so coincidentally. Su Hongji stood up and cupped his hands as he spoke politely. He was convinced from the bottom of his heart by Li Zixuan's attainments in mathematics. Haha, Mr. Su, don't be so polite. Have a seat. May I know why Mr. Su is looking for me today? Could it be that there are students from the school who are disobedient? If that's the case, just tell me. I'll deal with them myself. Li Zixuan's first reaction was that there were mischievous people in the school who were causing trouble when he wasn't around. After all, the children of the officials weren't easy to deal with. No. Su Hongji's face darkened. He quickly waved his hands and said, I'm here today to remind Li Sai that your confinement period is coming to an end. You have to remember to return to the Imperial College in time to give a lecture. Su Hongji wasn't in the Imperial Court, so he didn't know that Li Zixuan's confinement order had been temporarily lifted a few days ago. Otherwise, he would have come over long ago. Huh? 7 days are going to end so soon? Li Zixuan was a little dumbfounded. He thought that he could have a happy holiday in these 7 days, but because of Li Eru, he had been busy for 4 to 5 days. It was so King miserable. Su Hongji almost vomited blood when he heard that. Someone actually thought that the confinement period was too short. Cough, cough. Don't fool around. Speak properly to Mr. Su. Li Jingma was drinking tea. When he heard that, he immediately choked. He glared at his son fiercely and said unhappily, Okay, Dad. Li Zixuan murmured. Li Sai, according to the previous arrangement, the monthly examination of the school should be the day after tomorrow. I wonder if you've prepared the questions in advance? When Su Hongji saw Li Zixuan's unruly character, he felt that it was necessary to ask him personally so that he wouldn't be fooled when the time came. The questions. I've prepared the questions. Mr. Su, don't worry. There won't be any accidents when the time comes. It just so happens that my confinement period will be over the day after tomorrow. I'll personally invigilate the examination then. Li Zixuan panicked when he heard Su Hongji's question. Only then did he realize that there was such a matter. He felt that 2 pairs of eyes were staring at him covetously, so he hurriedly made up a story. As for whether the questions were actually out or not, only he knew in his heart. Su Hongji looked at Li Zixuan suspiciously, but he didn't say anything. Anyway, no matter what the truth was, he had already reminded Li Zixuan. It wasn't his fault that there wasn't a test paper during the examination. If that's the case, this old man will take his leave. Brother Jingma, take care. Su Hongji paused and cupped his hands to bid farewell to Li Jingma and his son. Hehe. Take care, Mr. Su. After sending Su Hongji off, Li Zixuan obediently went to greet his mother. Mrs. Li inevitably pulled her son and nagged him for a long time, saying things like, I haven't seen you for a few days and you've suffered again, you've become haggard and so on. Although Li Zixuan was touched, He couldn't resist the fierce attack of a mother's love. He found an excuse and took the opportunity to escape. After dinner, Li Zishuan went straight to his study in the west courtyard and began to bitterly make up for his homework. If Su Hongji didn't remind him today, he would have forgotten about the monthly examination the day after tomorrow. Although he could fool Su Hongji for a while, he couldn't fool him forever. It was a test paper, so he still had to write it. Li Zishuan knew this in his heart. Moreover, he himself also valued the first monthly examination very much. Chapter 288. Around 5 o'clock, Ganlu Palace. After Li Er finished his dinner at Empress Zhangxuan's place, he moved here and continued to work overtime. As the emperor, Li Er's daily life was actually much more bitter than Li Zishuan's. For him, working overtime was a common occurrence. The hall was very quiet. From time to time, a cool breeze of the summer night would blow in, causing the candlelight on the wall to sway. Occasionally, the sound of crickets could be heard from outside the hall, as if singing a song of praise for this peaceful night. About an hour later, Li Er finished reading the last memorial. He let out a sigh of relief and leaned against the dragon throne a little tiredly. Then he cast his gaze toward the candles in the palace, lost in thought for a while. He was thinking about the telegraph machine he saw in the afternoon in the workshop of the interesting pavilion. To be honest, before today, Li Er thought that only immortals would have a tool like the telegraph that could transmit messages from dozens of miles away. But today, not only did he see it with his own eyes, but the creator of this divine tool was only a 14 or 15-year-old boy. This really subverted Li Er's understanding of the world. On the way back, although Li Er's expression didn't change, his heart was surging with waves, and it was difficult for him to calm down. Of course, this is only in theory. There is a possibility of being intercepted because in the world, only I am proficient in the production of the telegraph machine. Li Zishuan's words in the afternoon kept echoing in Li Er's mind. Arrogant. Without a doubt, this sentence revealed arrogance everywhere, but he had the qualifications to be arrogant. Previously, when Li Yuan was only the Duke of Tang, Li Er was the second son of the Duke's family. Not only did he have a famous teacher to teach him martial arts, but he also had a certain level of accomplishment in literature. Thus, in the early days, Li Er could be said to be both versed in literature and martial arts. Although he didn't read more than 10,000 books, his knowledge was definitely not ordinary, especially at the end of the Sui dynasty. Li Er followed Li Yuan to start a rebellion in Taiyuan and swept through the world like a hot knife through butter, finally settling in the Central Plains. Now that he had ascended the throne, his status changed again and again, rising step by step. Correspondingly, his experience and knowledge became more and more extensive. Even so, he had never seen such a thing as a telegraph machine. As for the set of principles of the telegraph machine that Li Zishuan explained, he had never heard of it. He was very sure that the knowledge that Li Zishuan spoke of had never appeared in the world. Spiritual master's martial arts is extraordinarily high and his medical skills are the best in the world. His knowledge is actually so profound. Does such a person really exist in the world? At this moment, Li Er had a trace of curiosity, or perhaps suspicion, towards spiritual master Ling Su, whom he had never seen with his own eyes and only heard of by word of mouth. Could it be that he doesn't belong to the world? Then doesn't the knowledge that Li Zishuan displayed come from immortals? Li Er let his imagination run wild and couldn't think of a reason. After a moment he suddenly ordered, "Summon the Prince of Wei." Those who had more contact with Li Zishuan and were more familiar with his knowledge, Li Tai could be considered to be on the list. Li Er decided to ask Li Tai properly. Previously, the scooter, the plow, the paper machine, and the compass were still fine. Although the structure of these things was ingenious, they were still within the scope of Li Er's knowledge. However, the telegraph machine that Li Zishuan made this time was really too mysterious. Yes, it was mysterious, as if this thing didn't belong to this world. It was for this reason that Li Er decided to ask properly. "Your son greets Imperial Father." After about half an hour, the chubby Li Tai arrived at the Sweet Dew Hall. This couldn't be blamed on him. Among the adult princes, Li Tai was an exception. Li Er specifically allowed him to build a residence in Chang'an. This treatment was almost as good as that of Crown Prince Li Chengqian. There was still some distance between the Prince of Wei's residence and the palace. At this time, all the gates of the palace were closed. Although the imperial eunuch had Li Er's warrant and could bring Li Tai into the palace unimpeded, it would still take a lot of time to sit in a hanging basket and climb over the palace walls. Rise. Come. Give him a seat. Li Er couldn't help but feel happy when he saw his chubby son. He had always doted on Li Tai. Apart from Li Tai's intelligence, it might also have something to do with Li Tai's comical body shape. Thank you, Imperial Father. Although Li Tai didn't know why Li Er had called him over so late at night, he was confident that he hadn't done anything out of line recently, so he naturally didn't feel guilty. Qingke, we called you here so late at night because we have a matter to ask you. Li Er waved his hand, indicating for the palace maids and eunuchs to withdraw. The father and son exchanged conventional greetings for a while before Li Er got straight to the point. Imperial Father, please speak. Your son will definitely tell you everything he knows. Qingke. Counting the days, it's almost been a month since you started attending classes at the Imperial College. We also heard that your results in the School of Mathematics have always been among the best. We are very comforted. Today, we want to ask you, Qingke, how much do you know about Li Zishuan? When speaking of Li Tai's results, Li Er's face glowed with pride. When his son's results were good, his father would indeed be happy. Even as the emperor, Li Er was no exception. Hearing Li Er's question, Li Tai couldn't help but frown. He didn't know the deeper meaning behind Li Er's question, so he thought for a long time before replying. Imperial Father, the more time this son has spent with Sir Li, the more I feel that Sir's knowledge is as vast as the sea. Just speaking of mathematics, this son dares to say that no one in the world can beat him in this aspect. The concepts and methods he proposed are things that this son couldn't find even after searching through all the ancient books. In terms of mathematics, Sir Li should be a school of his own. Moreover, using his theories, one can often solve problems faster and more accurately. At this point, even the proud Li Tai couldn't help but reveal a trace of admiration on his face. This subtle expression was naturally caught by Li Er, and he couldn't help but feel a trace of surprise in his heart. Then what about outside of mathematics? Have you ever heard of Qingke? Outside of mathematics? Li Tai looked curiously at Li Er, seeming to understand something. If we were to talk about Sir Li's knowledge outside of mathematics, this son's deepest impression would be the hypothesis of the nature of the earth that Sir Li explained to us when we were making the compass. Oh? The nature of the earth? What is the nature of the earth? Qingke. Tell me quickly. Li Er couldn't help but ask curiously. Replying to father, in order to explain to us why the compass can point us in the right direction, Mr. Li once said that the ground under our feet is a sphere, and this sphere itself is a huge magnet. Li Tai slowly recounted the scene of that day. Li Er listened attentively to this magical theory that was like a fantasy story, and the shock in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Chapter 289. The Earth is actually a sphere, and it's magnetic? In the Sweet Nectar Hall, Li Tai finished recounting everything that had happened when he made the compass. Li Er's expression became somewhat complicated, and after a long time, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. These novel theories might sound absurd at first, but behind each theory, there was a strong argument supporting it, making it impossible to refute. It was precisely because of this that Li Er was silent for a long time after listening to it. Qingke, it seems that you already believe in Li Zishuan's theories? Li Er turned around and asked softly. Li Tai had been sitting quietly below. Even though Li Er had been deep in thought for a long time, he didn't show any impatience, nor did he make any sound. Now that he heard Li Er's question, he hurriedly replied, Indeed, Mr. Li's theories are not empty words. There is a strong evidence behind them. Your son also participated in one of the small experiments that day. The facts are right in front of your son's eyes. Your son has no choice but to believe it. Li Tai paused, then continued. Your son used to be conceited about his innate intelligence and erudite knowledge. Unavoidably, your son was a little arrogant because of his talents. Ever since I met Mr. Li, your son has learned that there is always someone better than you. In front of the curious pavilion, Mr. Li's inexplicable 10 questions completely destroyed your son. Later on, your son entered the school of mathematics. Originally, your son had some thoughts of competing with you, but as your son's understanding deepened, I was convinced by Mr.'s vast and profound knowledge. A new door opened to your son. After your son entered, your son discovered that mathematics could actually be so exciting, interesting, and novel. It wasn't until a few days ago that your son understood that mathematics was only the tip of the iceberg of Mr. Li's expertise. Physics, chemistry, these are things that your son had never heard of before, but Mr. Li was able to easily grasp them. Your son's previous thoughts of competing with you have long disappeared without a trace. Compared to 2 months ago, Li Tai was indeed much more stable and sunny. He, who was focused on his studies, had even faintly forgotten that he had to compete with Li Chengqian for favor. Li Tai looked at his son. In such a short period of time, he had changed so much. For a moment, he felt a little emotional. After mulling over what Li Tai had just said, he suddenly asked, "Chemistry? What is chemistry?" "Qing Ke, you haven't mentioned chemistry before, have you?" Li Tai was a little dumbfounded. He accidentally spilled the beans. He had promised Li Zishuan that he would not spread the principle of making glass. What should he do now? What? Is there something else you need to hide from me? Li Tai was shrewd. He immediately saw the hesitation in Li Tai's eyes. Hesitation at this time was equivalent to preparing to lie. Li Er was a little dissatisfied. Among his sons, Li Tai was the one he doted on the most. He did not expect that his favorite son would want to lie to him now. No. Replying to Imperial Father, the teacher said before that the so-called chemistry is the study of changes. It is a knowledge that studies the changes of substances. Under certain conditions, several substances can react with each other and form a new substance. This is the definition of chemistry and also the use of chemistry. When Li Tai saw Li Er's gaze, he panicked and hurriedly blurted out, "The study of changes? This sounds interesting." Li Er held his chin and smiled, then asked, "Why did Li Zishuan mention this knowledge to you? Could it be that this kid has created something new?" Li Tai's heart sank. Sure enough, things were developing in the direction he did not want to see the most. However, in this situation, there was no time for him to think. The little fatty could only bite the bullet and say, replying to Imperial Father, previously the teacher felt that the Hu merchant's glass was turbid and expensive, so he made his own glass. The knowledge he used was chemistry. What? Li Er suddenly stood up. He was shocked and angry. How could he not be shocked that Li Zishuan could make something like glass that was so profitable? Previously, the imperial court had commissioned the workshop of the Curious Pavilion to make compasses. Li Zishuan had asked for a high price because it contained glass. At that time, he thought about it and agreed. However, now that Li Zishuan could make his own glass, the cost of the compasses would definitely be much cheaper. Thinking of this, how could Li Er not be angry? 2 days ago, Li Shaogong had excitedly ran into the palace to tell him that the compasses bought from the workshop of the Curious Pavilion were of better quality, especially the glass that was clearer. At that time, Li Er was still wondering if Li Zishuan had found his conscience and specially used good glass for this batch of compasses for the imperial court. In the end, he and Li Shaogong had been teased by this kid. Then Qing Ke, do you know how much the glass Li Zishuan made cost? How exactly was it made? Li Er calmed himself down and asked. Replying to Imperial Father, at that time, Mr. only told us the general principle of the process of making colored glaze. He didn't talk about the details. I'm afraid that only a few core members of the workshop know the specific process of making colored glaze. As for the cost of the glass they make, your son does not know, but it should be somewhat cheaper than the glass sold by the Hu merchants, and the quality should be even higher. Li Tai considered his words as he spoke. He knew what Li Er was thinking. He was just a little unhappy, so he intentionally did not mention the materials used to make glass. Otherwise, Li Er would definitely be even angrier. I didn't think that this kid would be so erudite and talented. He could even make glass. Li Er did not hear that the glass was very cheap, so he felt a little better. But after thinking about it for a while, he relaxed. Li Zishuan being able to make glass was only beneficial to the Great Tang. The ones who should be worried were the Hu merchants. Li Zishuan earned money with his own ability. As the emperor, why should he care about such details? Imperial father is right. The longer I stay with teacher, the more I can feel teacher's erudition. Li Tai heaved a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. Heh, that kid has been up to something recently. Qing Ke you probably don't know, right? Li Er took a sip of tea and smiled. Oh, did teacher invent something again? Your son has been busy preparing for the monthly examination and did not see teacher. Can Imperial Father tell me a little? Little Fatty's eyes lit up as he hurriedly said. Other than the mathematics, physics, and chemistry that you mentioned just now, that kid is also proficient in electricity, magnetic fields, and advanced mathematics. The thing he made recently was made based on these few fields of knowledge. Chapter 290. It was already late at night, but the father and son in the Sweet Nectar Palace were chatting more and more happily. Li Er described the telegraph machine that he saw in the workshop that afternoon to Li Tai. As for the inner workings, he could only pick the parts that he understood to explain. This way, Li Tai was even more confused as he listened. Correspondingly, he felt that the telegraph machine was even more mysterious. There's actually such a divine item in this world that can allow communication from dozens of miles away. In that case, what's the difference between this telegraph machine and those celestial artifacts? Previously, Li Er was amazed by Li Zishuan's theory of the Earth's magnetic field. Now, it was Li Tai's turn to be amazed by the powerful functions of the telegraph machine. The little fatty opened his mouth in shock, his face full of disbelief. Seeing his expression, Li Er wanted to laugh. He estimated the time and said, "All right, it's getting late. Qing Ke, you should go back and rest. As for the telegraph machine, you can slowly study it in the future." "All right, then I'll take my leave. Father, you should also rest early." Li Tai came back to his senses and cupped his hands in salute. "Oh right. Qing Ke, you said earlier that you were preparing for the monthly exam. I heard that Li Zishuan set a monthly exam reward and punishment system for the School of Mathematics. Qing Ke, you have to take the exam well this time. Although I'm the emperor, I've never been to the Drunken Immortal restaurant. If you get first place this time, I'll take your mother, a few concubines, Changqian, and your brothers and sisters to the Drunken Immortal restaurant for a meal. This way, even Wei Zheng won't have anything to say." "Ha!" Li Er stopped Li Tai and laughed. Li Tai was speechless. He couldn't help but mourn for Li Zishuan in his heart. There were probably more than 20 people in their family, right? If they all went to the Drunken Immortal restaurant for a meal, it might even cost more than 1,000 strings of coins. That would be enough for Li Zishuan to eat. Li Tai was speechless and could only flee. Li Er didn't immediately return to the harem to rest. He looked at Li Tai's back and his gaze became somewhat deep. After a long time, he stood up and sighed. "Even Qing Ke has been subdued by you, kid. The disciple of spiritual master spirit Su really lives up to his reputation. Mathematics, physics, chemistry, electricity, magnetic fields, advanced mathematics. How many more skills do you have that you haven't shown? Was he planning to establish his own sect and establish his own sect? It seems like a mere directorate is no longer enough for you." Li Er paced back and forth as he pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he burst into laughter and said, "Ha! Since you have this ability, I will give you the chance to display it to your heart's content. We would like to see what the Great Tang will become 10 years later because of you. Ha!" He was not like some conservative emperors who saw new theories and ideas as heresy and wanted to nip them in the bud. As an enterprising emperor, Li Er had a high and radical fighting spirit in his bones. He was happy to see the emergence of new theories. The Confucian school had been dominant for nearly 1,000 years and had gradually become the orthodox school of thought. However, Li Er didn't particularly agree with the Confucian school of thought that emphasized theory over practice. He had once conquered the world on horseback. What he valued was still practicality and efficiency. Yongla Lane. Li Zixuan racked his brains and finally came up with a set of questions of higher quality. He didn't take the unconventional path like the previous weekly exam. The difficulty of the questions this time wasn't high. It mainly tested the foundation. Of course, there were many small pitfalls in the questions. If one was careless, it was very easy to be tricked. Li Zixuan didn't feel that Li Er was trying to trick him with this monthly exam. After finishing the papers, he washed up and directly lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. These few days, in order to invent the telegraph machine, it had really been hard on him. It was really hard for him not to fall asleep when he finally returned home and lay on the familiar bed. Li Zixuan had a dream. In the dream, he was actually chatting with Yushi on QQ. The strange thing was, he didn't feel that anything was wrong in the dream. All kinds of flirtatious words came out, and he was flirting with the girl. Li Zixuan. Yushi, do you know what a door made of wood is? Han Yushi. A wooden door. Li Zixuan. What about a door made of iron? Han Yushi. An iron door. Li Zixuan. What about the door to happiness? Han Yushi. I don't know. Li Zixuan. Silly, it's us. Han Yushi. Carat omega carat. Li Zixuan. Yushi, can you show me the way? Han Yushi. The way to where? Li Zixuan. In your heart. Han Yushi. Shy. Young master, Yushi is sleepy. I want to sleep. Li Zixuan. You want to sleep together so soon? I'm not ready yet. Now, I'm so nervous. Han Yushi. Young master. You. Hehe. Brother must be dreaming of something delicious. He's still smiling in his sleep. In the morning, Lan Er, who hadn't seen her brother for a few days, sneaked into Li Zixuan's room, intending to wake him up. However, she found that Li Zixuan was still smiling with his eyes closed. He was obviously having a sweet dream. The innocent Lan Er naturally couldn't tell that Li Zixuan's smile had a trace of wretchedness. The little girl thought that her brother was dreaming of something delicious. Lan Er tiptoed to the outer room to take a piece of cake and returned to Li Zixuan's bedside. At this moment, Li Zixuan smacked his lips. Lan Er saw the opportunity and quickly brought the cake to her brother's mouth. Li Zixuan smelled a fragrance in his sleep. He couldn't help but open his mouth and move closer to the source of the fragrance. Hee. Lan Er looked at Li Zixuan's silly appearance as he slept and ate the cake at the same time. She couldn't help but laugh loudly. Li Zixuan was awakened by the laughter. Logically speaking, with his martial arts, he should have woken up long ago if someone approached him. However, on one hand, he was now at home, so of course he wasn't vigilant at all. On the other hand, this body of his had been spoiled since he was young. If it wasn't under the care of his parents at home, then it was under the guidance of spiritual master Lingshu in the mountains. He had never experienced the life of a vagrant in the Jianghu. Besides, he was only an ordinary student in his previous life, not a killer in the Jianghu. He didn't have the habit of being vigilant at all times. Okay, little Lan Er, you're being naughty again. See how I'll deal with you. Li Zixuan saw that Lan Er was laughing so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. He immediately understood what was going on. He unhappily wiped the cake crumbs from the corner of his mouth. Then he picked up his little sister who didn't manage to escape in time and threw her on the bed. He took off the little girl's shoes and scratched the soles of her feet. He said fiercely, Do you still dare to tease your brother? Don't scratch. Brother. Lan Er was wrong. Ha ha ha. You know you're wrong? I think you're getting bolder and bolder. Didn't I tell you to knock before entering a room? Why didn't you knock? Whoa. Ha ha ha. I knocked. Brother, you didn't hear it. Hey. Still stubborn. Stop scratching. I know I'm wrong, woo-woo.